Chapter 686. The Soul Valley was the most mysterious and terrifying place in the Four Corners continent. A long time ago, someone had discovered a soul grass outside the valley. After consuming it, their comprehension ability had greatly increased, and their cultivation base and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. All of a sudden, soul grass had become extremely popular, and everyone in the four continents wanted to obtain it. However, they soon discovered that soul grass could make people addicted. When their addiction flared up, if they didn't have any soul grass to consume, they would rather die than live. As the soul grass outside the valley was plundered, the addicts entered the soul valley without hesitation. Roughly speaking, out of 10 people who entered the soul valley, only one would come out alive. The rest would disappear without a trace. This incident served as a warning to future generations. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to consume soul grass. However, there were still a few people who entered the Soul Valley every year to search for soul grass for various reasons. Perhaps in their eyes, not being able to improve their strength was more terrifying than death. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the entrance of the Soul Valley. He did not let Yan Qingguo and the Thunder Beast accompany him. The Soul Valley was too dangerous. Furthermore, Li Fuchen reckoned that the Soul Valley should be related to the Spirit Soul and True Spirit. In this aspect, Yan Qingguo and the Thunder Beast were far inferior to him. The dangers of entering the Soul Valley were also far greater than him. The Soul Valley was shrouded in fog all year round. Even spiritual senses could not penetrate it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's spirit soul force was already able to extend out a few dozen meters on the Emperor Sky continent and a few hundred meters on the Four-Way continent. With his reaction speed, a few hundred meters was considered a safe distance. Without much hesitation, Li Fuchen entered the Soul Valley. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Vaguely, Li Fuchen heard the depths of the fog from the screams of countless mice. The listener was a little distracted. Executing a clear heart incantation, Li Fuchen took a step forward and walked forward. After around 15 minutes, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. His spirit soul force could sense a stalk of high-grade soul herb that was towering in the mist, and it was very eye-catching. With quick steps, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the high-grade soul herb. With a wave of his hand, the high-grade soul herb landed in his hand. What are the conditions for the growth of the soul grass? Li Fuchen is very strange. Why the Four-Way continent has soul grass, but the Seven-Color continent does not. Logically speaking, the Seven-Color continent was not inferior to the Four-Way continent at all. After another 10 minutes, Li Fuchen discovered the second stalk of high-grade soul herb. Then the third, the fourth. Gradually, Li Fuchen realized that the further he went, the longer the time it took to discover the high-grade soul herbs. It started with 15 minutes, then 2, 3, 1 hour, 2 hours. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was already very deep into the Soul Valley. Fortunately, he had left a strand of soul aura outside the Soul Valley. As long as that strand of soul aura didn't dissipate, he wasn't afraid of not being able to leave. 10 plants, 11 plants, 12 plants. It's a little strange. Li Fuchen gradually felt that something was amiss. Why was it that the path he was taking just happened to have high-grade soul grasses all along? Furthermore, it took longer and longer for him to find the soul grass. But it was also subconsciously telling him that as long as he continued forward, there would be high-level soul grass. Apart from that, the range of his soul strength had also been reduced by more than half. Now he could only extend it to 100 meters. I'm afraid it's a trap. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and started to retreat. Just then, his soul force sensed a stalk of soul grass growing silently. This soul grass was a special grade soul grass. A stalk of special grade soul grass was at least 30 times more effective than a high-grade soul grass. It was truly a heaven-class high-tier herb that could only be found by luck. It's a trap. If it was someone else, they would never give up on this special grade soul grass. But what kind of person was Li Fuchen? He knew that a human's greatest weakness was desire. As long as there was desire, there would be a weakness. The appearance of the special grade soulgrass was too coincidental. It was just when he was hesitating. It was obvious that this soul valley didn't wish for him to leave and wanted to lure him into the depths of the soul valley. Turning around, Li Fuchin used his fastest speed to return. Swish! There was the sound of chains breaking through the air. Illusory chains were shot at Li Fuchin. Soul spirit power? Li Fuchin's scalp turned numb. He could clearly see that these chains were formed by soul spirit power. The spirit soul chains were extremely fast, and Li Fuchin didn't know how to use his soul spirit power. He could only release it and was immediately bound by the spirit soul chains. You aren't simple. You are actually able to resist the temptation of the special grade soul grass. A voice was transmitted into Li Fuchin's mind. Who are you? Li Fuchin struggled, but the sword energy was useless against the spirit soul chains. Only the sword intent had some effect, but the effect wasn't significant. Who I am isn't important. What is important is that you better not resist. Perhaps I can make you my soul slave. Soul slave? Li Fuchin immediately understood. In the Soul Valley, there was a hidden Soul Dao cultivator, and this Soul Dao cultivator was much more terrifying than the Soul Emperor. At least, the Soul Emperor didn't have such soul spirit ability. Of course, it was also possible that he didn't directly encounter the Soul Emperor. Li Fuchin activated the Meteor Fall sword intent and slashed on the spirit soul chains. Crackle! A fine crack appeared on the spirit soul chains. Heaven class high tier sword intent. Incredible. I didn't expect a primary C realm martial artist to actually comprehend a heaven class high tier sword intent. The voice was filled with admiration. However, a mere heaven class high tier sword intent isn't enough to deal with me, unless you can comprehend a heaven class peak tier sword intent. Li Fuchin didn't say anything and pushed the sword heart's power to the limits. Another sword intent slashed on the spirit soul chains. This time, the crack on the spirit soul chains was magnified by several times. Sword heart? The person who spoke was very surprised. It seems like I have underestimated you. Those who are able to condense the sword heart before the soul merge realm are all exceptional prodigies. No wonder you can comprehend a heaven-class, high-tier sword intent. Haha, the heavens are truly blessing my mist soul. With your aptitude, it is too unfair for you to be my soul slave. I shall let you become a part of me. The spirit soul chains tightened and pulled Li Fuchin into the depths of the soul valley. Not good. Li Fuchin activated his sword intent and slashed at the spirit soul chains in a frenzy. Finally, one of the spirit soul chains was severed. But it wasn't just one spirit soul chain that restrained Li Fuchin. Furthermore, the severed spirit soul chain didn't scatter and was reconnected. In just 15 minutes, the spirit soul chain stopped. Li Fuchin looked up, and in his vision, there were densely packed figures seated cross-legged. These people had closed their eyes, and at their glabella, there was a thin spirit soul chain extending all the way into the depths of the mist. In the depths of the mist, there was a pitch-black cave entrance, and the mist was surging out from the pitch-black cave entrance. These people are all the people that entered the Soul Valley? Li Fuchin vaguely knew what the Soul Valley owner was thinking. He used the soul herbs to lure people into the Soul Valley and then absorbed their spirit soul power to strengthen himself. Let me see what is so special about your spirit soul. One of the spirit soul chains rapidly thinned before it suddenly pierced into Li Fuchin's glabella. Li Fuchin felt an intense pain in his mind. Purple spirit soul. What kind of spirit soul is this? The person who spoke was panting heavily. He had never seen a purple spirit soul before. A saint spirit soul was merely a green spirit soul. A purple spirit soul was simply unheard of and never seen before. Could this be the legendary divine soul? Haha, my mist soul shall dominate the universe. The fated opportunity to step into a whole new realm is here. Chapter 687. Bang! The spirit soul chain that had never failed this time. It felt as though it had stabbed into a steel wall and the spirit soul chain was repelled. The spirit soul chain didn't believe it and continued to stab at the purple spirit soul. But without exception, all of them were repelled. Li Fuchin's purple spirit soul was like a purple amber and was much stronger than he imagined. In fact, he could feel traces of eternal and undying qi presence from the purple spirit soul. In this world, there is nothing that is eternal. Break! The spirit soul chain tunneled in and stabbed at the purple spirit soul like a violent storm. The golden amulet isn't moving. Li Fuchin frowned. In the past, whenever his spirit soul was in danger, the golden amulet would activate and refine the spirit soul or true spirit. But this time, the golden amulet wasn't moving at all. Could it be that the golden amulet will only be activated when there is danger? I might be restricted now, but my spirit soul isn't in danger at all. Li Fuchin guessed. It made sense. Back in the Mist Cemetery, Li Fuchin's cultivation level was very low and his spirit soul's grade wasn't high either. Therefore, it was hard for him to resist the true spirit of a monarch. Back at the Red Sea, he might have the pale purple spirit soul, but the Black Flood Dragon ruler's Emperor-class true spirit wasn't something he could resist. This time, his spirit soul was already upgraded to the purple level. Of course, if it was just the purple spirit soul, it would still be hard to resist the Soul Valley owner's spirit soul chain attack. It was fortunate that 25% of his purple spirit soul had turned pale red. The pale red spirit soul had an eternal and undying qi presence and was extraordinary. Since his spirit soul wasn't in danger and the golden amulet wasn't activating, Li Fuchin had to use his brain. The Soul Valley owner is able to turn his spirit soul power into the spirit soul chain. I have the purple spirit soul and should be able to do it too. Li Fuchin started to condense his spirit soul power. Once, twice. After dozens of attempts, Li Fuchin was still unable to condense his spirit soul power, let alone the spirit soul chain. That's right, I can observe the Soul Valley owner's spirit soul chain. With a thought in Li Fuchin's mind, a pair of purple eyes appeared on the purple spirit soul and stared at the spirit soul chain. The spirit soul chain was much more mystical than Li Fuchin imagined. It might seem to be formed by the spirit soul force, but it was actually formed by pieces of spirit soul runes. It also meant to say that in order to form the spirit soul chain, one had to first form the spirit soul runes. The spirit soul runes were integrated and Li Fuchin wasn't able to see through them. Fortunately, Li Fuchin had plenty of time. Dang! When the spirit soul chain stabbed onto the purple spirit soul, there were some fragments that scattered. These fragments were actually formed by countless spirit soul runes. Some of the spirit soul runes had already cracked, and with Li Fuchin's spirit soul eye, he was able to observe the internal structure. I see. Li Fuchin gradually understood. Learning soul runes could be said to be difficult, but it could also be said to be simple. It was difficult because the internal structure of the soul rune was hidden and difficult to see through. The reason why it was simple was because once they saw the internal structure, it would be equivalent to piercing through the veil and revealing the secrets at a glance. Of course, even if ordinary people had the secret technique to condense soul runes, it would still be difficult for them to condense soul runes. After all, this was a soul Dao technique. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, it would be impossible to cultivate. Since he understood the internal structure of the spirit rune, Li Fuchin started to attempt to condense the spirit rune. In his mind, an extremely tiny spirit rune was gradually forming. As time elapsed, the spirit rune was getting more and more complete. The Soul Valley owner obviously didn't notice this scene as he controlled the spirit soul chain to constantly attack the purple spirit soul. Buzz! There was a subtle ripple as a complete spirit rune was condensed by Li Fuchen. The rest was simple. With a thought in his mind, the spirit rune turned into 3, then into countless numbers, before forming a purple spirit soul chain. This purple spirit soul chain wasn't as imposing as the Soul Valley owner's green spirit soul chain, but it looked much sturdier and indestructible. What? The Soul Valley owner's voice was like thunder that echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. The Soul Valley owner was too shocked and shocked. He was certain that Li Fuchen didn't know any Soul Dao technique previously. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't have waited until now to execute it. It just so happened that Li Fuchen had also executed the spirit soul chain. Was it a coincidence? No. The Soul Valley owner didn't believe that there was such a coincidence. He might not be willing to admit it, but his rationality told him that during this period of time, Li Fuchen had secretly learned his Soul Dao secret technique, spirit soul chain. Such innate talent and perception were simply world-shaking and were rarely seen in the past and present. I don't believe that your spirit soul chain can contest with me. The Soul Valley owner didn't panic. Li Fuchen had just learned the spirit soul chain secret technique and wasn't proficient enough yet. The Soul Valley owner still had a chance. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The 2 spirit soul chains clashed together. The Soul Valley owner's green spirit soul chain had astounding prowess and contained extremely abundant spirit soul power. On the contrary, Li Fuchen's purple spirit soul chain was just ordinary apart from the color that was gorgeous. It looked just like a real purple spirit soul chain. But when the 2 clashed, the green spirit soul chain didn't destroy the purple spirit soul chain. Instead, it was tangled up by the purple spirit soul chain and was getting tightened. Impossible. The Soul Valley owner's voice turned sharp. Li Fuchen had just learned the spirit soul chain secret technique, and logically, the spirit rune shouldn't be as integrated as before. Could it be because Li Fuchen's spirit soul is rather special? That must be the case. The Soul Valley owner was very enraged. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul was powerful once he occupied Li Fuchen, it would be more beneficial to the Soul Valley owner. But Li Fuchen was too powerful. The Soul Valley owner felt like a dog trying to bite a tortoise and didn't know where to start. Bang! In terms of prowess, the purple spirit soul chain wasn't as good as the green spirit soul chain. But in terms of toughness, the green spirit soul chain wasn't as good as the purple spirit soul chain. After a moment of struggle, the green spirit soul chain broke. Bang, 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 the rest of the green spirit soul chains had also broken. As the green spirit soul chain withdrew from Li Fuchen's mind, the pressure on Li Fuchen was instantly relieved. The purple spirit soul chain then rushed out from his forehead. Young man, you are incredible. I, Mist Soul, admit defeat. I wonder if we can make a deal. Once the deal is done, I will give you 10 stalks of special grade soul herbs. The Soul Valley owner said, What is the deal? Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to leave. Since the Soul Valley owner couldn't do anything to him, there was no need for him to flee. The deal is very simple. Lure 100 primary sea realm monarchs into the Soul Valley. For every 10 monarchs that are lured in, I will give you 1 stalk of special grade soul herb. The Soul Valley owner guided Li Fuchen patiently. Do you think that is possible? Li Fuchen sneered. He wasn't a fool, and how could he not know that the Soul Valley owner was absorbing martial artist's spirit soul to strengthen himself? If he lured 100 primary sea realm monarchs in, the Soul Valley owner might be able to recover, or at least recover. The Soul Valley owner went silent for a moment. 50 is fine too. I believe you have already experienced the benefits of the special grade soul herb. With these 10 stalks of special grade soul herbs, you will be able to progress to the law phase realm within 10 years. As for me, I just wish to maintain my spirit soul from dissipating. In order to recover, let alone 50 monarchs. Even 500 monarchs are impossible. After speaking, The Soul Valley owner didn't speak anymore. However, Li Fuqin could feel a pair of invisible eyes staring at him. "I refuse," Li Fuqin said resolutely, who knew how many spirit souls the Soul Valley owner had absorbed over the years. The risk was too great. After speaking, Li Fuqin turned and left. "Young man, I will remember you. There will be a day when I will let you know what hell is." The Soul Valley owner's voice was awe-inspiring like the cold wind that blew out from the depths of hell, causing Li Fuqin's skin to shiver. Half a day later, Li Fuqin walked out of the Soul Valley. When turning back to take a glance at the Soul Valley, Li Fuqin still had lingering fear. If his spirit soul wasn't powerful enough, he would probably be no different from a living dead person and would be providing spirit soul energy for the Soul Valley owner every day. After thinking about it, Li Fuqin suddenly drew at the entrance with his finger. In an instant, a sword intent sealed the entrance of the Soul Valley. Roar! There was a roar, and the entire Soul Valley seemed to have come alive. "It doesn't matter if I, the Mist Soul, swear that I will kill you. Definitely." Chapter 688. 12 Stalks of High-Grade Soul. Herbs allowed Li Fuqin's spirit soul to have some improvement. Right now, 27% of his spirit soul was pale red. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get his hands on that special grade soul grass. The Soul Valley Master could obviously control the growth of the soul grass. Unless he could pluck it immediately, the other party could drain the soul grass of its energy with just a thought. I can continue to comprehend the sword pattern of the Joint Heaven Sword. Li Fuqin didn't have any hopes to break through to the law phase realm within a short period of time. His objective was to comprehend the third rank of the Joint Heaven Sword pattern as soon as possible. By then, the Heaven-class high-tier Joint Heaven Sword and Heaven-class high-tier Sword art would allow him to contest with peak-class emperors like the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu had already been in the four-way continent for half a year. The ocean was filled with endless dangers. The two of them planned to leave the four-corner continent after they were fully prepared. 99%, just one more step. Li Fuqin sighed. The third layer of the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern was harder to comprehend than he had imagined. He thought that with 27% of his soul turning pale red, he would be able to comprehend the third layer of the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern very quickly. With your current cultivation level, even if you were given a heaven-grade high-tier sword, you wouldn't be able to fully display its power. However, if your attainment in the sword patterns is extremely high, everything will be different. Besides, once you comprehend the third layer of the seal, the sword patterns, it will have endless magical effects. As the Joint Heaven Sword was unsealed layer by layer, the sword spirit was much more active than before. Li Fuqin nodded. Sword patterns were actually the closest to the essence of the sword Tao. On the other hand, sword techniques were the application of the sword principle, the second level of the reincarnation Holy Spirit technique. While Li Fuqin was concentrating on comprehending the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern, Yan Qinggu finally cultivated the reincarnation Saint Spirit technique to the second rank. Right now, her true spirit was comparable to a high-level emperor and was able to unleash the ultimate power of the Black Saber's quintessence. The power of the Black Saber ultimacy was 3 times that of the Black Saber. 99%, 99%, 97%, 99%. After another 3 months, Li Fuqin had finally comprehended the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern to the extremity. He was just one step away from comprehending it completely. On this day, sword light suddenly flashed in the sky, and a majestic pressure of the sword Tao descended from the sky, enveloping the world. Yan Qinggu raised her head in shock. This is a sword Tao phenomenon. Only by cultivating the sword Tao to an extremely high realm would one be able to trigger a sword Tao phenomenon. It was said that when an emperor broke through to a saint, there would be a great Tao anomaly in the sky. If it was a water Tao cultivator, there would be a water Tao anomaly. If it was a fire Tao cultivator, there would be a fire Tao anomaly. It was extremely rare to trigger a great Tao anomaly at the law phase realm. There weren't any records of triggering a great Tao anomaly at the primary sea realm. Yan Qingguo didn't know what Li Fuqin did to trigger the descent of the sword Tao anomaly. After all, even if one comprehended a heaven rank high-tier sword technique, it wouldn't be able to trigger a sword Tao phenomenon. Sword pattern, the pattern of sword principle. The third layer of the joint heaven sword pattern is already close to the essence of sword principle. Li Fuqin felt that his sword Tao was unprecedentedly clear, and his sword heart seemed to be stronger by one level. I wonder what's the use of the third layer of the sword pattern. With a thought in Li Fuqin's mind, a sword net enveloped a mountain ahead. The sword net contracted and was imprinted on the mountain. The mountain then rapidly turned into a giant sword that burst into the clouds with sword chi. Another sword net fused into a river, and the river turned into a giant sword that burst into the clouds with sword chi. Subsequently, Li Fuqin turned the wind into a sword, grass into a sword. There was nothing in the world that couldn't be a sword. Everything is a sword. Li Fuqin was enlightened. The third layer of the sword pattern was actually the state of everything being a sword. The so-called everything is a sword wasn't just in terms of form, it was in terms of essence. If it was just in terms of form, any swordsman could do it. Go. Li Fuqin pointed with a finger, and a blade of grass rushed into the sky. With a slash, the clouds were split open, and the heaven and earth laws were split. This sword actually had the power of a heaven-class high-tier sword art. With a sudden inspiration, Li Fuqin started to activate the sect origin swords. As a 5-star secret technique, sect origin swords was very tyrannical in the early stages. But as Li Fuqin's cultivation and strength advanced by leaps and bounds, sect origin swords wasn't even considered a chicken rib and had long been abandoned. The only thing that could enhance the power of the sect origin swords was the bronze sword essence. But because there wasn't a follow-up silver sword essence, it had also been abandoned. Right now, the sect origin swords finally had a use. Clang, 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 streaks of sect origin swords chi floated above Li Fuqin. These streaks of sword chi were very ordinary, and just like Li Fuqin's sword energy, there wasn't any enhancement. 5-star secret techniques weren't able to enhance primary sea realm chi, let alone Li Fuqin's sword energy. The only use was that there were enough of them. Otherwise, if Li Fuqin relied on splitting the sword energy, he wouldn't be able to control too much sword energy, let alone injecting the sword pattern. With a single thought, the formless sword pattern was fused into the sect origin swords. In an instant, each sword chi's prowess was enhanced by 1,000 times. It was just like heaven-class high-tier artifact, swords appearing in the world. The horrific murderous intent was like a tornado that tore the ground and shattered the clouds. Within a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles, all living beings could feel the stinging sword chi and murderous chi. The sect origin swords specialized in cultivating the natal sword energy. The stronger the natal sword energy, the more sword chi could be stored. Li Fuqin might not have specially researched the sect origin swords for the past few years, but the natal sword energy had increased along with his cultivation level and had reached a very powerful stage. It was able to store up to 1,000,000 streaks of sword chi. Imagine 1,000,000 heaven-class high-tier sword chi blasted out. What kind of terrifying scene would it be? It would probably be able to contest with the great emperor. The sect origin swords were withdrawn immediately after being released. The horrific murderous intent had also instantly vanished as though it had never appeared. Li Fuqin's attention was placed on the joint heaven sword. In fact, the joint heaven sword was also responsible for triggering the sword Tao anomaly. Once the joint heaven sword's third seal was removed, The Joint Heaven Sword had evolved from Heaven-class low-tier to Heaven-class high-tier. A Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. Wherever the sword light shone, heaven and earth law would retreat, leaving only sword Dao law. In other words, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword already had its own field. It was an absolute field that only existed in sword Dao law. Wielding the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's mind had more information. Void Heaven Sword Art, Heaven-class high-tier sword art. After reading the information, Li Fuchen lamented the power of a Heaven-class high-tier sword art. The Void Heaven Sword Art was a Void Dao sword art. It could use spatial blades as swords to kill without leaving a trace. When cultivated to the extremity, no matter how big the world was, it would just be a sword's distance. You finally unlocked the third layer of the seal. Once this layer is unlocked, my aura will spread out and be sensed by some peerless saints. Although they won't come looking for you for now, they will sooner or later. The Sword Spirit said, a Heaven-class high-tier artifact. Sword's chi presence will be emitted automatically? Li Fuchen asked. The Sword Spirit said, no, only a few of the equipment will emit their chi presence. Most of the Heaven-class peak-tier equipment won't be able to. What about above the Heaven-class peak tier? Chapter 689. On the turbulent ocean, there was a thunderbolt that was advancing straight ahead. This thunderbolt was a demonic dog that was over 20 feet long. On the back of the demonic dog sat a man and a woman. No wonder it is the Thunder Beast. It can ride on thunderbolts. Li Fuchen praised. In terms of traveling methods, he was far inferior to the Thunder Beast, unless he used shifting techniques. But shifting techniques consumed too much sword energy and couldn't be sustained for long. 2 humans and 1 beast were Li Fuchen, Yan Qinggu, and the Thunder Beast. After their strength improved greatly, the duo didn't stay on the 4-way continent and were planning to search for a higher-class continent. Splash! The seawater burst into the sky as a 100-mile-long sea snake opened its mouth and bit at the trio. Green Loop Emperor Snake, Class 8 low-tier sea beast. Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast acted as though they didn't see the Green Loop Emperor Snake and ignored it. As the Green Loop Emperor Snake approached rapidly, a water sword suddenly appeared and penetrated the Green Loop Emperor Snake's head before exploding. This water sword was naturally released by Li Fuchen. When the sword pattern realm reached the level where everything in the world was a sword, even a water sword's power was comparable to a Heaven-class high-tier sword art. Of course, there was still a huge difference in strength when compared to Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen still had the sword heart and the Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. It was fortunate that it was still easy to kill a low-tier demonic beast ruler. In terms of sword Dao proficiency, no one below the saints is a match for you. Yan Qinggu was very knowledgeable. Back on the Saint Spirit continent, she had even seen a few saints. But no one below the saints had such a superior sword Dao proficiency like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't say anything and looked up instead. It was unknown when the sky was filled with blood clouds. Drops of blood were falling from the sky. Splash, splash. The sparse blood turned into a blood rain. The Thunder Beast's thunderbolts were instantly extinguished by a few layers. Li Fuchen waved his left hand, and the sky ring sword armor surrounded the thunderbolts. Bang, 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 bang. When the blood clashed with the sword armor's sword intent, there was a horrific explosion. The Thunder Beast's scalp turned numb. He originally had some arrogance, but now it was gone. Blood Dao Law. Yan Qinggu had a grave expression. To be able to execute the Blood Dao Law to such an extent, it was at least a high-tier demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen said, "It is the blood demonic great ruler." He had already memorized the aura of the blood demonic great emperor. There was no mistaking it. The blood rain was getting denser, and even Li Fuchen's sword armor wasn't able to withstand it anymore. Break! Yan Qinggu pulled out her curved blade and slashed at the blood clouds in the sky. The blood cloud fluctuated for a moment before countless saber lights shot out. In the blink of an eye, the blood cloud dissipated. "Human brat, you didn't expect to meet me again, did you?" A blood-red figure appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. He wore a blood-red robe. "Blood demonic, Great Emperor. It seems like you have a lot of eyes." Li Fuqin wasn't surprised either. After all, the Blood Demon Emperor was the ruler of the Blood Demon Sea, and he must have a lot of eyes in and around the Blood Demon Sea. Since he had been out at sea for so many days, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. Seeing how calm Li Fuqin was, the Blood Demonic Great Ruler was rather surprised and said, "This isn't the ancient star sea. Furthermore, the ancient star sea doesn't exist anymore. If you are smart, surrender obediently, and I might grant you a dignified death." It was impossible for the Blood Demonic Great Emperor to let Li Fuqin go. In his opinion, Li Fuqin, who had consumed the Blood Lingji crown, was a great tonic that would help him progress to a demonic beast overlord. "Do you think it is possible?" Li Fuqin waved his hand and poured the sword pattern into the seawater below. "Rise." In the next moment, thousands of water swords floated up and shot at the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. Child's play. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor waved his hand and a blood-colored screen appeared in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. The blood-colored screen vibrated and even showed signs of distortion. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor had a slight change in expression. The water swords were much stronger than he imagined. With so many of them, regular high-level demonic beast rulers would have a hard time blocking them. "No wonder you are fearless. It turns out that your strength has improved greatly. But I am not a regular high-level demonic beast ruler." The Blood Demonic Great Emperor clenched his fist and expanded the blood-colored screen, causing the thousands of water swords to explode. As a demonic beast Great Emperor, the Blood Demonic Great Emperor's strength was much stronger than regular human Great Emperors. In normal situations, high-level demonic beast rulers would be able to contest with human peak-class emperors. Peak-class demonic beast rulers would be able to contest with human Great Emperors. Demonic beast Great Emperors would be able to contest with top-notch human Great Emperors. Some demonic beast Great Emperors with tyrannical bloodlines could even contest with human half-saints. No wonder he is a demonic beast Great Emperor. If it was in the past, Li Fuqin would immediately use the teleportation board to teleport away after encountering the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. But now that his strength had increased by more than 10 times, it would be too cowardly to flee without a fight. Clang! The Joint Heaven's sword was unsheathed. The sword light that was as solid as water scattered and the heaven and earth law retreated. Such a great artifact sword. The Blood Demonic Great Emperor squinted his eyes. He sensed a hint of threat from the sword. It meant that this sword had the possibility to injure him. "Blood Demonic Great Emperor, receive my sword." Li Fuqin stood on the head of the Thunder Beast and brandished his sword at the Blood Demonic Great Emperor. It was hard to describe the prowess of this sword. When this sword was brandished, the entire place was filled with sword light. When this sword was brandished, the dazzling sword light penetrated everything. When this sword was brandished, the Blood Demonic Great Emperor's area had turned into a Sword Dao law world. All other laws had been expelled. Meteor Fall was a Heaven-class high-tier sword move. With the support of the Heaven-class high-tier Joint Heaven sword, the power of this sword move was already at a level that even the initiator, Li Fuqin, couldn't imagine. Yan Qinggu, who was at the side, had also felt the absolute elegance of this sword move. As for the Thunder Beast, it was already intoxicated. What a bastard! The Blood Demonic Great Emperor roared out while blood light burst out from his body. It then gathered into a sphere of blood that was a few dozen meters in size and enveloped him. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuqin. Even if he encountered a human Great Emperor, he wouldn't be in such a passive state. Li Fuchen's sword move was truly unimaginable. Of course, it was mainly because that sword was too terrifying. TSS. When the sword light dispersed, the sphere of blood had also vanished. The blood, demonic Great Emperor looked down and saw a bleeding wound on his chest. As expected, it is still a little forceful to fight with a demonic beast Great Emperor. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. He knew that he was able to injure the blood, demonic Great Emperor because of his weapon. After all, even a human Great Emperor might not possess a heaven-class high-tier weapon. Apart from that, it was also because the blood, demonic Great Emperor was careless. Who would have thought that a primary Sea Realm monarch would be able to execute this sword move? You actually injured me. Great job. The blood, demonic Great Emperor grinned while his eyes burst out with bloodlight. He hadn't been injured for over 100 years, and this was the first time in over 100 years. Is that so? You already have the first time. I believe you wouldn't mind a second time, right? Li Fuchen smiled first before his eyes turned sharp. Sect origin swords. As Li Fuchen yelled out, the entire place turned silent. The wind, clouds, and waves were all still. Chapter 690. Go. Li Fuchen waved his hand and shot 1,000,000 sword chi at the blood, demonic, great ruler. Courting death. Blood, demon, devours the heavens. The blood, demonic great sovereign activated his innate ability. In the void, a blood-colored manta ray several hundred miles in size condensed. The manta ray opened its mouth, and a blood-colored vortex appeared in its mouth. Under the blood-colored vortex's absorption, the countless sword chi disappeared without a trace. One breath, 2 breaths, after a few breaths, the blood-red manta ray had absorbed hundreds of thousands of sword auras. Gradually, some glowing cracks appeared on the body of the blood-colored manta ray, and faint sword gleams appeared. Li Fuchen's sword chi was much stronger than the water sword. The water sword was only fused with sword patterns. On the other hand, the sect origin sword chi was not only infused with sword patterns, but it also possessed a powerful lethality. After all, the sect origin sword's chi was born from Li Fuchen's life sword energy and contained a strong sword intent. Boom! The blood-colored manta ray finally exploded, leaving behind tens of thousands of 10,000 ancestral swords chi that swept toward the blood, demonic, great sovereign. Damn it! The blood, demonic, great emperor gritted his teeth and hid in the blood ball again. The sword chi and the blood ball dissipated. The blood, demonic, great sovereign's body was riddled with sword wounds. Seriously speaking, this kind of injury was just a drizzle to him. It was not worth mentioning at all, but he was still injured. The blood, demonic, great emperor swept his gaze over, and he became even more furious. It turned out that Li Fuchen and the others were nowhere to be found. 10,000 miles away, Li Fuchen, Yan Qingguo, and the Thunder Beast were still frantically rushing forward. A great emperor was still a great emperor and wasn't someone Li Fuchen could deal with. Not to mention the monster race, great emperor. The fact that he was able to injure the blood, demonic, great sovereign was already commendable. If it was an ordinary human race great sovereign, he might not even be able to injure the blood, demonic, great sovereign. But of course, this didn't mean that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Motherf * king, human king. Perhaps in terms of cultivation techniques and comprehension of laws, he wasn't any weaker than the great human emperor. His sword heart and sword marks had even surpassed the great human emperor. However, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. In a short period of time, he might be able to exchange a few blows with the blood, demonic, great emperor, and he might even be able to injure him. But if the battle dragged on, he would definitely die. If it was a human race Great Tharch, he could easily escape if he couldn't defeat the demon race Great Tharch. 2 people and 1 beast traveled at an extremely fast speed. Li Fuchen had the sword shift and fire shift, while Yan Qinggu had the saber shift. As a sacred beast of the Tao of Lightning, the Thunder Beast also possessed the ability to escape through lightning. In the time it took for a breath, the two humans and the beast could travel thousands of miles. Trying to escape? Dream on! A terrifying, bloody pressure spread out. The blood, demonic, great, sovereign, transformed into a blood-colored manta ray several hundred miles long. Bloodthirsty manta ray, a Class 8 high-tier sea beast. A terrifying sea beast known for its bloodthirst and cruelty. The blood-colored manta ray was hundreds of miles long, allowing it to move extremely fast. It could cover more than 1,000 miles in just a few steps. Boom! A water sword the size of a mountain broke through the sea and struck the abdomen of the blood demonic great sovereign. Although the water sword was powerful, the blood demonic great emperor's defense was even stronger. The water sword shattered upon colliding with it. The blood demonic great emperor's body swayed and his speed slowed down. Following that, every time the blood demonic great sovereign advanced a certain distance, he would be struck by a water sword. No one knew how many water swords were hidden in the water or how they were triggered. At the front, over 10,000 miles away, Li Fuchen would occasionally shoot a sword pattern into the sea. These sword marks looked like they were formed by the convergence of lines, but as soon as they entered the water, they were like swimming dragons. As soon as they sensed the blood demon great emperor's aura, they would burst out of the water as if they possessed intelligence. In fact, every sword pattern had Li Fuchen's personal imprint. Therefore, it was able to recognize the blood demonic great sovereign's chi presence. Gradually, the distance between the two parties was getting further. 20,000 miles, 50,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles. In the next moment, the blood demonic great sovereign's spiritual awareness couldn't sense the trio anymore. The invisibility incantation was stacked with the tortoise breath incantation, allowing Li Fuchen, Yan Qinggu, and the Thunder Beast to finally escape from the blood demonic great sovereign senses. Soon enough, half a month had passed. The trio had already escaped tens of millions of miles. This was because they didn't use shifting techniques. Otherwise, they would have been able to escape even further. After all, shifting techniques consume too much energy. Those below the law phase realm wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Above the boundless sea, there was a figure that was fighting with a white flood dragon. Adult flood dragons were all Class 8 demonic beasts, including this white flood dragon. Death Cleave. The figure was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He was wielding an excessively large giant saber, and as the giant saber cleaved, the intense saber light caused the white flood dragon to bleed profusely. Roar! The white flood dragon let out a painful roar and opened its mouth to shoot a dazzling white light at the middle-aged man. Crackle, crackle! The seawater froze. The dazzling white light was obviously the rapid freezing cold chi. The middle-aged man was instantly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! The white flood dragon swung its tail and shattered the ice sculpture. The middle-aged man was sent flying while emitting cold chi. Just as the middle-aged man was about to be killed, a water sword sent the white flood dragon flying. Tilting its head, the white flood dragon's lake-like eyes locked onto two humans and one beast. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen, Yan Qinggu, and the Thunder Beast, courting death? The white flood dragon opened its mouth and shot a cold chi at the trio. With its body that was a few hundred miles in length, the cold chi might be like a beam of white light, but it was at least 10 miles in thickness. It wasn't an easy task to dodge, just like the middle-aged man in black armor. It was a pity that the white flood dragon was facing Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen wanted to dodge, he would be able to do so with a shifting technique. But he didn't need to dodge. Li Fuchen extended his hand and turned the sky ring sword armor into a layer of sword screen to block in front of him. Crackle, crackle. Frost appeared on the sword screen, but it was hard to break through. Flee! The white flood dragon was rather intelligent. When it saw Li Fuchen's move, it knew that Li Fuchen wasn't someone it could deal with. The white flood dragon shrunk its body and dove into the seawater before vanishing. Many thanks for saving my life. The middle-aged man in black armor had obviously suffered from severe frostbite, but he was still able to fly. Li Fuchen injected a streak of sword energy into the middle-aged man's body to expel some of the cold qi before asking, "Do you know if there are any continents nearby? Where are they?" The middle-aged man in black armor didn't say anything. Li Fuchen's sword energy was very powerful and contained two types of laws. One was the Sword Dao Law, and the other was the Fire Dao Law. The former could easily scatter the cold qi, while the latter could melt the cold qi. In just a few blinks of the eye, the cold qi in the middle-aged man's body was already 80% gone. The remaining cold qi was deeply rooted and had already formed frostbite. He could only rely on himself to slowly expel it. After letting out a breath of cold air, the middle-aged man cupped his fist to express his gratitude and replied, "There is only one continent nearby, and it is called the Heaven Pillar Continent. I am from the Heaven Pillar Continent." Heaven Pillar Continent? What class is that continent? Yan Qingguo asked. The middle-aged man in black armor said the Heaven Pillar Continent is a top-notch, mid-class continent. It allows Law Phase realm emperors to move freely. Top-notch, mid-class continent, huh? Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo looked at each other and revealed delighted expressions. Chapter 691. The black-armored middle-aged man was called Yanglong, and he was at the 4th level of Law Phase realm. His Yang clan was one of the Emperor-class clans in the Heaven Fire region and was situated in the Long Wind Mountains. This time, Yanglong was searching for an extremely precious ocean resource, but he encountered the white flood dragon. The white flood dragon's combat talent wasn't outstanding, but it could spit out rapid freezing cold qi and was far more dangerous than regular flood dragons. If Li Fuchen didn't make a move, Yanglong wouldn't even be able to escape. Following Yanglong, the trio arrived at the Heaven Pillar Continent. Originally, Li Fuchen was planning to find a place to cultivate, but due to Yanglong's hospitality, the trio decided to go to the Yang clan. Long Wind Mountains, Yanglong took out a token and opened up the array before leading the trio into the Yang clan. "Greetings, Patriarch." Along the way, people would greet Yanglong from time to time. Yanglong nodded and asked a high-level primary C, Realm Yang clansman, "Is Yanglu around?" The Yang clansman smiled bitterly and said, "Patriarch, Yanglu has already gone out to travel." Yanglong frowned in response. Yanglu was his grandson, and his innate talent was one of the best in the Yang clan. He wasn't even 70 years old and was already at the 9th level of primary C realm. However, he had a flaw. He loved to travel, to fight for justice, and to uphold justice. As such, it was unknown how many people he offended. If it wasn't for Yang Lu who helped to clean up after him, Yang Lu would have been chopped into pieces. Yang Long let out a sigh and gestured for them to leave. There were plenty of peaks in the Long Wind Mountains. Li Fuchen, Yan Qingguo, and the Thunder Beast were arranged to stay on an extremely imposing peak. The Clear Wind Mountain is one of the top 10 peaks in my Yang clan. It is set up with a Class 8 energy gathering array. The 3 of you should have a good rest first. If there is anything, you can just transmit a message to me. While speaking, Yanglong handed over 3 communication tokens. "All right, many thanks." Li Fuchen was rather satisfied with the Yang clan's cultivation environment. It was much better than finding a random place outside, and he wouldn't be disturbed. Such concentrated heaven and earth qi. On the Clear Wind Mountain, the Thunder Beast was shocked. Compared to the Heaven Pillar Continent, the Four-Way Continent was simply a barren land. It was simply incomparable, and the heaven and earth essence energy in the clear breeze mountain was several times denser than the heaven pillar continent. It was as though one was bathing in an essence energy pool. He had a feeling that even without any resources, he would definitely be able to become a demonic Tharch within a few years and a demonic sage within 100 years. The heaven and earth law here seems to be more perfect than the Emperor's sky continent. Yan Qinggu said. Li Fuchen nodded. I reckon that the Emperor's sky continent was destroyed by the saints back then, causing the heaven and earth law to be damaged. Every continent was a half-sealed world. If one destroyed too much, the laws of the continent would leak out, just like when a person was injured, their aura would wither. After returning to an elite mid-class continent, Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu had plenty of things to do. The latter planned to break through to the law phase realm. As for Li Fuchen, he intended to cultivate the void heaven sword style. With his current situation, he wouldn't be able to advance to the transcendence realm in a short time. The void heaven sword art had a total of 3 moves. The first move was called Void Reality, the second was called Void Blade, and the third was called Void Heaven Sword World. The first move, Void Reality, made use of the unpredictability of the void law. If one thought that it was fake, it would be real. If one thought that it was real, it could become fake at any time. Without the void sword heart, it is indeed troublesome to cultivate. After a few days, Li Fuchen's void heaven sword art wasn't even at the entry stage. It was truly unexpected for someone like him, who had horrific perception. But after thinking about it, Li Fuchen understood. The void heaven sword art was a heaven-class, high-tier sword art. Furthermore, it didn't just contain the sword Dao law, it also contained the top-notch void law. When 2 laws were fused together, it might not be stronger than cultivating a single law, but the difficulty was definitely much higher. After a few more days, the void heaven sword art's first move, Void Reality, was finally at the entry stage. It might just be at the entry stage, and the power wasn't obvious, but the profundity of the move had surprised Li Fuchen. When this sword was unleashed, the sword light was like a layer of transparent gauze, or like a layer of water light. It seemed to be harmless, but anything that was enveloped by the sword light would silently melt and be annihilated, as if it had never existed in the first place. This was only the entry stage. If it was at the subcompletion stage or the completion stage, it was unknown how terrifying it would be. It is the polar opposite of the meteor fall. The meteor fall pursues extreme speed and power, using a single point to break through. The Void Reality uses the Void Law as a carrier and incorporates the Sword Dao Law to form a unique attack method. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art was progressing day by day. Soon enough, 1 month had passed, and Li Fuchen had finally cultivated the Void Heaven Sword art's first move, Void Reality, to the completion stage. In terms of attack power, the Void Reality wasn't comparable to the Meteor Fall. After all, the Void Reality wasn't at the perfection stage yet. But in terms of profundity, the Void Reality was superior to the Meteor Fall. Li Fuchen believed that even he wouldn't be able to block the Void Reality. This move was too strange, and all defensive methods were nearly useless. Unless his Sky Ring sword armor was pushed to the Heaven-class high tier, otherwise he wouldn't be able to block the Void Reality, and wouldn't even be able to weaken the Void Reality. One had to know that even the Meteor Fall had to first break through the enemy's defense before it could kill them. The Void Reality skipped the entire process. Of course, if the enemy's law comprehension was at the Heaven-class high tier, it would be different. Laws and intents could only be blocked with laws and intents. The strength and purity of one's true chi did not matter as much as one might imagine. This was also why Li Fuchen was able to contest with the blood demonic great ruler for a few moves. After all, his law comprehension was already at the level of a great emperor. It was just his cultivation that was lacking. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed. Boom! On the clear wind mountain, a female law phase rose from the ground. The female law phase was rather similar to Yan Qinggu, but it had an additional prowess and a presence that was above the heaven and earth. The horrific willpower instantly enveloped the entire Yang clan and the entire Long Wind Mountains. It caused an uproar in the Yang clan. In the Yang clan's main hall, there was another Law Phase realm emperor apart from Yang Long. He was also the Yang clan head Yang Dang. He lifted his head and had a shocked expression. When did the Yang clan have another Law Phase realm emperor? Why didn't he receive any information? No, it isn't a member of the Yang clan. Subsequently, Yang Dang shook his head. From the willpower of the Law Phase, it wasn't similar to the Law Phase cultivated by the Yang clan's cultivation technique. One should know that the Dharma form was the materialization of a cultivation technique. The Dharma form formed by every cultivation technique was different. If it was a member of the Yang clan that broke through to the Law Phase realm, the Law Phase would definitely have a slight resonance with him. Could it be someone's second uncle brought back? He already knew about Yang Long's situation. Chapter 692. The Clear Wind Mountain had several peaks. On the eastern peak, the luxurious and majestic palace had already been razed to the ground. Yan Qinggu was seated in the middle of the ruins, and the imposing female Law Phase was condensed from her body. As a reincarnated body, her cultivation was much easier than others, especially when it came to breaking through. After all, she was already a great emperor in her previous life. In this aspect, even Li Fuqin was inferior to her. In this life, after cultivating the reincarnation saint spirit technique to the second rank, it was extremely easy for her to break through to the Law Phase realm. After withdrawing the Law Phase, Yan Qinggu opened her eyes. There was a peerless spirit that burst out from her eyes and gave off the feeling of a great empress. On the western peak, Li Fuqin looked at Yan Qinggu from afar. It seems a little different again, Li Fuqin said to himself. He didn't know that the instant Yan Qinggu progressed to the Law Phase realm, the reincarnation saint spirit technique had automatically reached the third rank. Right now, her true spirit was already comparable with the great emperor. Sensing Li Fuqin's gaze, Yan Qinggu looked over too. The duo's eyes intersected in the void. At this moment, Yan Qinggu realized that she still couldn't see through Li Fuqin. She originally thought that once her true spirit reached the great emperor level, she would be able to see through Li Fuqin's foundation. However, Li Fuqin was like a black hole that she couldn't see anything and had leaked out a lot of her true spirit chi presence. He is at least a half saint. The true spirit contained a person's secrets. Through the true spirit chi presence, she would be able to see through the other party's foundation. Since she couldn't see through it, it meant that the other party's true spirit was superior to her. Two figures instantly appeared on the Clear Wind Mountain. They were Yang Long and the Yang clan's patriarch Yang Dang. Congratulations to young Lady Yen for progressing to the Law Phase realm. The Yang clan is honored. Yang Dang cupped his fist and spoke politely. He might not know Yan Qingwu's strength, but from the looks of the Law Phase, Yan Qingwu's strength was definitely stronger than him. The duo exchanged greetings and left quickly. They could see that Yan Qingwu didn't like such scenes. In the blink of the eye, it had been a period of time since Yan Qingwu broke through to the Law Phase realm. On the western peak of the Clear Wind realm, Li Fuqin pointed at the sky with his right sword finger. Swish! A thin sword light extended out. Silently, a large piece of the surging sea of clouds was missing, as if someone had erased it. The first move has finally reached its limit. Li Fuqin let out a turbid breath. Only by cultivating the first move of the Void Heaven Sword art to the extreme could one cultivate the second move. Similarly, only by cultivating the second move to the extreme could one cultivate the third move. Otherwise, even if one spent 10 times the time, one might not be able to achieve anything. Perhaps with the foundation of the first move, Li Fuqin's progress was much faster when cultivating the second move, Blade of Void. He reached the entry rank on the first day, subcompletion on the 3rd day, and completion on the 10th day. Hua! In the sea of clouds, a transparent blade flew out and cut the sea of clouds into pieces. This transparent blade wasn't an ordinary sword light or sword chi, but a spatial blade that was infused with sword Tao laws. Even a great emperor would be crippled, if not dead, after being sliced by the spatial blades. Of course, a great emperor wouldn't use his body to resist the spatial blades. 20 days later, he had also cultivated the void blade to the limit. The time he spent on it was much shorter than the first move. Next, Li Fuqin started to cultivate the 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World. This move was the true kill move. According to the description of the Void Heaven Sword Art in Li Fuqin's mind, once this move was executed, even those who were much stronger than him would be defeated. A slight mistake might even result in death. However, in order to cultivate this move, one had to condense the Void Sword Heart. Only with the Void Sword Heart would one be able to control the Void Law and Sword Tao Law perfectly. Only with perfect control of the 2 laws would one be able to form the Sword World. Li Fuqin didn't believe it at first, but after half a month he believed it. The 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World, was different from the first 2 moves. Once this move was cultivated, it would be at the extremity. Without reaching the extremity, it was impossible to form the Sword World. Therefore, it didn't have the so-called entry rank, subcompletion rank, or completion rank. The Yang clan's Grand Hall was currently in a gloomy atmosphere. No one would have expected for Yang, Lu, to offend the White-Bone Devil Emperor. The White-Bone Devil Emperor was one of the few existences below the Great Emperor and was one of the great devils of the Heaven Pillar continent. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to say that they could kill him easily. Furthermore, the White-Bone Devil Emperor had the backing of the Skull Great Emperor. No one would have expected that the Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Long, would actually head to the White-Bone Mountain alone to rescue Yang Lu. In the end, he was captured by the White-Bone Devil Emperor, and his fate was unknown. Clan head, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Our Yang clan cannot afford to offend the White-Bone Devil Emperor. One of the Yang clan's elders said bitterly, "Discuss at length? If we discuss at length, the patriarch might not be able to survive." Another elder said loudly, "What else can we do? If we can rescue him, why wouldn't we? Isn't there no other way? Why don't we head to the Heaven Fire Guild and ask them to mediate? I reckon it won't work." The Heaven Fire Guild has been on bad terms with the Skull Cult for the past few years. If the Heaven Fire Guild intervenes, the Skull Cult will definitely intervene too. I don't think the Heaven Fire Guild will interfere. After all, our Yang clan is in the wrong. In the Grand Hall, the Yang clan's elders were all discussing. Yang Deng waved his hand to get everyone to keep quiet. He then said slowly, "We must rescue him, but we cannot ask the Heaven Fire Guild to intervene. We can only invite experts ourselves." To be honest, the Yang clan didn't know any emperor experts. The only ones that were suspected to be emperor experts were Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu. The Yang clan could only hope that Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu had such strength and that they were willing to lend a hand. But no matter how powerful they were, could they deal with the White-Bone Devil Emperor? After all, the White-Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-class emperor. With doubts, Yang Deng arrived at the Clearwind Mountain. White-Bone Devil Emperor. Li Fuqin raised his brows. Yan Qinggu said, "If the White-Bone Devil Emperor is a high-level emperor, I am very confident. If it is a peak-class emperor, I am not confident. With me included, it should be enough." In a one-on-one fight, Li Fuqin wasn't confident he could deal with a peak-class emperor. He might be able to contest a few moves with the Blood Demonic Great Ruler, and the Blood Demonic Great Ruler strength was already considered a top-notch Great Ruler. But that was because the Blood Demonic Great Ruler had underestimated Li Fuqin. Furthermore, Li Fuqin was only able to contest a few moves with a peak-class emperor. Anyone would be able to contest a few moves with a Great Ruler or even a few dozen moves. Furthermore, there was a counter between experts. Li Fuqin might be able to contest a few moves with the blood demonic great ruler, but he might not be able to contest a few moves with a human great ruler. Are the two of you confident? Yang Deng didn't dare to believe his ears. Originally, he didn't have much hope and was just trying his best. He didn't expect for the two of them to remain calm after knowing that the White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-class emperor. Let's depart. We will not joke around with our lives. Li Fuqin rescued Yang Long purely because Yang Long and the Yang clan were pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, Li Fuqin didn't plan to provoke the White Bone Devil Emperor. Furthermore, the White Bone Devil Emperor had the backing of the Skull, Great Ruler. Many thanks to the two of you. Chapter 693. White Bone Mountain was a famous, ominous land in the Heaven Pillar continent. This place was filled with miasma all year round. Those who were weak would turn into white bones in a short period of time. Even those who were strong would get lost in here. In the end, they would still not be able to resist the corrosion of the miasma. Of course, the miasma wasn't natural, but was derived from the White Bone Mountain's grand formation. On this day, 3 shadows flashed and disappeared into the miasma. The trio was naturally Li Fuqin, Yan Qinggu, and Yang Deng. The miasma might be a poisonous miasma that was produced by a Class 8 array, but it was still impossible to turn a Law Phase Realm Emperor into white bones. However, after a long period of time, it might be possible. As for Li Fuqin, he might not be a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but his Sky Ring Sword armor was much better than a Law Phase Realm Emperor's Qi protection. It was able to neutralize the poison Dao Law in the miasma with ease. The miasma covered a very wide area, which was at least 10,000 miles. Along the way, Li Fuqin and the others saw countless white bones. There were humans and demonic beasts. These white bones were extremely mystical. They could actually move freely, and they could even kill each other. Some of the purple bones even tried to attack Li Fuqin's group. A short moment later, under Li Fuqin's lead, the trio arrived at the vicinity of the true White Bone Mountain. All of the miasma came from the White Bone Mountain. Correspondingly, the miasma near White Bone Mountain was the densest and the poison Dao laws were the highest. Yan Qinggu and Yang Deng felt that their vital qi was being drained away rapidly. The rate of consumption was more than 10 times faster than before. After taking a glance at Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu, Yang Deng gathered his courage and spoke loudly. Yang Clan's Yang Deng is here to pay a visit to Senior White Bone Devil Emperor. With the support of the Emperor Rank Qi, Yang Deng's voice traveled into the White Bones Mountain. In just a short moment, 2 high-level monarchs flew out and grinned. "My master invites you over." "Come, let's go in." Li Fuqin didn't mind. Normally speaking, entering another person's array wasn't a wise move. After all, even if one was stronger than the other person, one's strength would be greatly restricted in the other person's array. Unless one was a great emperor, no one would dare to enter a peak-class emperor's array unless they were friends. But Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu weren't ordinary people. The duo might not be able to defeat the White Bone Devil Emperor, but it was impossible for the White Bone Devil Emperor to make them stay. Since Li Fuqin didn't mind, Yang Deng didn't even need to mind. The 3 figures flickered and entered the White Bones Mountain through the newly opened passage. White bones were piled up on top of the White Bones Mountain. It was hard to imagine how many living beings had died here, because there were too many white bones. A lingering yin qi enveloped the White Bone Mountain. This yin qi seemed to be able to freeze a person's soul, making Yang Deng feel very uncomfortable. At the peak of the White Bone Mountain was a pitch-black Grand Hall. At the front of the Grand Hall, there were 2 white bone flood dragons that would send shivers down one's spine. On the roof of the pitch-black Grand Hall, there were also 2 white bone flood dragons. Li Fuqin could see that these 4 white bone flood dragons were all real and not assembled together. "The 3 of you, please." The two high-level monarchs extended their hands to invite the trio into the palace, but they had extremely gloomy expressions. Li Fuchen led the way into the pitch-black palace. The interior of the palace was much more luxurious than they had imagined. However, they did not dare to compliment the decorations inside. There were human heads, tiger heads, dog heads, cow heads, and deer heads everywhere. There were heads of all sizes, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Furthermore, these heads weren't white bones and were obviously preserved using special methods. There were still lingering qi presence of despair. Lifting their heads, the trio looked at the person at the host seat of the grand hall. This person was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure. He had a head of white hair and strange green eyes. His skin was so white that it looked like it was smeared with a few layers of thick powder. The White Bone Devil Emperor was one of the peak-class emperors under the Skull, Great Emperor. Senior Devil Emperor, I am Yongdang. I came without an invitation. Please forgive me. Yongdang bowed with respect. The White Bone Devil Emperor didn't look at Yongdang and looked at Yan Qinggu instead. I already know why you are here. Leave her behind and everything can be discussed. The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't just infamous. He was also adept at plucking Yin to replenish Yang. The white bones on the White Bone Mountain were mostly the skeletons of beauties. Yan Qinggu didn't just have top-class looks and aura. She was also a first-level emperor. If he plucked her, his cultivation would definitely progress greatly. The Heaven Pillar continent only had around 100 to 200 emperors, and there were less than 10 female emperors. As of now, Li Fuchen had yet to pluck any female emperors. After all, these female emperors all had backgrounds. It was obvious that Yan Qinggu had just progressed to the Law Phase realm and didn't have any background for now. Hearing the response, Yan Qinggu frowned and emitted murderous aura. It seems like there is no room for discussion. Li Fuchen shook his head while his eyes turned sharp. Huh. When the White Bone Devil Emperor saw Yan Qinggu and Li Fuchen's reaction, he couldn't help but laugh heartily as though he saw a hilarious scene. A first-level emperor and a peak-level primary C, realm monarch, actually had battle intent towards him. How ridiculous was this? The two of you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I originally didn't want to make a move. Sigh. As the White Bone Devil Emperor sighed, he suddenly executed a palm strike. This palm strike might just be a normal palm strike, but the White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-level emperor after all. This palm strike would even make high-level emperors retreat by 3 feet. Woo, woo, woo. In the void, a white bone palm that was a few dozen meters in size grabbed at Li Fuchen, Yan Qinggu, and Yongdang. Yongdang felt that time and space were frozen, and he couldn't move at all. He was extremely panic-stricken. Who didn't know that the White Bone Devil Emperor's White Bone Divine Palm was extremely vicious and tyrannical, let alone a single palm strike? Even a graze would turn into white bones. It was countless times more terrifying than the miasma outside. Was he going to perish here today? Open! Right at this moment, there was a black saber light that cleaved on the white bone palm at lightning speed. The white bone palm was filled with cracks as it was forcefully split into 2 by the saber light. The remaining saber light slashed at the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was rather surprised and casually shattered the saber light with a palm strike. Interesting. It seems like if I don't show some ability, I will not be able to take you down. While speaking, the White Bone Devil Emperor clenched his right hand at Yan Qinggu. Crackle, crackle. White bones burst out from the ground of the palace hall. In a split second, a white bone cage had instantly trapped Yan Qinggu. Clang, 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 clang. Inside the white bone cage, saber lights were crisscrossing and sparks were bursting out. Now that her cultivation was at the first level of Law Phase realm and her true spirit was at the Great Emperor's level, her previous life's elite saber art, black saber art, was executed without any hesitation. However, this white bone cage was much tougher than Yan Qinggu imagined. The saber light was only able to create a gap on the surface, and it was rather difficult to break it. Seeing that she couldn't break the white bone cage, Yen Qinggu didn't waste time. She executed the saber shift and instantly appeared outside the white bone cage. Shifting technique. The white bone devil emperor's expression changed. There was a huge difference between comprehending a shifting technique or not. As a peak class emperor, he might be apprehensive of great emperors, but he wasn't completely fearful of great emperors. It was because he had already comprehended the white bone shifting technique. If he couldn't defeat a great emperor, he could simply escape. Of course, he wouldn't offend a great emperor to the extreme. If a great emperor was determined to kill him, he wouldn't be able to make it out alive. So what if you comprehended the shifting technique? Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. The white bone devil emperor stood up and was preparing to make a serious move. Chapter 694. He couldn't dodge in time, but he could still use the white bone shifting technique. The white bone phantom appeared, and the white bone devil emperor's figure was so transparent that it nearly vanished. Immediately after, a dazzling sword light penetrated the white bone phantom. At the same moment, the white bone devil emperor's figure appeared on the right side of the palace. All of a sudden, there was a spray of blood. The white bone devil emperor lowered his head and saw a crack on his white bone armor on his chest. Blood was spurting out from that crack. Damn it! The white bone devil emperor's eyes flashed with ferocious light. His opponent's sword art was too fast. Even after using the white bone shifting technique, he wasn't able to dodge it completely. Black saber, fate. Before the white bone devil emperor could catch his breath, Yen Qingwu's saber move followed up. The power of the black saber. Fate was secondary. The crucial point was the grasp of timing. Fate, fate. As the saying went, fate must not be revealed. This saber move was extremely mystical. It was like a divine saber move that was aiming for the white bone devil emperor's flaw. The white bone devil emperor was in extreme pain. Yen Qingwu's saber move was too crafty, and he realized that no matter how he responded, it would be very awkward. Without a choice, the white bone devil emperor had no choice but to use the white bone shifting technique to dodge again. Blood sprayed everywhere. Yen Qingwu's saber move might not be as fast as Li Fuchen's sword move, but the white bone devil emperor was still injured. All of you are courting death. When did the white bone devil emperor feel so aggrieved? Not even when facing a great emperor. Bone devil flurry. The white bone chi burst to the extremity as the white bone devil emperor forcefully executed his move. His hands were tearing in the sky. Woo, woo, woo. The palace was filled with layers of corpses and ghostly figures. If it wasn't for the protection of the array, let alone the palace, the entire white bone mountain would have been turned into ashes. Clan Hejiang, go and rescue them. Leave this to us. Li Fuchen released a sword intent to protect Yang Deng and send him out of the palace. All right. Yang Deng knew that he would only be a hindrance if he stayed and wouldn't be of much help. When facing the white bone devil emperor, who executed his finishing move, Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu were in a miserable state. The two of them were strong, but their cultivation levels were much lower than the white bone devil emperor's. If they were to clash head-on, they would be at a disadvantage. He didn't know that the white bone devil emperor was getting more and more shocked as he fought. Li Fuchen and Yen Qingwu's strength was obviously at the high-level emperor level, and their attack power was already at the level of a peak-class emperor. This kind of attack power could already injure a great emperor. After all, no matter if it was a high-tier emperor, a peak-tier emperor, or a great emperor, their defenses were roughly the same. Even if it was higher, it wouldn't be much higher. If one was hit by a direct hit, the result wouldn't be any different. Illusory reality. The sword light poured down like mercury and instantly enveloped the white bone devil emperor. The white bone armor on the white bone devil emperor's body shattered as he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Die. The white bone devil emperor's ferocious nature burst out as he slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. When facing the white bone devil emperor's powerful counterattack, Li Fuchen had no choice but to resist forcefully. It was unknown when the White Bone Devil Emperor controlled the array in the dark and sealed the void, causing the evasion technique to lose its effectiveness. In the void, a white bone claw shadow flashed and crashed onto Li Fuchen. Puff! Spurting fresh blood, Li Fuchen flew backwards. Black saber, wave breaker. The void split open like a wave as Yan Qingwu's saber cleaved on the White Bone Devil Emperor. This saber wasn't as mystical as the black saber Heaven's Secret, but it was abnormally ferocious and tyrannical. When the saber cleaved, everything was like a wave that was cleaved apart. The White Bone Devil Emperor was a peak-class emperor, and naturally wouldn't be cleaved apart by a single saber. However, he was still severely injured. There was a long and narrow saber wound that extended from his left shoulder to his right hip. Courting death, you are courting death. The White Bone Devil Emperor was enraged. How many years had it been since he suffered such severe injuries? In his opinion, apart from great emperors, no one would be able to injure him. But today he was injured by two juniors. With a burst of chi, a white bone law phase enveloped the White Bone Devil Emperor. At the same moment, the pitch-black palace exploded and provided enough space for the White Bone Devil Emperor to fight. Die, die, die. Controlling the White Bone Law phase, the White Bone Devil Emperor sent Yan Qingwu flying with a palm strike. Blade of Void. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen's kill move arrived. A transparent blade immediately emerged from the void and pierced into the White Bone Law phase. Crackle, crackle. The White Bone Law phase distorted and was torn apart. There was a giant opening. Black saber, seek Dao. A saber light that was like a blazing sun suddenly rushed at the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor was shocked and desperately tried to close the White Bone Law phase. But in the face of this saber, the White Bone Law phase was shivering and didn't show any signs of closing. Instead, it was showing signs of instability. Black saber. Seek Dao was Yan Qingwu's strongest saber move in her previous life. This saber move was already close to a Heaven-class peak-tier saber move and was known as the Saber of Heaven Dao. In the face of Heaven Dao, all beings were ants and could only accept it. How could they resist? The saber light cleaved open the White Bone Law phase and penetrated the White Bone Devil Emperor's body. Inside the expanding blazing sun saber light, the White Bone Devil Emperor's body was like a sieve as tiny saber lights were emitted. This saber move is even stronger. Li Fuchen once saw Yan Qingwu executing the black saber, Seek Dao. But back then, Yan Qingwu wasn't able to utilize the full power of this saber move. White Bone, sacrificial burial. Before the duo could react, the White Bone Devil Emperor who was inside the saber light clenched his right hand and the White Bone Mountains array started to circulate frenziedly. In the next moment, skeletons and skeletons flew towards Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu from all directions. It was impossible to count how many skeletons and skeletons there were. They only knew that the peak of the White Bone Mountain was quickly covered by skeletons and the White Bone Mountain was a few 100 feet tall. Crack, crack. The pile of skeletons and skeletons rapidly shrunk. In the blink of the eye, it was a few 1,000 times smaller and turned into a giant ball of bones. You actually dare to make a move against me on the White Bone Mountain. The saber light dispersed, and the White Bone Devil Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was like a hornet's nest and was filled with bloody holes. However, it was definitely a fool's dream to kill him in a single saber move. He was a peak-class emperor and wasn't that easy to kill. Every peak-class emperor had top-notch survivability. Even if a great emperor were to land a single move on them, they might not be able to kill them completely. Blade of Void. The translucent sharp blade pierced through the White Bone Devil Emperor's body. The White Bone Devil Emperor had a fearful expression as he forcefully turned his head. Who else could it be but Li Fuchen? How could you? The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't willing to believe his eyes. Li Fuchen said, "You nearly succeeded. Under the seal of the White Bone Mountains array, Jiang Yi couldn't instantly execute the sword shift. After all, a battle was ever-changing, and a slight delay would allow the White Bone Devil Emperor to seize the opportunity to severely injure him. However, if he could prepare in advance, he would still be able to use sword escape. After all, he had condensed the sword heart. Of course, this was also thanks to him sensing the danger in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to execute the sword escape in time. You think you can kill me? Bone rebirth. Bang! The White Bone Devil Emperor's body instantly turned into bone and exploded. In the distance, the White Bone Devil Emperor's body was rapidly condensing. What kind of secret technique is this? Li Fuqin didn't continue attacking. It was obvious that the other party had grasped an extremely powerful, life-saving technique. Unless he could destroy the other party's true spirit, it would be difficult to kill him. Ka! In the ruins of the palace, a crack appeared on the bone ball. Ka ka ka! The cracks were like spider webs. After that, there was a loud bang. The blade light rushed out and split open the bone ball. Chapter 695. The White Bone Devil Emperor had plenty of trump cards, but Yan Qinggu had even more. After progressing to the Law Phase realm, Yan Qinggu was already able to use most of her trump cards. Of course, Li Fuqin could see that Yan Qinggu was still slightly injured, but he didn't know how severe it was. The White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes contracted when he saw Yan Qinggu cleaving open the bone sphere. If it was just Li Fuqin, he believed that he had some confidence to defeat Li Fuqin. But with Yan Qinggu, his chances of victory were less than 10%. This was also excluding the fact that the duo didn't have any other trump cards. Otherwise, his chances of victory would be even lower. White Bone Devil Emperor, release them. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing apart your White Bone Mountain. Li Fuqin scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that Yang Deng hadn't rescued Yang Long and Yang Lu yet. It was mainly because the place where they were imprisoned was enveloped by array power. With Yang Deng's strength, he wouldn't be able to break the array power. Release them? Why? Do you believe that I will kill them? The White Bone Devil Emperor laughed sinisterly. Yan Qinggu said, try me. You should have used up most of your trump cards, right? We still have plenty of trump cards that we haven't used yet. Li Fuqin let out an indifferent smile. Hundreds of thousands of sword qi appeared out of nowhere. The eerie sword intent interweaved and felt as though it was going to slice the void into pieces. The White Bone Devil Emperor had an extremely unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for Li Fuqin to have such a powerful trump card. The White Bone Devil Emperor's expression changed a few times before he said, with a fake smile, I have underestimated you, but this matter isn't over yet. Let's go. With a wave of the hand, the White Bone Devil Emperor released Yang Long and Yang Lu. Yang Long and Yang Lu were dumbfounded. To be honest, they didn't have much hope after being captured by the White Bone Devil Emperor. They didn't expect for Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu to force the White Bone Devil Emperor to release them. Let's go. Li Fuqin turned around and left the White Bone Mountain with Yan Qinggu at the back. After Li Fuqin and the others left, the White Bone Devil Emperor's eyes flashed with endless ruthlessness. Swish! The White Bone Mountain's primary sea realm monarch was sucked into the White Bone Devil Emperor's hand and turned into white bones. No one has ever humiliated me, White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor crushed a message token. After returning to the Yang clan, Yang Long and the others were extremely grateful. If it wasn't for Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu, Yang Long and Yang Lu would definitely be tortured to death by the White Bone Devil Emperor. They would ultimately become a pile of bones on the White Bone Mountain and would never be able to reincarnate. In order to thank them, Yang Long and Yang Deng decided to open the Yang clan's treasury to them. As long as the two of them had a use for it, they would take it. Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu didn't stand on ceremony and chose a few useful items from the Yang clan's treasury. With this essence blood crystal, I should be able to step into the transcendence realm. when demonic rulers and body refinement emperors cultivated to a certain realm, they had a chance to condense essence blood crystals in their bodies. The essence blood crystal was undoubtedly the essence of demonic rulers and body refinement emperors. It was a pity that there might not even be one out of 100 demonic rulers and body refinement emperors that could condense the essence blood crystal. This caused the value of the essence blood crystal to be extremely high and was close to heaven-class high-tier herbs. After consuming the essence blood crystal, Li Fuqin started to circulate the hand of forces Qi power. Skeleton Mountain Range was one of the 9 great mountain ranges of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Skeleton Mountain in the center was 87,000 feet in height, and it was majestic. It wasn't something the White Bone Mountain could compare with. On this day, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the Skeleton Mountain Range. White Bone Devil Emperor, what brings you here? Just as the White Bone Devil Emperor was passing by a steep mountain peak, there was a bald man that was covered in sinister tattoos and laughed. The White Bone Devil Emperor turned around and took a glance. This bald man was none other than one of the Skull Cult's 4 cult protector martial emperors, the barbaric martial emperor. As the Skull Cult's cult protector martial emperor, the barbaric martial emperor's strength was only superior to the White Bone Devil Emperor and was ranked top 5 in the entire Skull Cult. Can't I come back to take a stroll? The White Bone Devil Emperor wanted his reputation and wouldn't tell the barbaric martial emperor about his situation. The barbaric martial emperor sized up the White Bone Devil Emperor and said, "From the looks of it, you seem to be injured. Why? Are you back to borrow artifacts for revenge? You don't have to worry about my matters." The White Bone Devil Emperor increased his speed and distanced himself from the steep mountain peak. In just a short moment, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the foot of the Skeleton Mountain. Every time he saw the majestic Skeleton Mountain, the White Bone Devil Emperor would feel reverence. When he saw the Skeleton Mountain, it was as though he was looking at the skull, Great Emperor. After taking out the token, the White Bone Devil Emperor arrived at the Treasure Borrowing Pavilion without any obstructions. The Treasure Borrowing Pavilion, as the name suggested, was a place to borrow treasures. Of course, if one wanted to borrow treasures, they would have to pay. The higher the grade of the treasure, the higher the payment. However, if one had contribution points, they could use contribution points instead. The prerequisite was that they had enough contribution points. Elder Hu, I would like to borrow the skeleton cloak. The White Bone Devil Emperor said to Elder Hu the moment he entered the treasure borrowing pavilion. You want to borrow the skeleton cloak? Elder Hu was a little astonished. The skeleton cloak was a heaven-class secret treasure, and it was an extremely precious one. It was quite useful to a great emperor. Correspondingly, the price to borrow the skeleton cloak was very high. It required 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, or 500 million contribution points. No one in the Skull Cult was willing to borrow it. That's right, here are 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. The White Bone Devil Emperor handed over a storage bag. To be honest, the White Bone Devil Emperor was rather reluctant to lose 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Even if he added up his entire wealth, it would only be a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. However, if he didn't borrow the skeleton cloak, he wasn't confident he could suppress Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu. He might be able to defeat the duo with other heaven-class secret treasures, but he wanted to crush them and not simply defeat them. The Yan clan is protected by the Heaven Fire Guild, and I cannot extinguish them. But it shouldn't be a problem to ransack them, and it should be able to make up for my losses. The White Bone Devil Emperor had his own plans. As a member of the Skull Cult, he wasn't afraid of offending the Heaven Fire Guild. As long as he escaped quickly, the Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't be able to do anything to him. All right, wait for me. After keeping the storage bag, Elder Hu entered the depths of the treasure borrowing pavilion. A short moment later, Elder Hu came out. Behind him was a black cloth that was floating, and on the black cloth was a lifelike skeleton. The skeleton cloak was one of the skull cult's elite secret treasures. Swish! With a wave of the white bone devil emperor's hand, the skeleton cloak was draped over the white bone devil emperor. White bone devil emperor, familiarize yourself with the skeleton cloak first to prevent any mistakes. How could Elder who not know that the white bone devil emperor must have suffered loss outside and wanted to use the skeleton cloak to regain his face? All right. The white bone devil emperor closed his eyes and communicated with the skeleton cloak. 15 minutes later, the white bone devil emperor opened his eyes. With a shake of the cloak, the white bone devil emperor vanished and was replaced by a skeleton. The skeleton took a step out and vanished from the treasure borrowing pavilion. Long Wind Mountains, Clear Wind Mountain. A materialized Chi spirit rose up, and the entire Clear Wind Mountain was shaking. The hand of God is indeed formidable. After the Chi spirit vanished, Li Fuchin stood up and revealed a trace of delight. Chapter 696. Different from Chi cultivation, the progress of body refinement to the law phase realm didn't cause a huge commotion. But only Li Fuchin knew that within his body there was already an earth-shattering transformation. Inside his heart there was a grain-sized essence, blood, crystal floating there. In normal situations, it was impossible to condense essence, blood crystals at the initial level of law phase realm. But Li Fuchin was different. Li Fuchin cultivated the hand of God-body refinement technique, even though he had only reached the second rank, the hand of force. The hand of force was equivalent to a heaven-class, mid-tier body refinement technique. But in terms of quality, it was definitely far superior to a heaven-class, mid-tier body refinement technique. Right now, Li Fuchin felt that his body was filled with boundless power. Furthermore, this power wasn't normal power. It was power that was countless times concentrated. He had a feeling that if he were to drip a single drop of blood, he would be able to blast a half-emperor or even a combat emperor to death. Apart from that, he could clearly feel that his Chi blood source had strengthened by more than 10 times. The Chi blood source was a person's source of life. With a stronger Chi blood source, not only would the lifespan increase, but the recovery speed would also increase. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchin's physical defense was already terrifying and he wouldn't be injured easily. Even if he was injured, his Chi blood source would be able to recover quickly, and he didn't even need to consume elixirs. I wonder what is my lifespan now and how many years can I live for? Li Fuchin found out from Yen Qingguo the body refinement and Qi cultivation could be stacked together in terms of lifespan. Primary Sea realm monarchs could live for 1,000 years, but if they cultivated both, they would be able to live for 2,000 years. Law phase realm emperors could live for 2,000 years, but if they cultivated both, they would be able to live for 5,000 years. That's right, the further one cultivated, the better the stacking effect. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Li Fuchin's body refinement was already at the law phase realm, but his Qi cultivation was only at the peak level of primary Sea realm. If the two were to be stacked together, it should be 3,000 years, but not more than 4,000 years. Li Fuchin took out a sharp sword and forcefully sliced his arm. There was a teeth-aching sound. Li Fuchin's arm felt like it was covered with a layer of membrane, and the sword wasn't able to cut it. As expected, the basic structure of the body has changed. This is the law field. Every time one's body refinement cultivation broke through a level, the structure of one's body would change once. Otherwise, how could one rely solely on the structure of an ordinary human body to support such vast and powerful energy? When advancing from the primary Sea realm to the law phase realm, the transformation was especially intense. Li Fuchin believed that his current physical toughness wasn't inferior to Earth-class peak-tier equipment, but that was not important. More importantly, his body was covered by a layer of law force field. This law force field should be the combination of body refinement law and vitality magnetic field. It was equivalent to a natural layer of protection. If Li Fuchin was to go against the White Bone Devil Emperor, He didn't even need Yan Qingwu's help and was confident he could suppress the white-boned devil emperor. Your body refinement cultivation has broken through. Yan Qingwu flew over. Since they were both in the Qingfeng mountain, how could she not feel that aura just now? Li Fuchen nodded. It is rare for dual cultivation of qi and body to reach your level in the Saint Spirit continent. In normal situations, the body refinement Dao is used as a support. When the qi cultivation Dao reaches a bottleneck, some people would cultivate the body refinement Dao to increase their lifespan and survivability. But there are very few people who can cultivate the body refinement Dao to the law phase realm. Only saints are commonly body refinement emperors. Yan Qingwu knew clearly what it meant to cultivate the body refinement Dao to the law phase realm so early. It could be said that Li Fuchen was almost at the pinnacle of the body refinement Dao. One had to know that there weren't even 1 in 10 saints who could reach the saint's body refinement Dao. At least in the Saint Spirit continent, there wasn't anyone who was a qi cultivation saint and a body refinement saint. Resources were one of the reasons. Most importantly, there wasn't a corresponding body refinement technique. In order to increase the body refinement Dao to the law phase realm, a heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique or technique would be required. In order to increase the body refinement Dao to the saint's level, a heaven-class high-tier body refinement technique or technique would be required. Heaven-class high-tier body refinement techniques were too hard to obtain. Even saints would have a hard time obtaining them. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had a more detailed understanding of his body refinement strength. Right now, his body refinement strength was much stronger than his sword Dao strength. After all, when he was at the peak level of primary sea realm, his body refinement strength was already comparable to his sword Dao strength. It was at most a few times weaker. As his body refinement broke through to the law phase realm, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength naturally surpassed his sword Dao strength. This was also because his sword Dao strength was supported by the sword heart. Otherwise, his sword Dao strength wouldn't be able to catch up to his body refinement strength. Just as Li Fuchen was familiarizing himself with his body refinement strength, outside the Long Wind Mountains, there was an indistinct skeleton shadow. A mere Yang clan, if it isn't for the Heaven Fire Guild's protection, I can easily eliminate them. The eyes flashed with murderous intent as the skeleton shadow entered the Long Wind Mountains, silently. It was unbelievable. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to rely on the sword shift to break through a Class 8 array silently. It would definitely cause a ripple, and this ripple was enough to attract attention. The skeleton shadow was searching for something in the sky above the Yang clan. Soon enough, the skeleton shadow found the Clear Wind Mountain. Both of them are here. I can kill them all at once. The skeleton shadow grinned and suddenly expanded by 1,000 times. It turned into a skeleton that was even taller than the Clear Wind Mountain and clawed at the Clear Wind Mountain. What is this? Li Fuchen had already sensed a trace of danger. The skeleton's appearance might have surprised him, but it wasn't enough to catch him off guard. It is most likely the White-Bone Devil Emperor. Li Fuchen couldn't think of anyone else apart from the White-Bone Devil Emperor that he had offended in the Heaven Pillar continent. From the looks of it, it was obviously targeting Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qingwu's true spirit was comparable with a great emperor, therefore. Her reaction wasn't much slower than Li Fuchen. When she saw the giant skeleton's claw attack, the black saber was unsheathed and slashed. The void was split apart like a wave. The saber light expanded to half the size of the Clear Wind Mountain and clashed with the skeleton's claw. Crackle, crackle. The indestructible saber light was instantly shattered upon contact. Even if this skeleton's strength wasn't at the great emperor level, it wasn't too far off. Such power! Yan Qingwu took a few steps back with a grave expression. He died. The The skeleton felt as though it could see the entire Clear-Wind Mountain exploding and the two of them dying miserably. "White Bone Devil Emperor, why are you hiding? Come out and meet me." Li Fuchin laughed heartily and grabbed at the skeleton with his right hand. A shocking scene unfolded. A palm that was several times larger than the skeleton appeared out of thin air, grabbing the skeleton with one hand. What? The skeleton's body tensed up and couldn't struggle free. Grow. The skeleton's body continued to grow, 10 times, a few dozen times. In the blink of the eye, the skeleton's body was 1,000 miles tall, and the clouds were lingering around its calves. Chapter 697. The skeleton struggled desperately, and its body was even burning with grayish-black flames as it wanted to melt the palm. But this palm was terrifyingly solid, and the grayish-black flames were barely able to burn the skin of the palm. It wasn't something that could be done within a short period of time. The palm was getting tighter and tighter. The skeleton suddenly expanded and quickly shrunk. As its body shrunk, the skeleton's body turned from solid to void and broke free from Li Fuchin's control. Such an incredible cardinal artifact. Li Fuchin praised silently. This cardinal artifact didn't just greatly increase the White Bone Devil Emperor's strength. It also had the effect of void transformation. The effect of void transformation was similar to the invisibility incantation, but it was obvious that Li Fuchin's invisibility incantation was inferior to this cardinal artifact's effect of void transformation. A few dozen miles away, the skeleton that was the size of a human was floating in the air. Among them, the White Bone Devil Emperor had an awful expression and said, "How did he become so strong? Isn't he a sword Tao cultivator? How did he become a body refinement cultivator?" If Li Fuchin was still using his sword Tao strength to fight with him, the White Bone Devil Emperor was confident he could suppress the duo and capture them within a short period of time. But now he couldn't even suppress Li Fuchin. How was he going to fight? If I knew this would happen, I would have borrowed the skull bracelet too. The White Bone Devil Emperor was silently regretting. The skeleton cardinal artifact was an entire set of cardinal artifacts that included the skull cloak, skull necklace, and skull bracelet. With a set of cardinal artifacts, any high-level emperor or peak-level emperor would have the strength of a great emperor. Furthermore, they didn't have any shortcomings. Back then, the skeleton cardinal artifact was the skull, Great Emperor's weapon. Later on, the skull, Great Emperor obtained an even better cardinal artifact. Hence, he placed the skeleton cardinal artifact in the borrowing artifact pavilion and abandoned it. Of course, if one wanted to borrow 2 skeleton cardinal artifacts, the price would be different. Borrowing one would cost 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Borrowing 2 would cost 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Borrowing 3 would cost 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that the borrowing period was very long and one could use it freely within a year. If someone came to borrow, the White Bone Devil Emperor could collect the corresponding high-grade spirit stones to make up for his losses. It was useless to regret, but he wasn't willing to let the White Bone Devil Emperor leave just like that. Skeleton Divine Flame. The White Bone Devil Emperor's body enlarged again as he controlled the skeleton to shoot a black flame at the Clear-Wind Mountain that Li Fuchin was at. The black flames were not ordinary flames, but true heavenly flames. Flames were generally divided into 3 levels: mortal flames, earth flames, and heavenly flames. 3 types of flames, each more powerful than the last. A peak-grade earth fire was already able to kill Law Phase realm emperors. As for the heaven fire, it should be able to burn any Law Phase realm emperors to death. The black flame was like a black dragon, surging forward. Everywhere it passed, space distorted from the burning, and tiny cracks appeared. Li Fuchin frowned and countered with a palm strike. Rumble! The hand of force and the black flames clashed. Visible to the naked eye, the hand of force showed signs of melting, like a thick piece of wax coming into contact with fire. Puff! Finally, the black flames still burned through the hand of force. The remaining flames were like a small snake that coiled towards Li Fuchen. Interesting. I wonder how many mouthfuls of flames you can spit out. Li Fuchen's hands turned into phantoms, and in an instant it was unknown how many palm strikes he had executed. Translucent giant hands blasted at the skeleton. As for the little flame snake, it had already been destroyed. So many? Inside the skeleton, the white bone devil emperor's eyes widened. A cardinal artifact was ultimately a cardinal artifact, and it wasn't his own strength. When using it, there were many restrictions, and it wasn't as flexible. Huff, 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 huff. The white bone devil emperor controlled the skeleton to spit out over a dozen mouthfuls of flames. In a split second, the flames filled the sky and drowned the translucent giant hands. While panting, the white bone devil emperor stared at the flames intently. Boom! The translucent giant hands pierced through the flames and blasted at the skeleton. There were too many translucent giant hands, and some of them might have been destroyed by the flames. But there were still plenty of them. Boom, 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 boom. It was unknown how many palm strikes the skeleton suffered, and it was in a daze. Its skeleton was about to fall apart. Damn it, damn it. The white bone devil emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and exited the skeleton state. White bone devil emperor, don't do it a third time. Otherwise, even if the skull great emperor is supporting you, I will still kill you. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from a distance. You think you can kill me? The white bone devil emperor was displeased. Even great emperors didn't dare to say they could kill him easily. Those that could kill him easily were only top-class great emperors. What was Li Fuchen? Do you want to try? Li Fuchen clapped his hands in front of him. Two translucent giant hands that were a few dozen miles in size sandwiched the white bone devil emperor in the middle. Grind. Li Fuchen rubbed his palms, and the two translucent giant hands were like millstones grinding beans. In an instant, the white bone devil emperor was turned into dust. But the white bone devil emperor was proficient in the white bone rebirth secret technique and instantly gathered the dust. Before the white bone devil emperor could react, the translucent giant hands turned him into dust again. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. After 5 times, the white bone devil emperor couldn't take it anymore. His white bone rebirth secret technique wasn't limitless. After a certain number of times, he wouldn't be able to rebirth anymore. Stop, hurry up and stop! The white bone devil emperor roared out. Li Fuchen didn't stop. 6th time, 7th time, little bastard, my skull cult is absolutely irreconcilable with you. You are dead. I, white bone devil emperor, have lost. Young hero, please spare my life. After grinding the white bone devil emperor for 10 times, Li Fuchen finally stopped. This time, the white bone devil emperor took a while to successfully rebirth. His chi presence was dispirited, and he looked at Li Fuchen with eyes that were filled with hatred and resentment, fear and apprehension. Get lost! Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent the white bone devil emperor flying. He didn't kill the white bone devil emperor mainly because he was worried about the skull great emperor. According to Yang Deng, the skull great emperor was a top-class great emperor, and there were only 1 or 2 individuals that were comparable with him in the Heaven Pillar continent. The skull great emperor probably wouldn't make a move after injuring the white bone devil emperor. After all, the Yang clan was backed by the Heaven Fire Guild, and the Heaven Fire Doyen was also a great emperor. But if Li Fuchen killed the white bone devil emperor, he would be offending the skull cult and the skull great emperor. For now, Li Fuchen wasn't prepared to fight with a great emperor. The Yang clan was in an uproar. The battle between Li Fuchen and the white bone devil emperor was too horrifying to them. That white bone devil emperor suddenly became more than 1,000 miles tall, and the majestic mountain peak of the Yang clan only reached his ankles. Clouds were lingering around his calves, and he was just like a devil god that was unparalleled and extremely ferocious. But the stronger the white bone devil emperor was, the more unfathomable Li Fuchen was. This was a peak-class emperor, and he was actually begging for mercy in the hands of Li Fuchen. If this news got out, it would shake the entire Heaven Pillar continent. Young hero Li's innate talent is exceptional. I wonder which continent did you come from? Yang Deng and Yang Long stood together and asked. This world was too huge, and there were definitely continents that were stronger than the Heaven Pillar continent, and there were definitely plenty of them. After repelling the White Bone Devil Emperor, Li Fuchen was a little worried. He didn't think that the White Bone Devil Emperor was an upright person. After all, evil Dao members were crafty, making them hard to predict. Li Fuchen reckoned that the White Bone Devil Emperor would think of other ways to deal with him. Li Fuchen didn't kill the White Bone Devil Emperor this time, mainly because he was trying to stall for more time. What he lacked right now was time. If I have herbs that can increase the Dantian limit, my Qi cultivation will be able to instantly reach the first level of Law Phase realm. It will depend on the Yang clan now. Li Fuchen found Yang Deng and Yang Long. Herbs that can increase the Dantian limit? Yang Deng and Yang Long looked at each other. From the looks of it, they were still underestimating Li Fuchen. Only those who progressed rapidly would require herbs that could increase the Dantian limit. In normal situations, only Law Phase realm emperors would occasionally use such herbs. There are some such herbs in the Heaven Pillar continent, but they aren't cheap. If it is the top-notch ones, the price will be higher and we might not be able to obtain them. Yang Deng said. Li Fuchen said, then we will purchase them at a premium. Here are 50,000 high-grade spirit stones and some heaven-class herbs. Do as you see fit. Li Fuchen had a total of around 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. But if he converted all the other resources into high-grade spirit stones, his net worth would be at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. During these years, Li Fuchen had ventured into plenty of dangerous places, and each time, he would have a significant harvest. After killing plenty of formidable foes, his harvest was similarly great. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the number of heaven-class herbs he had could be counted in the hundreds. All right, we will do our best. Yang Deng and Yang Long knew that their Yang clan was already tied to the same rope as Li Fuchen. They would prosper together and suffer together. Time elapsed quickly, and after disregarding everything, the Yang clan still managed to obtain some herbs that could increase the Dantian limit. It was a pity that these herbs' grades weren't high and the effects were minimal. Li Fuchen required herbs that were like the 10,000-year rootless flower. Even if he didn't have such a great of herb, he would at least need enough 1,000-year rootless flowers. The Heaven Pillar continent had a total of 10 major factions. There were 6 righteous factions and 4 evil Dao factions. Among the 4 evil Dao factions, apart from the Skull Cult, there were also the Evil Emperor Valley, Zombie Guild, and Poison Dragon Palace. Among them, the Zombie Guild specialized in body cultivation. But their body cultivation was still different from body refinement cultivators. They absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, the essence of the earth, the myriad of poisonous qi, and at the same time human blood, especially the blood of body refinement cultivators. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the blood of a body refinement emperor was enough for a zombie guild emperor to increase the toughness of the body. Even the zombie great emperor was probably very interested in the blood of a body refinement emperor. Zombie region, Flying Corpse Mountain. The Flying Corpse Emperor was one of the 2 peak-class emperors under the zombie Great Emperor. His strength was much stronger than the White Bone Devil Emperor. The White Bone Devil Emperor might be able to exchange a few moves with regular Great Emperors before fleeing. If the Flying Corpse Emperor encountered regular Great Emperors, he wouldn't even need to flee. Their bodies were too tough, and regular Great Emperors wouldn't be able to break their defenses. The Flying Corpse Emperor could only send them flying again and again. A few dozen years ago, the Flying Corpse Emperor had once fought with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor of the 6 righteous factions for an entire day and night. The Flying Corpse Emperor was only slightly injured, and it caused the Flying Corpse Emperor's reputation to soar. Everyone even treated him as a great emperor with weaker attack power. Chapter 698. The White-Bone Devil Emperor didn't believe that the Flying Corpse Emperor wasn't interested in a body refinement emperor. As long as the Flying Corpse Emperor was interested, Li Fuchen's death date would be here. White-Bone Devil Emperor, why are you here at my Flying Corpse Mountain? There was a sound that sounded like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. The White-Bone Devil Emperor's heart was beating faster as he said, Flying Corpse Emperor, I have a fortune to give you. Fortune? What fortune? Do I need you to give me a fortune? If you are here to make fun of me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The Flying Corpse Emperor spoke in an unfriendly tone. The White-Bone Devil Emperor said, a body refinement emperor. I wonder if you are interested. Humph, which body refinement emperor in the Heaven Pillar continent doesn't have a background? If they don't have a background, I would have already sucked their blood dry. The Flying Corpse Emperor's voice was getting more horrifying, and he seemed to be a little impatient. The White-Bone Devil Emperor continued, this body refinement emperor doesn't have any background because he isn't a body refinement emperor of my Heaven Pillar continent. What? There was a flash of a fishy smell, and a stalwart figure with pale, greenish-black skin appeared in front of the White-Bone Devil Emperor. If you are lying to me, I will kill you. The Flying Corpse Emperor stared at the White-Bone Devil Emperor intently. The White-Bone Devil Emperor cupped his fist and said, how would I dare to lie to you? All right, bring me there. Once the matter is over, I will owe you a favor. The Flying Corpse Emperor was impatient. If he sucked the blood of a body refinement emperor, he might be able to reach the great emperor level. By then, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be able to deal with him. The White-Bone Devil Emperor said, just a favor? I will be at a disadvantage. It might be his wish to eliminate Li Fuchen, but he wasn't going to give the Flying Corpse Emperor benefits for free. Then what do you want? 500,000 upper spirit stones, and you have to pay 200,000 up front. Are you crazy? Do you want me to give you all my wealth? The White-Bone Devil Emperor said indifferently, is 500,000 high-grade spirit stones a lot? A body refinement emperor might be able to help you reach the great emperor level. By then, a few million high-grade spirit stones will be nothing to you. After considering for a long time, the Flying Corpse Emperor nodded and said, 500,000 it is. As compared to a body refinement emperor, 500,000 high-grade spirit stones were nothing. Not to mention 500,000. Even if it was 5 million, he would still gather it. Li Fuchen didn't place all his hopes on purchasing herbs. At the current stage, most of his attention was placed on the hand of God. God's hand had a total of 7 levels. The first layer was the hand of blood, and the second layer was the hand of force. These 2 levels were equivalent to a heaven-class, mid-tier body refinement technique. The third layer was the hand of star, the fourth layer was the hand of moon, and the fifth layer was the hand of Sunday. These 3 levels were equivalent to heaven-class high-tier body refinement techniques. The 6th level was the hand of tribulation, which was equivalent to a heaven-tier body refining technique. The 7th level of God's hand, this had already surpassed the scope of heaven-tier martial arts, reaching a whole new level. Currently, Li Fuchen was at the peak state of the 2nd rank hand of force, and was just a step away from the 3rd rank hand of star. Once Li Fuchen stepped into the hand of star, his strength wouldn't just increase by 10 times, it would at least be a few dozen times. After all, God's hand was a body refinement art. It contained both body refinement cultivation arts and body refinement martial arts. It was not as simple as a body refining martial art. It was a pity that the 3rd rank hand of star was much harder than Li Fuchen imagined. Li Fuchen felt that he was still lacking something. Perhaps it was because he wasn't able to observe the rotation of stars at a close distance, or because he wasn't able to deeply feel the boundless chi prowess of the stars. It was just like how one had to comprehend the sword Tao law, but one had never touched a sword before and didn't even know what a sword was. How was one going to comprehend the Sword Tao law? It was useless, no matter how high one's perception was. I need an opportunity to cultivate the hand of star. Li Fuchen looked up at the sky and suddenly soared into the sky. The sky was very high, and it was much higher than Li Fuchen imagined. 100,000 meters, 500,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. The astral winds howled and were like blades. At this altitude, regular primary sea realm monarchs wouldn't be able to survive, because the wind here was concentrated wind Dao Qi, and it was mixed with steel wire like radiance. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this was the essence of the wind Dao Qi, and the density wasn't inferior to the Qi of a law phase realm emperor. However, the wind Dao Qi in the sky might be very concentrated, but it was too violent. It wasn't suitable for martial artists to absorb and refine. 2,000,000 meters, 5,000,000 meters. TSS, 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 TSS. It felt as though there were countless spatial blade threads slicing at Li Fuchen, while the sky ring sword armor's sword intent was fluctuating. The wind here was more than 50% wind Dao Qi essence, and Li Fuchen was starting to feel strenuous. 8,000,000 meters, 10,000,000 meters. PFFF. There was a crack on the sky ring sword armor's sword intent. A wisp of wind Dao Qi essence formed a blade, thread, and sliced at Li Fuchen's body. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's body was covered with an invisible membrane. This membrane was a law field that was formed by the combination of body refinement law and vitality field. Its defense was even stronger than the sky ring sword armor's sword intent. Therefore, Li Fuchen wasn't injured. It is all wind Dao Qi essence. This is truly terrifying. Li Fuchen continued to ascend. Below him, there might be stars at night, but they were actually projections of the stars. Furthermore, there weren't any details, and one could only see specks of light. This wasn't helpful for cultivating the hand of star. 15,000,000 meters, 20,000,000 meters. Creak, creak, creak. Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor's sword intent was already gone and was only supported by the law field. But at this moment, the law field wasn't able to hold on and was constantly distorting. Bang! A resplendent electric snake suddenly scuttled over and blasted on Li Fuchen's law field. PFFF. The law field was instantly torn apart and frightened Li Fuchen as he continued to descend. According to what Li Fuchen knew, the atmosphere was separated into 4 layers. The first layer was the wind layer, the second layer was the thunderbolt layer, the third layer was the heat layer, and the fourth layer was the dissipation layer. The first wind layer was the widest. The second thunderbolt layer contained countless types of thunderbolts. The weakest thunderbolt had the power to kill a regular law phase realm emperor. The strongest thunderbolt had the power to kill a great emperor. Of course, such thunderbolts were very rare. The thunderbolt that Li Fuchen encountered earlier was an extremely powerful thunderbolt called the Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder. The Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder and the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder had similar power. Li Fuchen's Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation was able to summon the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. But the summoned Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder was weakened by layers, and the power wasn't even 100%. It was inferior to the Mystic Yin Heaven Thunder and Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder in the Thunderbolt layer. As for the third layer, the heat layer, this layer was extremely terrifying, and even great emperors would perish if they entered. Because this layer gathered the heat of the entire plane, the heat of the stars and cosmic rays. In order to reach this layer, one's strength must be at least at the saint's level. Otherwise, death was certain. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't need to reach the heat layer. He just needed to reach the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. According to ancient records, the upper section of the thunderbolt layer would allow one to clearly see the stars. Some of the closer stars could even see the surface features clearly. With my current strength, I am still unable to reach the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. It is a pity. Chapter 699. On this day, outside the Long Wind mountain range, two figures came together. They were the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. With the help of the Flying Corpse Emperor, the White Bone Devil Emperor believed that it was enough to suppress Li Fuchen. One had to know that the two of them could fight a great emperor if they joined forces. I'll go see if they're here, the White Bone Devil Emperor said. The Flying Corpse Emperor said, there's no need for such trouble. As he spoke, the Flying Corpse Emperor's right hand rapidly enlarged, and his 5 sharp fingers stabbed into the Yang family's grand array. Pucci! The formation was pierced through and then collapsed. What happened? Yang Dang and Yang Long were shocked, and they soared into the sky. When they saw the White Bone Devil Emperor and the Flying Corpse Emperor, their expressions changed drastically. Forget about the White Bone Devil Emperor. With Li Fuchen around, the White Bone Devil Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything. However, the Flying Corpse Emperor was an expert that could fight an intense battle with a great emperor for an entire day and night. Even 2 White Bone Devil Emperors couldn't compare to him. This is bad. Hurry up and send a message to Senior Skyfire. Yang Long took out his communication token and was about to send a message. Wait a moment. Li Fuchen and Yen Qingguo flew to the side of the duo. Young hero Li Miss Yen. The two of them looked at Li Fuchen, who spoke. Li Fuchen said, set up the Yang clan's array again. I will go deal with them. During his stay in the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchen had already understood some information about experts. The Flying Corpse Emperor was indeed formidable, but it wasn't enough to make Li Fuchen fearful. Not to mention the Flying Corpse Emperor. Even if it was a great emperor, unless it was a top great emperor, he would still be able to put up a fight. Young hero Li, you must be careful. The Flying Corpse Emperor is impervious to weapons, water, and fire. Even a great emperor would find it difficult to injure him, Yang Long reminded. The Flying Corpse Emperor's reputation was too great. Its defense gave everyone a headache. Understood. Li Fuchen took a step forward and appeared a few hundred meters in front of the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor, as though he shrunk the ground, as expected of a body refinement emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor could feel the surging blood qi from Li Fuchen's body like a volcano. Even 100 or 1,000 body refinement monarchs couldn't compare to this kind of blood qi. White Bone Devil Emperor, I have already given you a chance. This time I must kill you. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous aura. The White Bone Devil Emperor sneered. Kill me? You must be daydreaming. With the Flying Corpse Emperor here, you can't even protect yourself. Yet you want to kill me? Humph. The White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't worried about his safety at all. He had already witnessed Li Fuchen's methods, and it was impossible to deal with the Flying Corpse Emperor. When the Flying Corpse Emperor faced Li Fuchen head-on, the White Bone Devil Emperor would attack from the side. Unless Li Fuchen's defense was as tough as the Flying Corpse Emperor, otherwise, he would definitely die. I wonder if you'll be able to smile later. Li Fuchen didn't look at the White Bone Devil Emperor anymore and turned to look at the Flying Corpse Emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor was tall, at least 2.5 meters tall. His skin was greenish-black, and he looked like he was made of iron and jade. You've already cultivated your body to that of a zombie? Li Fuchen was in deep thought. Low-class zombies weren't worth mentioning. Their bodies were stiff and their blood vessels were blocked, making them no different from walking corpses. But high-class zombies were different. High-class zombies' blood vessels were unobstructed and had already formed the zombie bloodline. Furthermore, zombies' defenses were already much higher than humans and were even stronger than demonic beasts and comparable to demons. In other words, the defense of the Flying Corpse Emperor was probably on par with a Class 8 fiendish demon. Even the weakest Class 8 fiendish demon was extremely difficult for a great emperor to kill. It was impossible to break through its defense. Kid, you are very arrogant, but I like it. The Flying Corpse Emperor grinned. It was unknown when his fangs grew out and they were 3 inches long. The tips of his fangs had traces of blood. This was the zombie blood poison. As long as one was bitten by him, the body would immediately turn stiff and he would be able to suck their blood. Of course, the Flying Corpse Emperor's entire body didn't just have the zombie blood poison on his fangs. Other parts of his body were also infected. However, the fangs had the strongest zombie blood poison, followed by the claws. Huff! There was a flash of green and black as the Flying Corpse Emperor instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The Flying Corpse Emperor was known as the Flying Corpse Emperor. Speed was undoubtedly his forte. In a short distance, even if it was an escape technique, it would only be about the same as him. Brat die. The Flying Corpse Emperor grabbed at Li Fuchen's shoulder with both hands. Bang! When facing the powerful Flying Corpse Emperor, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at his chest. This punch was powerful and heavy. God's hands represented the techniques of the hands, not only palms but also fists, fingers, etc. How can it be so fast? The Flying Corpse Emperor was somewhat astonished as he was sent flying. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was too fast, as though he was waiting for him. What a tough body. Li Fuchen knew that this fist wasn't able to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. As expected of an existence that could clash head-on with the purple bamboo Great Emperor, the defense of his body was too strong, courting death. After being sent flying by the fist, the Flying Corpse Emperor didn't have a pleasant expression. He moved like the wind while his greenish-black claws were constantly clawing at Li Fuchen. As long as he was able to grasp even a tiny bit of it, there would be no suspense in the outcome. Even the purple bamboo Great Emperor didn't dare to let the Flying Corpse Emperor break his skin. However, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too powerful, and the Flying Corpse Emperor's every move was within Li Fuchen's grasp. It was easier said than done to break Li Fuchen's skin. On the contrary, the Flying Corpse Emperor had suffered dozens of punches from Li Fuchen. He might not be injured, but he didn't feel good either. Damn it! The Flying Corpse Emperor felt that Li Fuchen was going to be troublesome. White Bone Devil Emperor, are you still not going to make a move? The Flying Corpse Emperor yelled out. All right. The White Bone Devil Emperor quickly made a move. He didn't make a move earlier because the Flying Corpse Emperor instructed him not to make a move first. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's combat strength to be so powerful. The Flying Corpse Emperor couldn't even touch Li Fuchen, let alone injure him. With the White Bone Devil Emperor joining in, Li Fuchen instantly felt strenuous. After all, the White Bone Devil Emperor's attack methods weren't inferior to the Flying Corpse Emperor. To be serious, the White Bone Devil Emperor who had the skeleton cloak was actually stronger than the Flying Corpse Emperor, but he didn't have the Flying Corpse Emperor's defense. With the duo working together, it didn't matter how powerful Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was. His speed wouldn't be able to keep up. Hit for me. Seizing the opportunity, the Flying Corpse Emperor clawed at Li Fuchen's shoulder. Success! The White Bone Devil Emperor revealed a delighted expression. Everyone knew that the Flying Corpse Emperor's zombie blood poison was extremely powerful. Once it seeped into the body, even a great emperor would suffer. PFFF. The Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was penetrated first. Immediately after, the Flying Corpse Emperor's claw clawed at the law field. What? The Flying Corpse Emperor's eyes widened. His claw actually didn't injure Li Fuchen. Flying Corpse Emperor, it is said that your defense is tough, but it is a pity that your offense is a little weak. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile and reached out to grab the Flying Corpse Emperor's neck. Impossible. The White Bone Devil Emperor was also stunned. Li Fuchen's defense was actually so powerful. How was he going to fight? How could they know that Li Fuchen's second rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force, was comparable with a heaven-class, mid-tier body refinement technique? The chi power cultivated was already extremely tyrannical. It might only be at the initial completion level of Law Phase Realm, but it was definitely superior to regular subcompletion level emperors. Apart from that, due to the hand of God's extremely powerful nature. It didn't just condense the essence blood crystal, it even produced the law field. Due to various factors, Li Fuchen's defense was comparable with a completion-level emperor. In terms of defense, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of anyone. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen could ignore a great emperor's attack. A great emperor was a great emperor. The flying corpse emperor was a flying corpse emperor. The former's attack was stronger than the latter. If the one attacking him was a great emperor, Li Fuchen would still be injured. After grabbing the flying corpse emperor, Li Fuchen stabbed 2 fingers into the flying corpse emperor's eyes. Li Fuchen didn't believe that the flying corpse emperor's eyes were the same as his body's defense. Seeing the situation, the flying corpse emperor quickly closed his eyes. Blood splattered, and the flying corpse emperor screamed miserably. He stomped on Li Fuchen's chest and forcefully broke free. The flying corpse emperor's eyes had already turned into 2 bloody holes, and his eyeballs had ruptured. Li Fuchen raised his brows. In just a few breaths, the flying corpse emperor's eyeballs had recovered. It was said that when the zombie body was cultivated to the extremity, one would be undying and indestructible. It seemed like the rumors weren't false. Even if the zombie body wasn't undying and indestructible, the zombie body's recovery speed wasn't something a regular person could compare with. Even body refinement martial artists would probably be inferior. Bastard, zombie blood, burn. The flying corpse emperor's eyes were stabbed and blinded by the purple bamboo great emperor in the past. After so many years, this was the 2nd time he was blinded. If Li Fuchen was a great emperor, the flying corpse emperor would immediately escape as there was no chance of victory. However, Li Fuchen wasn't a great emperor, and Li Fuchen was a body refinement emperor. Even if he had to pay a price, the flying corpse emperor had to take down Li Fuchen. Otherwise, he would have been injured for nothing. The flying corpse emperor's eyes turned red and his speed increased drastically again. The greenish-black sharp claws were covered with a layer of fresh blood as he clawed at Li Fuchen. PFFF. Li Fuchen's law field had a crack. Speed and attack power have increased greatly. I have to be careful. Chapter 700. The battle between the 3 of them lasted for several hours. The area outside the Longwind mountain range had already been turned upside down and was in a complete mess. Yan Qinggu originally wanted to make a move. Her regular strength might be inferior to the 3 of them, but if she executed her extraordinary skills, she would still be able to contest. But from the looks of the current situation, Li Fuchen didn't need her help. Too powerful. Yang Deng and Yang Long revealed shocked expressions. The White Bone Devil Emperor alone was enough to dominate the Heaven Pillar continent. With the addition of the Flying Corpse Emperor who was able to contest with regular great emperors, the duo couldn't think of anyone else apart from great emperors that could contest with them. Could Li Fuchen be a great emperor? He shouldn't be a great emperor yet. Yang Long shook his head. If he was a great emperor, he might not be able to deal with the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor within a short period of time, but he would definitely suppress them from the start and wouldn't give them a chance to rebel. It is rather difficult to defeat them with just my body refinement strength. While thinking, Li Fuchen activated his spiritual awareness. 2 spiritual awareness swords were shot at the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White Bone Devil Emperor. Spirit Beheading Sword was a 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was created by Li Fuchen based on the Thorn of Spiritual Awareness. In fact, with Li Fuchen's perception, if he had more spiritual awareness secret techniques as a foundation, it would be easy for him to create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. It was a pity that spiritual awareness secret techniques were too rare. Even Emperor-class factions would only have a few 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. As for 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques, only saints would have them. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique was still very powerful. It wasn't inferior to a great emperor's spiritual awareness attack and was actually slightly superior. The flying corpse emperor and the white-boned devil emperor grunted and looked at Li Fuqin with astonishment. They were peak-class emperors, and Li Fuqin was able to shake their true spirits. Didn't it mean that Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness was at least at the great emperor's level? Of course, they were just shocked and didn't think much about it. Unless it was a great emperor with extremely powerful spiritual awareness, it was impossible to injure their true spirits. Spiritual awareness attacks won't work. I can only use Soul Dao methods. At the current stage, Li Fuqin's strongest method in the spiritual energy was the Soul Dao secret technique. Spirit Soul Chain. He had stolen the Soul Chain from the Soul Valley Master, and the Soul Valley Master was undoubtedly a saint. Moreover, he was a saint that was proficient in Soul Dao techniques. The White-Boned Devil Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique was obviously superior to 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. It was reckoned that regular 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were probably inferior. Soul Chain. A purple chain shot out from Li Fuqin's glabella and wrapped around the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White-Boned Devil Emperor. The Flying Corpse Emperor and the White-Boned Devil Emperor might not be able to see the purple chains, but they were still peak-class emperors and could still feel the formless energy assaulting them. However, the speed of the purple chains was too fast. The two of them had no time to dodge at all and were tightly bound. This is a Soul Dao arcane technique. How are you related to the Soul Emperor? Soul Dao secret technique. Li Emperor. Bone, white Li Fuqin Chin raised his brows. The Flying Corpse Emperor said in a deep voice, "The Soul Emperor is the strongest emperor in the Emperor's Sky continent. He frequently visits the Heaven Pillar continent." The Soul Emperor's fame was resounding in the Heaven Pillar continent. Even the zombie sect master, the zombie great emperor, had to give the Soul Emperor some face. It seems like the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor's Sky continent are connected by teleportation arrays. Li Fuqin knew in his heart. After being shackled by the soul spirit chains, the Flying Corpse Emperor and the White-Boned Devil Emperor couldn't move. Slowly, the purple chains seeped into their bodies, trying to pull their souls out. Voila! It was unknown what secret technique the Flying Corpse Emperor had used, but the purple chains suddenly loosened, allowing the Flying Corpse Emperor to escape far away. Li Fuqin didn't give chase. He knew that his soul chain was not perfect. It was just hard enough. This toughness was very effective against the soul chains of the Soul Valley Master. However, it was too monotonous when used against enemies. It was not powerful enough, and it was difficult to completely restrain the enemy. After all, the soul chain was not a physical entity. The so-called toughness was just the strength of the soul. It was not impossible to get rid of. If the Soul Valley Master had used the soul chain, the Flying Corpse Emperor would definitely not have been able to escape. Flying Corpse Emperor, save me. The White-Boned Devil Emperor sought help from the Flying Corpse Emperor. Save you? You better pray for your own good luck. If he knew that Li Fuqin was proficient in Soul Dao secret techniques, the Flying Corpse Emperor would never attack recklessly. The White-Boned Devil Emperor nearly caused his death. With a flash, the Flying Corpse Emperor vanished without a trace and didn't even bother about the White-Boned Devil Emperor's life. Seeing that the Flying Corpse Emperor had left, the White-Boned Devil Emperor was in despair. He turned around and spoke with a stern expression, "You cannot kill me. If you kill me, the Skull Great Emperor will never spare you. I have already spared you once. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then don't blame me for being merciless." Li Fuqin activated the soul chain and used all his strength to pull the White-Boned Devil Emperor's soul spirit. The White-Boned Devil Emperor roared out in pain. He used his true spirit power to reinforce his soul spirit and was in a stalemate with Li Fuqin. After a moment, Li Fuqin's soul chain was only able to pull out a little bit of the White-Boned Devil Emperor's soul spirit and couldn't pull any more. The prowess is still not enough. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. Apart from the toughness and mysticism, his soul chain wasn't even 10% of the Soul Valley owners. Li Fuchen reckoned that there was too little time and there were plenty of details that he didn't notice. Furthermore, without the Soul Dao Foundation, there would definitely be flaws when he executed Soul Dao secret techniques. It was just like a martial artist who had never practiced sword arts. If he was given a sword, he would only know how to slash and wouldn't be able to utilize the true power of the sword. Crash! After withdrawing the soul chain, Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the White Bone Devil Emperor. With the skeleton cape, the White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't injured, but he was sent flying. Just as he was preparing to escape, he was caught in the middle by two transparent hands. No. The White Bone Devil Emperor knew what was going to happen next and had a horrified expression. The transparent hands were like millstones that rubbed forcefully. Crackle, crackle! The White Bone Devil Emperor's skeleton shadow appeared with many cracks. There were more cracks. Finally, the White Bone Devil Emperor was destroyed. Without the support of the skeleton cape, the White Bone Devil Emperor wasn't able to resist the hand of force. His body was instantly grinded into dust. Once, twice, thrice, after 7 times, the White Bone Devil Emperor was turned into a pile of ashes and couldn't be reborn again. When the wind blew, the ashes danced in the air. The Skull Great Emperor will take revenge for me. A voice echoed in the world before it gradually vanished. After keeping the White Bone Devil Emperor's storage bag, Li Fuchen turned and flew back. Young hero Li, you shouldn't have killed the White Bone Devil Emperor. If you didn't kill him, the Skull Great Emperor might not appear. If you killed him, the Skull Great Emperor would definitely appear. Yang Long sighed. The Skull Great Emperor was one of the top great emperors in the Heaven Pillar continent. If the Skull Great Emperor appeared, even the Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't be able to protect them. Li Fuchen said, "Counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. The Skull Great Emperor might not be able to cover the sky with one hand." With Li Fuchen's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for the Skull Great Emperor to kill him. Chapter 701. Emperor Darkgrass. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the White Bone Devil Emperor's storage bag to have a stock of Emperor Dark Herb. The Emperor Dark Herb was a heaven-class mid-tier herb, and it was a rare herb that could nourish and strengthen the Dantian. The medicinal effects were comparable with the 10,000-year rootless flower. After a primary sea realm monarch consumed the Emperor Dark Herb, their Dantian would immediately increase to the Law Phase realm. This must be heaven's will. Li Fuchen thought to himself. He had spared the White Bone Devil Emperor once, but the White Bone Devil Emperor came to seek his death again. He even sent the Emperor Dark Herb over. What else could it be if it wasn't heaven's will? With this Emperor Dark Herb, advancing to the Transcendence realm won't be a problem. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen consumed the Emperor Dark Herb. A moment later, the Emperor Darkgrass was gradually refined. Wisps of black chi flowed towards his Dantian. Not knowing how much time had passed, when the last wisp of black chi was absorbed by the Dantian, Li Fuchen felt that his Dantian was empty. This was because the space in his Dantian had expanded, but there was too little true energy. In the past, his Dantian was filled with chi, and it was rather difficult for him to break through the next level. If he didn't consume a large number of rootless flowers, he would only be at the mid-level of primary sea realm, and it was impossible for him to have his current achievements. "I've finally reached the Law Phase realm." Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath and took out the peak-grade spirit stone from the storage bag. There was still a lot of spirit chi left in this supreme-grade spirit stone. It was enough for him to break through to the Transcendence realm. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique and frenziedly absorbed the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stone. After absorbing around 30% of the spirit chi, Li Fuchen's chi cultivation naturally broke through to the Law Phase realm. Boom! In the sky above the Long Wind mountain range, the rules fluctuated. a will that could dominate the universe, was born out of thin air. At the same time, an avatar slowly rose into the air. This law phase looked rather similar to Li Fuchen. Its body was very congealed, and there was a layer of faint flames on the surface of the law phase. What was even more peculiar was that there was a sword on the back of the law phase, a simple and unadorned battle sword. Hoo, in the sky, fireballs the size of small mountains smashed toward the Dharma idol. At the same time, streaks of sword light slashed at the Dharma idol. Fire tribulation and sword tribulation descended at the same time. When a martial artist broke through to the primary sea realm, there would be calamities. When breaking through to the law phase realm, there would naturally be calamities too. The nature of the tribulation was related to the cultivation technique. For example, Yan Qinggu cultivated a saber Dao cultivation technique, so her tribulation was a saber tribulation. Li Fuchen cultivated the blazing flame, sword Dao cultivation technique, and his calamities were the fire calamity and sword calamity. The fire tribulation and the sword tribulation were quite ferocious. Yang Deng and Yang Long, who were alarmed, thought that they would definitely die if they were the ones facing the tribulation. The Dharma idol was smashed by the fireballs, leaving huge holes on its surface, and it was slashed by the sword light, leaving many cracks on its surface. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen circulated his cultivation technique and restored his law phase. The first wave, the second wave, the third wave, after being tempered by the calamity, Li Fuchen's law phase was getting more materialized. When the law phase was materialized, the qi cultivation would definitely be purer too. Soon, the seventh tribulation arrived. This time, it was a flaming sword light. The flaming sword light was extremely ferocious. Li Fuchen's law phase was first slashed open with a crack before the crack exploded and expanded the wound by more than 10 times. Unsheath. The law phase's eyes were originally closed, but after Li Fuchen yelled out, the law phase suddenly opened its eyes. The battle sword on its back was unsheathed, and a single slash scattered over a dozen flaming sword lights. In just a short moment, the seventh tribulation dispersed, and the eighth tribulation arrived. It was also a flaming sword light, but the eighth tribulation was twice as powerful. When a flaming sword light slashed on the law phase, it was a candle that melted and exploded. Condense. Li Fuchen yelled out and circulated the divine flame sword energy technique to the extremity, allowing the law phase to rapidly recover. After expending a tremendous amount of effort, Li Fuchen finally passed the eighth tribulation. It was fortunate that he didn't have any gains. The tribulation was a threat and also an opportunity. The energy that formed the tribulation was the purest energy in heaven and earth. It was very easy to absorb, and to a certain degree, it was even more precious than the spirit chi from peak-grade spirit stones. The ninth tribulation arrived. This time, it was the sword hum that descended first. The sword hum had terrifying magical power. As the sound spread out, the entire space was frozen. Great Tao of Sword. Yan Qingwu's eyes contracted. Great Tao represented the apex of Tao. It represented the limit of what this space and time could withstand. It might just be a trace of the great Tao of Sword, but it was already very unusual. According to what Yan Qinggu knew, only when a law phase realm broke through to the soul merge realm would there be a great Tao phenomenon. In order to grasp a complete great Tao, not even peak class saints could do it. Those that could do it were already considered gods. It was completely silent. There was a blinding sword light that descended from the sky. In the face of this sword light, everything seemed to have lost its meaning, and only this sword light was left. PFFF. Li Fuchen's law phase was instantly annihilated by the sword light. Even the mountain below his feet was annihilated by the sword light. There was an abyss on the ground. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen was transcending the tribulation far away from the center of the Long Wind Mountains. Otherwise, it was unknown how much damage would be caused. Such terrifying power. Yan Qinggu frowned and carefully searched for Li Fuchen. She didn't believe that Li Fuchen would fail the tribulation. After all, how could a person that could trigger a great Tao phenomenon be simple? Soon enough, Yan Qinggu found Li Fuchen. In the abyss, Li Fuchen rose rapidly. There was also a sword intent that pierced through the sky. The Qi presence was more than 10 times stronger than when he was at the peak level of primary Sea realm. I actually triggered a sword Great Tao phenomenon. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was because he possessed the sword heart. After all, only sword Tao saints were able to condense the sword heart. The triggering of the sword Great Tao phenomenon allowed Li Fuchen's cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. When others broke through to the first level of Law Phase realm, they would normally be at the initial level of the first level of Law Phase realm. Even Yan Qinggu was only at the later stage of the first level of Law Phase realm. Li Fuchen immediately reached the peak level of the first level of Law Phase realm. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he went into seclusion for a few days, it would be very easy for him to break through to the second level of Law Phase realm. 1 week later, just as Li Fuchen expected, he successfully broke through to the second level of Law Phase realm without using the peak grade Spirit Stone. This was definitely unprecedented. At least, Yan Qinggu had never heard of anyone breaking through to the next level within a week after breaking through to the Law Phase realm. Let alone a week, not even a year had passed. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used the peak grade Spirit Stone to break through to the third level of Law Phase realm within a short period of time. At this moment, Li Fuchen's dantian finally felt a swelling sensation. This was the limit of the dantian. Of course, even if the dantian limit wasn't reached, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to continue breaking through. If the peak level of primary Sea realm consumed 30% of the spirit qi to break through to the first level of Law Phase realm, then the second level of Law Phase realm consumed around 50% of the spirit qi to break through to the third level of Law Phase realm. The remaining 20% wasn't enough for him to break through to the fourth level of Law Phase realm. This peak grade Spirit Stone is left with around 20% of the spirit qi. See if it can help you break through to the second level of Law Phase realm. Li Fuchen did a favor and gave the peak grade Spirit Stone to Yan Qinggu. Thanks. Yan Qinggu finally knew why Li Fuchen's cultivation progress was so fast. Normally speaking, no matter how heaven-defying one's perception was, there was still a process of accumulation. In order to skip the accumulation process, one could only rely on rare treasures like the peak grade Spirit Stone. Chapter 702. Skull Cult Soul Hall. In the Soul Hall, there were many wooden tablets. Each wooden tablet had a candle flame on it. The candle flame on the wooden plaque that had the words, White Bone Devil Emperor, was already extinguished. The candle flame was actually a soul flame. When the soul flame dispersed, the flame would be extinguished. I wonder when the cult patriarch will exit seclusion. The White Bone Devil Emperor has been dead for almost half a month. What's the hurry? It doesn't matter who did it. Once the cult patriarch exits seclusion, he will definitely make the culprit pay the price. In this continent, the cult patriarch is ranked top 3. 2 Soul Hall deacons were discussing softly. After returning to the Flying Corpse Mountain, the Flying Corpse Emperor was more unwilling to accept the situation. With his strength, it was basically impossible to take down Li Fuchen. At the current stage, he only had one choice, and that was to ask the Guild Patriarch, the Zombie Great Emperor, to make a move. The Zombie Great Emperor was a great Emperor class figure, and probably didn't have a high requirement for a body refinement Emperor. Furthermore, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't have a high requirement either. He just wanted the Zombie Great Emperor to bestow him with a bit of blood. In short, the Zombie Great Emperor ate the meat while the Zombie Great Emperor drank the soup. After reaching the third level of Law Phase realm, Li Fuchen realized that even without the Void Sword Heart, it was still possible to cultivate the Void Heaven Sword Art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. But the prerequisite was to comprehend the Void Tao Heart. The Void Sword Heart was the combination of the Void Tao Heart and the Sword Heart. Previously, Li Fuqin didn't wish to affect the purity of his Sword Tao, therefore. He didn't allow the Sword Heart to be stained with the Void attribute. It was too difficult to condense the Void Tao Heart alone. According to the Sword Spirit, the joint heaven sword art was to guide the wielder to slowly condense the Void Sword Heart. If the wielder wanted to comprehend the Void Law and condense the Void Tao Heart alone, it would be 10 times more difficult than condensing the Void Sword Heart. However, Li Fuqin was different. Li Fuqin's perception was already terrifying at the primary sea realm. After reaching the 3rd level of Law Phase realm, his perception had increased by several times. Li Fuqin reckoned that his current perception was already at the saint's level. No one knew how terrifying a saint's perception was. But in the records, saints were able to create heaven-class high-tier martial arts, or even heaven-class peak-tier martial arts. Condensing a Void Tao Heart shouldn't be a problem for a great sage. The reason why Li Fuqin felt that his perception was already at the saint's level was because, as his cultivation increased, his true spirit had transformed into a saint spirit. The biggest difference between a Holy Spirit and a true spirit was that a Holy Spirit contained a trace of undying laws. What was immortal? Naturally, it was inextinguishable. A strand of the undying rule wouldn't make a sacred spirit indestructible, but it would at least make the sacred spirit sturdier and harder to destroy. Apart from that, the spiritual sense that was born was even more powerful and inconceivable. As time elapsed, Li Fuqin worked hard to comprehend the Void Law. If Li Fuqin relied on himself, he probably wouldn't be able to condense the Void Tao Heart even after 8 to 10 years. But with the Void Heaven Sword Art as a reference, it was rather hopeful to condense the Void Tao Heart. The Long Wind Mountains were quiet as usual. Some of the Yang clansmen were discussing about Li Fuqin killing the White Bone Devil Emperor during their leisure time. The White Bone Devil Emperor has been killed, and the Skull Great Emperor won't let it go easily. Sigh, I hope he won't implicate our Yang clan. The Skull Great Emperor might be incredible, but the Heaven Fire Great Emperor isn't a pushover either. The Heaven Fire Guild wouldn't just watch as the Skull Great Emperor eradicated our Yang clan. If that was the case, the Heaven Pillar continent would already be in chaos. Therefore, there is no need to worry. That might be the case, but I am afraid that the Skull Great Emperor might be infuriated and do something irrational. Sigh. Why isn't the Skull Great Emperor here yet? If the 2 of them leave, the Skull Great Emperor might vent his anger on our Yang clan. Sure what? Look, one of them pointed at the sky and had a horrified expression. It was unknown when the sky turned dark. This darkness wasn't the darkness of night. It was a darkness that caused fear and despair. Jack. There was a violent wind that was accompanied by the eerie laughter of malicious spirits. Vaguely, they could see corpses faintly discernible in the dark clouds. Skull, Great Emperor. Everyone's teeth were chattering. They were hoping for the Skull Great Emperor to arrive earlier so that there would be someone to shoulder the blame for the White Bone Devil Emperor's death, and the Yang clan might not be implicated. But when the Skull Great Emperor truly arrived, their hearts were filled with boundless fear. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow in the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from great emperors, who wouldn't be afraid of the Skull Great Emperor. If they offended others, they would just die. But if they offended the Skull Great Emperor, they wouldn't even be able to reincarnate. Most of the Skull Great Emperor's Skull Army were martial artists when they were alive. 8 of the Skull Generals were even Law Phase Realm Emperors when they were alive. Jack, die. From the dark clouds, there was a formidable corpse that was riding on a skull horse. This corpse was 30 meters in height and wielded a 15 meters long white bone spear. Its body was lingering with boundless death aura and yin qi. If a regular person was blown by this death aura and yin qi, their soul spirit would be frozen. It is a skull general. Yang Long and Yang Deng walked out of the hall with unpleasant expressions. The skull general was a law phase realm emperor when it was alive. After death, it was refined into skull generals by the skull great emperor. It was unknown what kind of forbidden technique the skull great emperor possessed. These skull generals were even stronger than when they were alive. It was said that the weakest skull general had the strength of a high-level emperor, while the elite skull generals had the strength of a peak-class emperor. The skull great emperor was able to shake the Heaven Pillar continent and was ranked top 3 among the great emperors. His skull army and 8 skull generals played a significant role. Die, 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 die. Another skeleton general crawled out of the hole. This skull general was wielding a bone saber and was emitting cold saber intent. It was actually more terrifying than most of the saber sovereigns and saber emperors. Right at the moment when everyone was astonished, 2 more skeleton generals emerged from the dark clouds. There was a total of 4 skull generals. Putting aside everything else, just these 4 skull generals were enough to eliminate the entire Yang clan. Skull generals, huh? Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo lifted their heads and looked at the 4 skull generals. Yan Qingguo said, "Their true spirits have already been refined into undead spirits. Their corpses have been refined with a secret technique and are impervious to weapons, water, and fire. It is very hard to destroy their corpses if one's strength is on par with them. The Yang clan shall be exterminated for killing my subordinate, the White Bone Devil Emperor." A terrifying voice echoed from the depths of the dark clouds. "Skull, Great Emperor, don't go overboard. This is the Heaven Fire region, not your Skull region." Right at this moment, the dark clouds in the east suddenly dispersed. A fireball that was the size of a mountain rolled forward, like the sun. "Heaven Fire Doyen, you better not infuriate me. If I don't pay the price for killing my subordinates, who else in the Heaven Pillar continent will obey me? Today, the Yang clan shall be eradicated." A skinny middle-aged man wearing a white bone crown and seated on a white bone dragon throne appeared in front of everyone. His eyes were like 2 lumps of green flames that were burning fiercely. When the fireball dispersed, an elder wearing a red robe had also appeared. "Skull Great Emperor, I have said it before. This is the Heaven Fire region, not your Skull region. Someone else killed the White Bone Devil Emperor, and it has nothing to do with the Yang clan. I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, we shall start a war. Heaven Fire Doyen, Heaven Fire Guild Patriarch." Right now, he had no choice but to stand up for the Yang clan. Otherwise, his prestige would be ruined. "Haha, Heaven Fire Doyen, you are already old. Why must you stand up for yourself? If you leave now, you will still have a chance. Otherwise, you will be humiliated today." Before the Skull Great Emperor could speak, there was an irritating and fearful hoarse voice that echoed from a distance. After hearing this voice, the Heaven Fire Doyen's expression changed. "Zombie Great Emperor," the Heaven Fire Doyen said slowly. He was confident to fight against the Skull Great Emperor alone. If there was another zombie Great Emperor, he wouldn't be a match. He might not perish, but he would definitely be injured. Frowning, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Zombie Great Emperor, why are you here? When did the Yang clan provoke you?" "I will come if I want to. It's none of your business." The zombie Great Emperor took a step out and appeared in the sky at the periphery of the Long Wind mountain range. Beside him was the Flying Corpse Emperor. Chapter 703. The Skull Great Emperor was rather surprised by the zombie Great Emperor's arrival, but it wasn't important. His objective was to take down the Yang clan's Law Phase Realm Emperors and refine them into Skull Generals. "Heaven Fire Doyen, today is the day the Yang clan perishes. You cannot stop it." The Skull Great Emperor sneered and clawed at the Yang clan's array with his right hand. PFFF. The array collapsed, and in the next moment, countless Skull Generals rushed at the Yang clan from the dark clouds. Presumptuous. The Heaven Fire Doyen hesitated for a moment, but still decided to protect the Yang clan. He might not be a match for the Skull Great Emperor, and the Zombie Great Emperor, but it wasn't a reason for him to not make a move. If he didn't make a move today, he would disappoint the other Emperor-class clans in the Heaven Fire region. The Heaven Fire Doyen's weapon was a walking stick with a goat head. As he brandished the walking stick, a fire dragon rushed at the Skull Army. Break! The Skull Great Emperor wouldn't allow the Heaven Fire Doyen to destroy the Skull Army. A powerful palm force froze the fire dragon, just as the Skull Army was about to ravage the Yang clan. Go! Li Fuchin waved his hand, and a layer of sword light protected the Yang clan. Bang, bang, bang! Countless Skull Army clashed with the sword light and returned into nothingness. With the support of the third level of Law, Phase, Realm, Divine, Flame, Sword Energy, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's defense was at least at the high-level Emperor level. Boom! The sword light vibrated. Those Skull Generals were also attacking the sword light. It was a pity that these Skull Generals were only high-level Emperors and wouldn't be able to break the sword light in a short period of time. No wonder he can kill the White Bone Devil Emperor. The Skull Great Emperor licked his lips and had an excited expression. If he could refine Li Fuchin into a Skull General, he might be able to obtain a Great Emperor-class Skull General. The method he used to refine the Skull General came from a saint's inheritance. To be exact, it came from a skull gem. It was unknown what kind of treasure this skull gem was. As long as a trace of the skull gem's power was fused into it, the Skull General's strength would increase greatly. However, the prerequisite was that the deceased's true spirit had to be able to withstand it. The stronger the deceased's true spirit, the stronger the Skull General would be. Furthermore, the deceased's combat techniques wouldn't be forgotten and would be strengthened instead. Without a doubt, Li Fuchin's true spirit was definitely very powerful and should be at the level of a great emperor. Otherwise, it was impossible to kill the White Bone Devil Emperor. Kacha! No matter how strong the defense of the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was, it was still split open by a single slash. It was the skeleton general wielding the bone blade that split the sword will. This skeleton general had the strength of a peak-class emperor. Li Fuchin, leave them to me. The black saber light swept across and sent the 4 skeleton generals flying. Yan Qingguo turned around and said to Li Fuchin, "All right." Li Fuchin set up another layer of sword light to protect the Yang clan. It would be a pity to refine such a beauty into a skeleton general. The Skull Great Emperor's gaze landed on Yan Qingguo. Even though he was used to seeing beautiful women, at this moment his heart was still slightly swayed. It wasn't because Yan Qingguo was beautiful. In fact, there were still 1 or 2 beauties in the Heaven Pillar continent that could match up to Yan Qingguo. The crucial point was that Yan Qingguo wasn't just beautiful and had exceptional aura. She was also a Law Phase Realm Emperor. None of the Law Phase Realm Empresses in the Heaven Pillar continent were comparable to Yan Qingguo, and the disparity wasn't small. I want this woman. The Skull Great Emperor burst out with battle intent and suddenly blasted a palm at Li Fuchin. Before that, he had to take down Li Fuchin first. PFFF. After the palm force was extinguished, the Skull Great Emperor looked at the Zombie Great Emperor. Zombie Great Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Earlier on, the Zombie Great Emperor's fist destroyed his palm force. The Zombie Great Emperor chuckled and said, "I fancy this child." You. The Skull Great Emperor's eyes flashed with cold intent. Try and you will know. The Zombie Great Emperor's body enlarged from 10 feet to 100,000 feet tall. This wasn't the enlargement of the Law Phase, it was purely the enlargement of the body. Seeing that the Skull Great Emperor and the Zombie Great Emperor weren't on good terms, the Heaven Fire Doyen was delighted. As long as the duo didn't deal with the Yang clan, he didn't even need to make a move. Boom, boom, boom. A battle between great emperors was too horrific. Outside of the Long Wind Mountains, the laws were in chaos and the spatial zone was severed. The turbulent power caused this region to turn into a land of death. If no one was able to pacify it, this place wouldn't be suitable for survival even after thousands of years. Zombie Great Emperor, with our strength, even if we fight for 8 to 10 days, we might not be able to determine the victor. The Skull Great Emperor backed off and didn't make another move. The Zombie Great Emperor said, "This child is mine." The Skull Great Emperor pondered and said, "His skeleton will belong to me. The rest of the flesh will belong to you. How about it?" The refinement of the Skull General actually required flesh too. The flesh was nutrients, and without it, it wouldn't be complete. But when facing the Zombie Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor had no choice but to take a step back. All right, the Zombie Great Emperor actually wanted Li Fuchen's skeleton too. After all, the skeleton also contained plenty of power essence. After planning their respective benefits, the duo started to divide the work. The Skull Great Emperor's objective was to capture Yan Qingguo, while the Zombie Great Emperor's objective was to capture Li Fuchen. "Kid, surrender obediently." The Zombie Great Emperor didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. Li Fuchen might be able to kill the White Bone Devil Emperor, who had the strength of a peak-class emperor. But the Zombie Great Emperor wasn't a regular Great Emperor. His defense wasn't even broken by peak-class Great Emperors, let alone Li Fuchen. When a person was invulnerable and flawless, that person was basically in an invincible position. Furthermore, the Zombie Great Emperor found out from the Flying Corpse Emperor that Li Fuchen was able to kill the White Bone Devil Emperor because he was proficient in Soul Dao techniques. But since the Flying Corpse Emperor was able to escape, the Soul Dao technique was obviously useless against the Zombie Great Emperor. "Get down." The Zombie Great Emperor's massive body moved and covered Li Fuchen with a palm strike. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen dodged with ease. Sword shift. The Zombie Great Emperor raised his brows. The Flying Corpse Emperor actually didn't tell him that Li Fuchen comprehended the sword shift. There was a huge difference between having or not having a shifting technique. If the Zombie Great Emperor didn't have a method to counter shifting techniques, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Li Fuchen. "Kid, do you think that I, the Zombie Great Emperor, don't have any methods to counter shifting techniques when I roam the Heaven Pillar continent?" On the Zombie Great Emperor's right wrist, that inconspicuous black iron bracelet suddenly lit up. There were light blue patterns on the black iron bracelet. As these patterns lit up, a strange power began to spread. "The void has been sealed." Li Fuchen felt that the void had turned viscous. In this state, Li Fuchen was confident that he could still execute the sword shift. After all, he had condensed the sword heart, but it would definitely take some time. In a battle between experts, a slight delay was enough to be fatal. Of course, it didn't matter if he executed the sword shift or not. Li Fuchen had long wanted to witness the abilities of a great emperor. "Receive a fist from me." The Zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist force had caused pitch-black cracks to appear in the spatial zone. "Rise." Li Fuchen circulated the Divine Flame, sword energy technique at full strength. The Divine Flame, sword energy law, phase rose from Li Fuchen's body and turned into the size of 100,000 feet, just like the Zombie Great Emperor. Clang! The law phase drew the battle sword on its back and slashed at the Zombie Great Emperor. Chapter 704. In just an instant, the boundless fist force and sword light clashed. Crackla! The ground split open and a horrific storm engulfed the surroundings. The storm contained extremely chaotic power of law. Countless skeletons were engulfed by the storm and turned into ashes. After executing the fist, the Zombie Great Emperor didn't move an inch. On the other hand, Li Fuchen didn't move an inch either. This meant that the duo's attack was evenly matched. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. The Zombie Great Emperor's attack power wasn't considered outstanding among the great emperors in the Heaven Pillar continent, but it wasn't at the bottom either. If Li Fuchen was able to exchange a move with the Zombie Great Emperor, Even if he wasn't a great emperor, he wasn't too inferior. On the other hand, Yang Deng and Yang Long weren't that surprised. Li Fuqin was obviously a dual cultivator of qi and body cultivation. There was no need to mention his body refinement strength. If Li Fuqin was able to suppress and kill the White Bone Devil Emperor, it was already enough to prove his body refinement strength. Li Fuqin's sword Dao strength wasn't to be underestimated either. On the White Bone Mountain, Li Fuqin relied on his sword Dao strength to rescue Yang Long and Yang Lu. Back then, Li Fuqin's qi cultivation was only at the peak level of primary Sea Realm. Right now, he was at the third level of Law Phase Realm. The duo wouldn't believe that Li Fuqin's sword Dao strength was inferior to his body refinement strength. Therefore, they weren't surprised that Li Fuqin could exchange a move with the zombie Great Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuqin could exchange countless moves with the zombie Great Emperor or even defeat him, they would be surprised. After all, there were plenty of peak-class emperors that could exchange a move with a great emperor. There were also a few who could exchange multiple moves with a great emperor, but it didn't mean that they had the strength of a great emperor. The true difference between peak-class emperors and great emperors was their overall strength. In certain aspects, peak-class emperors weren't inferior to great emperors. Very well, I wonder how many punches you can block. The zombie Great Emperor laughed heartily and blasted punches at Li Fuqin. He, the zombie Great Emperor, relied on defense to dominate the Heaven Pillar continent, followed by the zombie Divine Fist. He didn't believe that Li Fuqin could continue to exchange blows with him. One should know that he had fought with many great emperors before. Those great emperors were stronger than him in terms of attack power. However, they were the first ones to falter in the end. 10 punches, 100 punches, 500 punches. The two of them were extremely fast. 500 punches only took the time to brew a cup of tea to finish. The zombie emperor's expression gradually turned unsightly from his initial calm. After 500 punches, Li Fuqin wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had suffered a few slashes from Li Fuqin. Had it not been for his tough defense, his head would have been separated from his body. Its defense is indeed strong. Li Fuqin thought to himself. On this side, Li Fuqin and the zombie Great Emperor were evenly matched. On the other side, Yan Qingwu wasn't in a good situation. Yan Qingwu's strength wasn't weak, but as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, she was obviously inferior. If they were to exchange opponents, Yan Qingwu would fight against the zombie Great Emperor, while Li Fuqin would fight against the Skull Great Emperor. The situation might be different. After all, in terms of attack power, the zombie Great Emperor was inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. I have to end this quickly. After withdrawing the Law Phase, Li Fuqin drew the Joint Heaven Sword. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned, including the Heaven Fire Doyen and the Skull Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's physical defense was definitely number one in the Heaven Pillar continent. As of now, no one was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor and would at most suppress him. It was too ridiculous that Li Fuqin was able to injure the zombie Great Emperor in a single slash. Could Li Fuqin's attack power have already surpassed top-class Great Emperors and reached the level of half-saints? No, it is that sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen's eyes landed on the Joint Heaven Sword in Li Fuqin's hand. The sword was emitting a horrific sword intent, and in the face of the sword intent, even the Heaven and Earth Law had to retreat. Heaven Class High-Tier Artifact Sword. The Heaven Fire Doyen took a deep, cold breath. The Heaven Pillar continent only had one Heaven Class High-Tier weapon, and it was in the hands of the strongest Great Emperor, the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. Apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the other Great Emperor's weapons were all Heaven-class mid-tier. Heaven-class high-tier weapons contained extremely powerful laws and intents that were enough to make Heaven and Earth Law retreat. As such, who would be able to block it? It was obvious that Li Fuchen was able to break the zombie Great Emperor's defenses because he used the Joint Heaven Sword to weaken the zombie Great Emperor's surface laws and intents. Otherwise, the sharpness of the Joint Heaven Sword wouldn't be able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. Heaven-class high-tier artifact. Sword, huh? The skull Great Emperor had a gloomy expression. He knew the power of a Heaven-class high-tier weapon better than anyone else. In fact, if the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor didn't have a Heaven-class high-tier weapon, he was confident that he wouldn't be inferior. Such a terrifying sword. The Flying Corpse Emperor felt a chill in his heart. It was fortunate that when Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wasn't that powerful yet, and Li Fuchen was merely using his body, refinement strength, to fight with him. Otherwise, he would have been cleaved into two by Li Fuchen and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Damn it. The zombie Great Emperor was enraged and blasted countless fist shadows at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The translucent sword blades ignored the distance between them and left wounds on the zombie Great Emperor's body. The Void Heaven Sword Art was a Void Dao Sword Art, and the Void Dao Sword Law was a top-notch Heaven-class high-tier sword art. Li Fuchen hadn't comprehended the Void Heaven Sword world yet. Otherwise, a single sword would be enough to severely injure the zombie Great Emperor. Seeing the situation, the zombie Great Emperor had no choice but to shrink his body. His body was too big, and so was his target. Zombie blood, burn. Similar to the Flying Corpse Emperor, the zombie Great Emperor was forced to burn his zombie blood by Li Fuchen. A layer of burning blood covered the surface of the zombie Great Emperor's body. TSS. There was a burst of bloodlight as the zombie Great Emperor blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was definitely several times stronger than before. When the fist was blasted out, the void shook and there were even signs of collapsing. If the body was struck by this fist, even a top-notch Great Emperor would be severely injured. This was also the zombie Great Emperor's trump card to survive. Unless it was a crucial moment, he wouldn't use it easily. Blade of Void. The Joint Heaven Sword was covered with a layer of translucent blade light as Li Fuchen slashed at the blood fist. Rumble. The void tumbled and distorted, while pitch-black cracks extended out. This time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the zombie Great Emperor. The zombie Great Emperor's fist force had caused the void to collapse. The zombie Great Emperor's Joint Heaven sword felt as though it was stuck in a swamp and couldn't exert any force. However, Li Fuchen didn't believe that the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood could continue burning. Roar! The zombie Great Emperor let out an enraged roar, and his fist force was getting more ferocious. His objective was to land a fist on Li Fuchen within a short period of time. A single fist should be able to incapacitate Li Fuchen, but after a few hundred fists, the zombie Great Emperor's zombie blood had been depleted significantly, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Li Fuchen's reaction speed was unbelievably fast. It felt as though the zombie Great Emperor's every move was under Li Fuchen's eyes. How could the zombie Great Emperor know that Li Fuchen's true spirit had already evolved into a saint spirit? With his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen was able to calculate the trajectory of the zombie Great Emperor's fist. It was simply a fool's dream to injure Li Fuchen. TSS. Two translucent sword blades slashed at the zombie Great Emperor's eyes. The zombie Great Emperor might have quickly turned his head, but he was still slashed. Immediately, two bloody wounds appeared on his temples. It was fortunate that his entire body was covered with bloodline power, and the wounds weren't deep. Otherwise, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. Skull Great Emperor, this child is troublesome. Hurry up and assist me. At this moment, the zombie Great Emperor couldn't care about his reputation anymore. Li Fuchen wasn't a powerful peak-class emperor. He was a great emperor, a true great emperor. Even regular great emperors weren't as strong as Li Fuchen. In the zombie Great Emperor's opinion, Li Fuchen obviously had the strength of a peak-class Great Emperor and his attack power was beyond peak-class Great Emperors. Such power! Yang Deng and Yang Long were flabbergasted. They knew that Li Fuqin was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even the zombie Great Emperor had to request for help. In the Heaven Pillar continent, apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, who else could deal with Li Fuqin? Immediately after, the duo got excited again. With Li Fuqin as the backer, the Yang clan would definitely be able to get whatever they wanted in the Heaven Pillar continent. They were much stronger than the Heaven Fire Guild. It didn't mean that the Heaven Fire Guild was inferior to Li Fuqin. It was mainly because the Heaven Fire Guild would only provide assistance when the Yang clan was in danger. At that moment, Elder Heaven Fire felt a little regretful. If he knew that Li Fuqin was so formidable, he wouldn't have stood by idly. As long as they could befriend Li Fuqin, the Heaven Fire Guild's authority in the Heaven Pillar continent would be greatly increased, and they would be on par with the Heaven Pillar Guild. However, it was not too late. Seeing the Skull Great Emperor's palm strike at Li Fuqin, the Heaven Fire Doyen brandished his cane and dispersed the palm force with a fire dragon. Heaven Fire Doyen, what do you mean? The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent surged in all directions. The Heaven Fire Doyen had already ordered the skeleton army to stop attacking the Yang clan. He was planning to take down Li Fuqin and Yan Qingguo before eliminating the Yang clan. He didn't expect for the Heaven Fire Doyen to suddenly make a move. Heaven Fire Doyen said, "I can't bear to see you win with numbers. Stop putting gold on your face. Today, I will let you experience the methods of I, the Skull Great Emperor." The white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head glowed, and a terrifying power gathered in the Skull Great Emperor's body. Rumble! Heaven and earth trembled as the void intersected. This is... Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Old Man Dai, the Skull Great Emperor, slammed his palm at the Heaven Fire Doyen. This palm strike was too fast and simply confused the concept of time and space. The Heaven Fire Doyen was a step slower and didn't even have time to use his full strength and was sent flying by the palm strike. What cardinal artifact is that? Oh, the Heaven Fire Doyen had an unpleasant expression. He was certain that the white bone crown on the Skull Great Emperor's head was very unusual. Regular Heaven-class cardinal artifacts wouldn't have such power. The Skull Great Emperor sneered and said, "Heaven Fire Doyen, this white bone saint crown on my head is refined from a saint's skull. It contains the saint's power, and I originally didn't plan to expose it. Since you are courting death, I shall grant your wish." In the past, the Skull Great Emperor's best cardinal artifacts were the Skull Cloak, Skull Necklace, and Skull Bracelet. Chapter 705. Previously, the Skull Great Emperor had gone into seclusion to completely refine the white bone saint crown. It was a pity that the white bone saint crown was ultimately a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact, and the crucial point was that the main material was the skull of a saint. It was impossible to refine it without at least a few decades or a century. Right now, the Skull Great Emperor had only refined half of it and was only able to utilize 20% to 30% of its effects. If he was to refine it completely, no one in the entire Heaven Pillar continent would be a match for him, including the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor. With the support of the white bone saint crown, the Skull Great Emperor's strength increased explosively. He beat up the Heaven Fire Doyen until he was in a sorry state. Not long after, he was injured. "Heaven Fire, Sect Master, leave the Skull Great Emperor to me. You deal with the zombie Great Emperor." Li Fuqin suggested. All right. The Heaven Fire Doyen knew that this wasn't the time to put on a brave front and quickly lunged towards Li Fuqin. "You want to leave?" The Skull Great Emperor struck out with his palm. Layers of palm shadows were like waves of white bones as they blasted towards the Heaven Fire Doyen. "Destroy!" Li Fuqin brandished his sword, and the giant transparent blade split apart the white bone wave. The Skull Great Emperor might be powerful, but Li Fuqin's attack power had already reached the extremity of a great emperor, and had even surpassed great emperors. It wasn't impossible for Li Fuchen to withstand the Skull Great Emperor's attack. "Kid, you came at the right time." The Skull Great Emperor's body trembled, and a terrifying domain spread out. Originally, with just the cultivation technique field, the Skull Great Emperor wasn't able to stop Li Fuchen from executing the sword shift. But with the support of the white-boned Saint Crown, the field power was greatly enhanced. If Li Fuchen wanted to execute the sword shift, it would definitely be much slower. Sensing the pressure from the Skull Great Emperor's field power, Li Fuchen immediately released the Divine Flame Sword Energy Field. With the enhancement from the Sword Heart, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy Field was extremely powerful and was comparable with a Great Emperor's field. But as compared to the Skull Great Emperor, it was still inferior and was a little restricted. No wonder Heaven Fire Doyen couldn't hold on. Li Fuchen understood. "Get down." The Skull Great Emperor frenziedly circulated the white-boned Saint Crown's power and pressed at Li Fuchen. Good timing. Li Fuchen didn't have any fear as he slashed with the Joint Heaven Sword. Boom! Li Fuchen backed off a few miles while the Skull Great Emperor didn't move an inch. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen was still inferior to the Skull Great Emperor. Devil Corpse Rampage. The Skull Great Emperor unleashed another palm strike. This palm strike was the ultimate move of the heavenly demon skeleton palm. For a moment, demonic energy filled the air and skeletal shadows ran rampant. Bang! Li Fuchen retreated another 7 to 8 miles. Sky Demon exterminating life, skeleton exterminating world. With a loud shout, the Skull Great Emperor used the heavenly demon skeleton palm's ultimate killer move. He did not even use this move on Heaven Fire Doyen. Roar! In the void, a Heaven Devil skeleton image appeared. The Heaven Devil skeleton roared and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. In the face of this palm, everything had lost its meaning. There was only death and destruction. This time Li Fuchen was sent flying. The Void Heaven Sword Art wasn't able to withstand the Sky Devil Skeleton Palm's kill move. It should be about time. The Skull Great Emperor looked at Li Fuchen, who was still flying backward. Li Fuchen didn't fly for long. After flying for a few dozen miles, Li Fuchen forcefully stopped. Not Hut. The Skull Great Emperor raised his brows and was in disbelief. He was confident that this palm strike would be able to inflict serious injuries on the Heaven Fire Doyen. Li Fuchen might be powerful, but his cultivation was still low and his survivability shouldn't be comparable to the Heaven Fire Doyen. Therefore, it was normal for him to be severely injured. But from Li Fuchen's appearance, there weren't any signs of injuries. It was just that his chi blood was slightly boiling. It is fortunate that the surface of my body has law field. If Li Fuchen was a regular initial level law phase, realm body, refinement emperor, he would definitely be injured by this palm strike. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular initial level law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had already used the Void Heaven Sword Art to neutralize most of the force. Only a small portion of the force was evenly applied on his body. It is my turn. Void and reality. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the void sword light was like a veil that instantly extended out. The Skull Great Emperor didn't even have time to dodge. Li Fuchen's sword move was actually an omnidirectional sword move. In the sky and on the ground, there was no gap to dodge, unless the Skull Great Emperor executed the Skull Shift. However, he had a feeling that even if he executed the Skull Shift, he still wouldn't be able to dodge the sword light. In terms of toughness, the Void Heaven Sword Art's first move, Void and Reality, was actually harder to deal with than the second move, Blade of Void. However, the latter's lethality was stronger. Bang, 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 bang. The surface of the Skull Great Emperor's body shook with radiance as he was forced to retreat. With the white-boned Saint Crown, he wouldn't be injured. Meteor fall. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of light and vanished. Boom! The surface of the skull, Great Emperor's body, shook violently, and there was even a flash of crack. As for Li Fuchen, he had already appeared behind the skull, Great Emperor. Such fast speed. No, even the flow of time has slowed down. The skull Great Emperor was shocked. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword art might be incredible, but it would still cause spatial ripples. As long as there was a spatial ripple, the skull Great Emperor would be able to sense it. But Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall Sword art was purely fast, extremely fast. In the face of such speed, it was hard for the skull Great Emperor to sense it. Such tyrannical defense. It is much stronger than the zombie Great Emperor's defense. After stepping into the third level of Law Phase Realm, Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall Sword art had reached a new level. Previously, it was also a Heaven-class high-tier sword move, but the execution was still limited. Now that Li Fuchen had a breakthrough in cultivation, when he executed Meteor Fall, he felt like he was the meteor and the sword light. This was the extremity of the union of man and sword. Li Fuchen had already reached the so-called union of man and sword a long time ago. However, the union of man and sword didn't have a limit. The initial stage was the union of man and sword. The later stages were actually the union of man and sword Tao law. It could also be said to be the high-tier union of man and heaven. Heaven was naturally the great Tao law. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast, and the skull Great Emperor couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. He had no choice but to endure the attacks again and again. It was fortunate that the white-boned Saint Crown increased his defense. Otherwise, he would have been injured. Such an incredible union of man and sword. This world is going to have another Sword Emperor. As the Heaven Fire Doyen fought with the zombie Great Emperor, he was filled with admiration. In the history of the Heaven Pillar continent, there were extremely incredible Sword Tao Great Emperors. But for the past 1,000 years, none of them were qualified to be called a Sword Emperor. After all, there were too many people who used the sword. If one wanted to be called a Sword Emperor, one would need to see how capable one was. If the title of Sword Emperor couldn't bring glory to the wearer and wouldn't be acknowledged by the world, then what was the use of it? Skull boundary. It wasn't the skull Great Emperor style to passively take a beating. He grabbed at the void with his left hand, and a giant boundary enveloped Li Fuchen and himself. Divine ability. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. At the Great Emperor level, regular divine abilities were useless. Even if the 8-star bone frame pattern was comprehended to the extremity, the divine ability's power would only be at the Great Emperor level and might not even be at the Great Emperor level. Only 8-star special bone frames would allow the divine ability's power to surpass Great Emperors. It was obvious that the skull Great Emperor's bone frame was the 8-star special bone frame, the skull bone frame. The skull divine ability that he comprehended was naturally very powerful. Without any sound or presence, the skull Great Emperor vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Li Fuchen. Inside the skull boundary, the skull Great Emperor was able to instant shift at will, and it was even easier than executing the skull shifting technique. Most importantly, it wouldn't cause any spatial ripples. Cling! The sword light turned, and Li Fuchen clashed with the skull Great Emperor. Cling, 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 cling in the dusky skull boundary. A sword light and a black shadow were frenziedly clashing. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was too fearsome. Even inside the boundary, he was able to detect the skull Great Emperor's attack in advance. When in the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the skull Great Emperor. Every time he was repelled, the sword light would turn and attack again. On this side, Li Fuchen and the skull Great Emperor were in a heated battle. On the other side, the zombie Great Emperor and the Heaven Fire Doyen were also in a heated battle. Neither of them could do anything to the other. As for Yan Qingguo, she had already retreated to the side and was on guard against the skeleton army. Crackle! The skull boundary split open, and Li Fuchen and the skull, Great Emperor, appeared in front of everyone. "You are not bad." The skull, Great Emperor's voice was deep, and there was a trace of helplessness and anger. He had already used all his trump cards, but still couldn't do anything to Li Fuqin. It was fine if Li Fuqin was the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, but Li Fuqin was just a junior that had just progressed to become a Great Emperor. "You aren't bad either. No wonder you are the skull, Great Emperor." Li Fuqin knew his own situation. He was too outstanding in some aspects and was far beyond the Great Emperor level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for the Skull Great Emperor. Humph. Without any nonsense, the Skull Great Emperor left with the skeleton army. He still couldn't do anything to Li Fuqin now, but once he refined the white bone Saint Crown to a certain extent, he was confident he could take down 2 Li Fuqins. Once the Skull Great Emperor left, the zombie Great Emperor didn't dare to stay and left with the Flying Corpse Emperor. Many thanks for young hero Li and young Lady Yan's assistance. Yang Dang and Yang Long flew out and cupped their fists with respect. If it wasn't for Li Fuqin and Yan Qingguo, even with the Heaven Fire Doyen around, the Yang clan would probably be eradicated. The Skull Great Emperor might be lured over by Li Fuqin, but ultimately it was all because of the Yang clan. Young hero Li's swordsmanship is unparalleled. This old man admires you. Heaven Fire Doyen also cupped his fists and walked over. Li Fuqin said, "It is all thanks to the Heaven Fire Guild Master who obstructed the zombie Great Emperor. Otherwise, I would have probably lost if I had to fight against the 2 of them." The Heaven Fire Doyen let out an awkward smile. He wasn't trying to stop the zombie Great Emperor, but since he couldn't defeat the Skull Great Emperor, he switched to the zombie Great Emperor. Not wanting to be entangled on this topic, the Heaven Fire Doyen said, "Young hero Li's sword art is unparalleled, and it isn't right for you to not have a title. In my opinion, young hero Li is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Speaking of which, my Heaven Pillar continent hasn't had a Sword Emperor for over 1,000 years. Young hero Li might not be someone from the Heaven Pillar continent, but regardless of which continent you are from, young hero Li is worthy of being a Sword Emperor." Yes, only young hero Li can be the Sword Emperor. What young hero Li? It should be Sword Emperor. Yang Dang and Yang Long said. Li Fuqin didn't accept or reject. Sword Emperor was just an empty title. It didn't matter if he accepted or rejected it, it was just a cliché. As for how others addressed him, it was their business. Of course, in his heart, Li Fuqin didn't feel that he wasn't worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. The battle between great emperors was shocking. In just a few days, the news had spread throughout the upper echelons of the Heaven Pillar continent. Chapter 706. Sword Emperor. On the cliff, there was a purple bamboo forest. A handsome middle-aged man in purple clothes stood with his back to the purple bamboo forest, looking at the sea of clouds surging at the edge of the cliff. Great Emperor Purple Bamboo, the sect master of the Purple Bamboo sect. Just like Li Fuqin, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor was also a Sword Dao Great Emperor. His purple bamboo sword art was extremely mystical. Back when he fought with the Flying Corpse Emperor, he didn't even use an artifact sword and only used a bamboo sword to fight. Otherwise, he would only need a few dozen moves to injure the Flying Corpse Emperor. Even if he couldn't kill the Flying Corpse Emperor, he would still be severely injured. The Greenwood Sword Dao focuses on cultivating one's nature and restraining one's sharpness. It will only erupt at the most crucial moment. However, Great Emperor Iron Sword is different from me. I'm afraid he won't allow anyone to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. In the Heaven Pillar continent, the top 3 were definitely the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the Skull Great Emperor, and the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's attack power was close to the Sky Pillar Great Emperor's. On a steep mountain that pierced the clouds, a tall and sturdy figure stood there, a Sword Emperor that even Doyen Heaven Fire acknowledged. I wonder how powerful he is. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't think that Li Fuqin was weak and might even be stronger than him. However, if one wanted to become a sword emperor, not only did one need to be powerful, but one also needed to have a sword Dao realm that was the best in the world. Interesting. Although the Heaven Fire Doyen is old, he is not so old that his eyes are blurred. If there is a chance, I should pay a visit to this Sword Emperor and see who he is. Sword Emperor? Humph. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? At this moment, the Heaven Pillar Continent's great emperors and some of the peak-class emperors were paying attention to the Sword Emperor, Li Fuqin. Looks like I've overestimated myself. It doesn't seem that easy to condense a void Dao heart. A few days later, Li Fuqin temporarily gave up condensing the void Dao heart. Although his comprehension of the void law wasn't low, it had been comprehended from the joint sky sword, so he had lost his personal understanding. Li Fuqin felt that if he truly wanted to condense the void Dao heart, he had to comprehend it himself. The void Dao sword art in the joint heaven sword could only be used as a reference. Deep within the joint heaven sword, the sword spirit nodded. He actually wanted to tell Li Fuqin that it was impossible to condense the void Dao heart by relying on the void Dao sword art, but he didn't say it. He wanted Li Fuqin to realize it himself, so that Li Fuqin wouldn't take any detours in the future. Next, Li Fuqin put his focus on the other sword moves. After spending an entire month, Li Fuqin finally pushed the Sky Ring Sword armor to the Heaven class high tier. As a defensive sword move, the Sky Ring Sword armor was much more useful to Li Fuqin than the other sword moves. After all, in terms of offensive sword moves, he already had the Meteor Sword art and the Void Heaven Sword art. Sword Emperor, these are the only 3 7-star spiritual consciousness mystic techniques of my Heaven Fire sect. On this day, the Heaven Fire Doyen came to visit again. At the same time, he brought 3 7-star spiritual sense mystic techniques. The spiritual sense secret technique was very precious in any force. However, 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were basically at the pinnacle. Very few forces possessed 8-star spiritual awareness secret techniques. In the Heaven Pillar Continent, only the Spectre sect, where the Spectre Emperor was from, possessed an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Li Fuqin didn't wish to waste his spiritual awareness innate talent. He was planning to use the 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques to create his own 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He believed that once he created an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique, not even great emperors or half-saints would be able to withstand it. However, 3 7-star spiritual awareness secret techniques were still too little. Li Fuqin didn't know if he could create an 8-star spiritual awareness secret technique. Many thanks to the Heaven Fire sect patriarch. I, Li Fuqin, owe you a favor. Li Fuqin used a favor as a reward. Sword Emperor doesn't have to be so courteous. The Heaven Fire Doyen was beaming. A favor was more important to him than anything else. Li Fuqin was only at the low level of Law Phase realm and already had such strength. Who knew what level his strength would reach in the future? Heaven Fire Doyen, this is the Sword Emperor that you personally acknowledged? In the void, there was a sonorous voice that echoed. Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Heaven Fire Doyen looked into the void with a grave expression. The Iron Sword Great Emperor was the great emperor that was the best at combat in the Heaven Pillar Continent. His strength might not be the strongest, and he wasn't even ranked second. After all, the Skull Great Emperor had the white bone Saint crown. But his combat skills were the best in the eyes of the Heaven Fire Doyen. A figure walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing an iron crown and carrying an iron sword on his back. His face was sharp and gave off a ruthless feeling. You are the Sword Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor looked at Li Fuqin. Yes, Li Fuqin didn't have to deny it. Sword Emperor is the Emperor of Swords. I wonder what capabilities you have to dare to accept this title. The Iron Sword Great Emperor sized up Li Fuchen carefully and wanted to see through Li Fuchen's mystique. Sword Dao Great Emperor meant a great emperor that cultivated the sword Dao, and it was mostly referring to strength. But the Sword Emperor was different. The Sword Emperor was the emperor of swordsmen and was extremely revered among swordsmen. Li Fuchen said, "There is nothing to dare or not. If you want it, you can take it." The Iron Sword Great Emperor stared at Li Fuchen. From Li Fuchen's tone, he could feel an indescribable charisma. At this moment, he vaguely knew why the Heaven Fire Doyen gave the title of Sword Emperor to Li Fuchen. The Sword Emperor doesn't just need strength. Most importantly, the Sword Dao proficiency must be strong enough. If you can defeat me in Sword Dao proficiency, the title of Sword Emperor shall belong to you. The Iron Sword Great Emperor suggested. I wonder how are we going to compete in Sword Dao proficiency? Li Fuchen asked. Very simple. You and I will only fight with sword arts. If we lose by one level, it is considered a loss. All right. Li Fuchen understood the Iron Sword Great Emperor's intention. The Iron Sword Great Emperor meant that if Li Fuchen was hit, it would be considered a loss, even if he didn't suffer any injuries. This place is too small. You and I shall fight in the sky. The Iron Sword Great Emperor rushed into the sky and skimmed into the clouds. Li Fuchen followed closely. Subsequently, the Heaven Fire Doyen, Yan Qingguo, Yongdang, and Yonglong had also followed. The battle between two absolute swordsmen was definitely going to be intense and exciting. Cling, 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 cling. When everyone followed up, the duo had already started the battle. The duo might not be using any sword arts, but the power wasn't inferior to Heaven-class mid-tier sword arts. The duo cultivated Heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Even a normal move would have the power of a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art. Broken sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor brandished his sword, and there was an imposing sword chi that attacked Li Fuchen's acupoints and vital spots. Li Fuchen's sword spun and produced a layer of transparent sword light to protect himself. Swift sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor didn't let Li Fuchen off. Sword after sword was like a violent storm that poured down on Li Fuchen, vowing to break Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor. But if the sky ring sword armor was so easy to break, it wouldn't be called the sky ring sword armor. Void ring sword armor. When the Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword style was about to be exhausted, Li Fuchen executed a void ring sword move. Circular sword style. Sensing that Li Fuchen's move was hard to deal with, the Iron Sword Great Emperor instantly switched from offense to defense. Just like Li Fuchen, he spun his sword and used the sword light to protect himself. It was worth mentioning that the duo were using Heaven-class low-tier artifact swords because of fairness. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's defensive sword move wouldn't be able to defend against Li Fuchen's sword art. Blade of Void. After the Void Ring sword was the Blade of Void. PFFF. The sword light was ripped apart and the Iron Sword Great Emperor was about to be defeated. Body sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor burst out with a yell and turned into a sword light to scatter the transparent sword edge. Body sword style, union of man and sword. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen had also turned into a sword light and attacked the Iron Sword Great Emperor. Clang, 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 clang. Everyone could see two sword lights crisscrossing. Every time they clashed, there would be a burst of sparks. Boundless sword intent was like a storm that burst out in all directions. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's strength is even stronger. The Heaven Fire Doyen praised. Iron Sword Great Emperor, if this is all you have, it is impossible for you to defeat me. As of now, Li Fuchen had performed with ease. It was mainly due to the existence of the sword heart that allowed him to have perfect control of his sword Dao law. Li Fuqin might also have heaven-class high-tier sword Dao law, but he was at least 3 times stronger than others. Of course, his cultivation level was his disadvantage. Otherwise, the Iron Sword Great Emperor wouldn't even be qualified for Li Fuqin to make a serious move. Li Fuqin, receive my strongest sword move, Tyrant Sword style. The Iron Sword Great Emperor broke away from the union of man and sword state. He wielded the silver iron sword and rushed into the sky before slashing down. This was a sword move that could shock the world and make the gods weep. When the sword was brandished, the sword screen felt as though it had split heaven and earth, yin and yang. Everyone on the other side of the sword screen felt as though they were in another world. They felt as though they were so far away from the duo and so unreachable. He actually made contact with the sword world state. The Heaven Fire Doyen was shocked. Sword World was the legendary Sword Dao state. When a sword was brandished, a world would be formed. This world was the world of Sword Dao. The Iron Sword Great Emperor naturally couldn't reach the Sword World state. But even if he didn't, just making contact with it was enough to shock the world. The Heaven Fire Doyen had also found out about the Sword World state from an ancient manual. What a great tyrant sword style! Just in time. Li Fuqin admitted that he was inferior to the Iron Sword Great Emperor on the path to the Sword World state. After all, the Iron Sword Great Emperor had cultivated for hundreds, or even 1,000 years. But the Sword Dao wasn't just the Sword World state. In Li Fuqin's eyes, the Iron Sword Great Emperor's move still had a flaw. Creak! The void was like glass that exploded. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Countless spatial blades were shot at the Iron Sword Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor had just executed the Tyrant Sword style, and his sword prowess was already exhausted. He didn't have enough time to defend perfectly, and his shoulder was scratched by the spatial blades. You have lost. Li Fuqin stood in front of the Iron Sword Great Emperor without any injuries, and said indifferently, "The Iron Sword Great Emperor's Tyrant Sword presence might be powerful, but it wasn't perfect and had too many flaws. To others, these flaws weren't considered flaws, but in Li Fuqin's eyes, flaws were flaws that couldn't be neglected. Yes, you have won. I am not a match for you." The Iron Sword Great Emperor took a deep breath. Only he knew clearly what it meant for Li Fuqin to be able to break his sword move. It meant that there was a huge gap between the two of them. If Li Fuqin's Sword Dao level was just slightly superior, it was impossible to break this move. Iron Sword Great Emperor, why don't we sit down and have some tea? We can also have an exchange of Sword Dao. Why not? The Heaven Fire Doyen laughed. Li Fuqin originally thought that the Iron Sword Great Emperor would refuse, but he nodded and agreed. Chapter 707. The news of Li Fuqin defeating the Iron Sword Great Emperor still spread. After all, many people knew that the Iron Sword Great Emperor had gone to the Long Wind Mountains. As a result, Li Fuqin's Sword Emperor title wasn't taken away. On the contrary, the Iron Sword Great Emperor acknowledged Li Fuqin's identity. It was obvious that he was defeated by Li Fuqin. A few days later, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor came to visit Li Fuqin. He wasn't here to challenge Li Fuqin. He was purely here to exchange Sword Dao. What a great move, Meteor Fall. This move's speed is already at the perfection stage. After witnessing Li Fuqin's sword art, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised. Li Fuqin said, "Brother Purple Bamboo's Purple Bamboo sword art is truly extraordinary. The chaotic disturbance break of mundane has benefited me greatly." Li Fuqin wasn't trying to flatter. He didn't need to flatter the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor either. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art might not be so sharp and tyrannical, but among the trio, the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword art was definitely the most elegant and extraordinary. His sword move felt like it was made by heaven, and Li Fuqin wasn't able to see through it in a single glance. On this day, Li Fuqin flew into the atmospheric thunder layer again. Crackle! A mystic yang heaven thunder struck Li Fuchen. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's sky ring sword armor was already at the heaven class high tier, and the mystic yang heaven thunder wasn't able to shatter it. Mystic Een heaven thunder, extreme Een heaven thunder, extreme yang heaven thunder, minor Een heaven thunder, minor yang heaven thunder, 5 elements heaven thunder. As Li Fuchen continued to fly up, all sorts of heaven thunders struck his body. These heaven thunders were extremely powerful. Li Fuchen was able to withstand one heaven thunders, but he couldn't withstand multiple heaven thunders. In just a short moment, the sky ring sword armor was shattered. Just a little more. Li Fuchen frowned and started to descend. Just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he wouldn't be able to withstand multiple heaven thunders. It seemed like in order to reach the upper part of the thunder layer, his body refinement had to be at the subcompletion level or even the completion level of law phase realm. However, the required body refinement resources were too horrific. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least half a peak-grade spirit stone's spirit chi to reach the subcompletion level of law phase realm. If he wanted to reach the completion level of law phase realm, 3 peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be enough. The reason why so many body refinement resources were required was because the hand of God was too high-grade. If Li Fuchen was cultivating a normal heaven class, low-tier body refinement technique, he wouldn't need so many body refinement resources. But if that was the case, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength wouldn't be enough. It is time to return to the Emperor Sky continent. Since his strength couldn't continue to increase, Li Fuchen had the intention to return to the Emperor Sky continent. There was an Emperor-class teleportation array between the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor Sky continent. The so-called Emperor-class teleportation array was something that only Law Phase realm emperors could use. Those below the Transcendence realm who wanted to teleport would be directly crushed into nothingness by the power of space. In addition, the amount of high-grade spirit stones required to activate the teleportation array was ridiculous. It required 10,000 high-grade spirit stones to activate the teleportation array. Even the great emperors of the 2 continents wouldn't casually teleport. If it was 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for one teleportation, it would be 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for 10 teleportations. It wasn't a small amount. According to the Heaven Fire Doyen, the reason why so many high-grade spirit stones were required was related to the continent willpower. As for the exact relationship, no one knew. Heaven Pillar Peak, the tallest peak of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Emperor-class teleportation array was built on the peak of the Heaven Pillar Peak. This time, the Thunder Beast didn't follow along. It wasn't because they couldn't bear to part with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, but because the Thunder Beast was in the midst of its advancement. The advancement of demonic beasts was different from the advancement of humans. There was a rather long process, therefore. The duo didn't ask the Thunder Beast to follow. As for Yen Qingguo, she was heading to the Emperor Sky continent because she had something to do. After activating the teleportation array, the duo vanished from the Heaven Pillar Peak. Emperor Sky continent, Emperor Sky Valley. This place was filled with violent winds, and those below the Law Phase realm wouldn't be able to enter. On this day, a radiance descended and 2 figures appeared on the teleportation platform in the depths of the Emperor Sky Valley. Are we going to the Blue Sun Empire first? Li Fuchen knew that Yen Qingguo was going to seek revenge from the Blue Sun Emperor. In the previous life, Yen Qingguo was also a great emperor and had her own pride. In this life, she was targeted by the Blue Sun Emperor for no reason and was nearly captured. How could she tolerate this? Yen Qingguo shook her head. With my current strength, I am still unable to defeat the Blue Sun Emperor. We will talk about it in the future. To be serious, her strength wasn't at the level of a great emperor yet. She would only reach the level of a great emperor when she burst out with strength. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that with Yen Qingguo's pride, she wouldn't be willing to rely on others. The duo left the Emperor's Sky Valley and randomly chose a direction. Half a day later, Li Fuchen raised his brows. Previously, he didn't know where the Emperor's Sky Valley was located in the Emperor's Sky Continent. But now he knew because he was currently in the Red Moon Empire. Since he was in the Red Moon Empire, Li Fuchen naturally had to visit the South Sun County. Back then, he was wanted by the South Sun County's county protector, Lin Tianyang, and had to flee to the Seoul Sky Empire. Now that he had the strength of a great emperor, a mere wanted notice was useless to him. If he was willing, he could even destroy the Red Moon Empire. Why would he be afraid of a wanted notice from a county protector? South Sun County, South Sun City. After entering the city gates, Li Fuchen saw that the wanted notice for him had yet to be revoked. It was obvious that he was still a wanted fugitive. How could Yan Qingguo not know what was going on? It seemed like Li Fuchen didn't have good days in the Emperor's Sky Continent and was actually wanted for so many years. But these people's good days had come to an end. Look, isn't that the wanted fugitive Li Fuchen? Hurry up and report to the county protector. Those who discover Li Fuchen will be rewarded. Don't let others snatch it first. Everyone in the surroundings quickly recognized Li Fuchen. It couldn't be helped. Li Fuchen's portrait had been hanging in the South Sun City for many years, and it was hard for them to not recognize him. Without needing anyone to report to Lin Tianyang, Li Fuchen immediately arrived outside the county protector residence. Lin Tianyang, get the hell out here! Li Fuchen yelled out. Lin Tianyang came out along with 66 monarchs. The 66 primary sea realm monarchs quickly formed a battle formation, and there was a horrific array power that rippled. Li Fuchen, don't think you can look down on my county protector residence just because your strength improved. Capture him. Lin Tianyang wasn't well informed. He only knew that Li Fuchen was a primary sea realm monarch and was extremely powerful. He didn't know anything else, as the Clan of Darkness didn't inform him either. In his opinion, even if Li Fuchen was a half-emperor, the Six Directions battle formation would be able to capture him easily. Li Fuchen didn't even look at the Six Directions battle formation. With a wave of his hand, the battle formation collapsed, and all the monarchs were sent flying while vomiting blood. On the streets, the onlookers were flabbergasted. They had limited insight and had never seen someone as powerful as Li Fuchen. A casual wave of the hand was enough to destroy the county protector residence's Six Directions battle formation. What exactly is your cultivation realm? Lin Tianyang's eyes contracted. It is fine as long as I can kill you. Li Fuchen was emitting murderous intent. I am the Red Moon Empire's county protector. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world, unless you think you can contest with the Red Moon Emperor. Lin Tianyang said sternly. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen would kill him. By then, even if the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons took revenge for him, it would be meaningless. Since I have returned openly, why would I be afraid of the Red Moon Empire? Die! Li Fuchen raised his right hand and slammed down. No, Lin Tianyang was stunned. He didn't think that Li Fuchen would really dare to kill him. At this moment, his eyes were filled with regret and resentment. Bang! The ground shook, and there was a giant palm print at Lin Tianyang's location. As for Lin Tianyang, he was already turned into ashes. The county protector is dead? He actually dares to kill the county protector. Isn't he afraid of being pursued by the Red Moon Empire's upper echelons? The South Sun County is going to change. Hurry up and leave before you are silenced. After seeing that Li Fuchen had killed Lin Tianyang, these people didn't dare to stay any longer as they all ran away. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't silence them. If he wanted to, a single thought was enough to kill these people. Let's go. Chapter 708. Once Li Fuchen arrived at the Floating Sky Mountain territory, he felt the atmosphere was different. After descending into a city, Li Fuchen summoned the city lord and inquired about the situation. The city lord was called Hukai. He smiled bitterly and said, the floating sky mountain has been sealed. Sealed? Li Fuqin raised his brows. Hu Kai explained 1/2 a year ago, the vacant mountain emperor was plotted against by the Soul Emperor and was severely injured. After he returned, he immediately sealed the mountain. During this period of time, the Soul Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the Red Moon Emperor worked together to attack the mountain. It is fortunate that the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array is extremely powerful, and not even the 3 great emperors were able to blast it open. But once the Floating Sky Mountain has sealed the mountain, it is the same as losing control of the territory. Right now, the Floating Sky Mountain territory is basically under the control of the Soul Sky Empire, the Blue Sun Empire, and the Red Moon Empire. Hearing the statement, Li Fuqin and Yan Qingguo looked at each other. The duo guessed that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had probably become the soul slaves of the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, the duo wouldn't need to help the Soul Emperor to deal with the vacant Mountain Emperor. Without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. Most people understood this, including the Great Emperor. Otherwise, the balance of the Emperor's sky continent would have been hard to maintain. Hu Kai, who are you talking to? A youth at the 5th level of Primary Sea Realm walked over with 2 high-level monarchs. The youth had a gloomy and ruthless expression as he rebuked Hu Kai. When Hu Kai saw the youth, he quickly bowed and cupped his fist. Greetings to young Master Shin. The youth was called Xinyan, and he was a prodigy, descendant of the Shen clan. The Shen clan was a clan of the Red Moon Empire. Rather than saying that he was in control of this city, it was better to say that the Shen clan was in control. Who are these 2 individuals? Xin Yin looked at Li Fuqin and Yan Qingguo. Li Fuqin was ignored by Xin Yin as his eyes were all focused on Yan Qingguo. Earlier on, he was talking to Hu Kai and didn't pay much attention to Yan Qingguo. Right now, after taking a closer look, he was instantly stunned. He felt that he had never seen such an absolute beauty in his life. Even the famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion couldn't compare. I am Qin Yun. This city is the territory of my Qin family. May I know your name? Qin Yun said confidently. When one's cultivation reached the law phase realm, their qi presence would naturally fuse with heaven and earth. Unless they intentionally emitted their qi presence, it would be hard for others to detect a law phase realm emperor's cultivation realm. Qin Yun might find it strange that he couldn't see through Yan Qingguo, but he definitely wouldn't think that Yan Qingguo was a law phase realm emperor. After all, Yan Qingguo was too young, and it was impossible for the Emperor's sky continent to have such a young law phase realm emperor. Furthermore, a law phase realm emperor wouldn't casually appear in front of everyone. Scram! Yan Qingguo's qi presence was released, and there was a horrific storm that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Shan Yun and the 2 high-level monarchs beside him were sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. Law phase realm emperor. Qin Yin wasn't the only one who was shocked. The 2 high-level kings beside him were also trembling with fear. They never expected for Yan Qingguo to be a law phase realm emperor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to approach him even if they were given 10,000 times more courage. Let's go. After asking all the necessary questions, Li Fuqin and Yan Qingguo left. After the duo left, Xin Yin and the others also left with their tails between their legs. They were preparing to report the situation to their clan. The Floating Sky Mountain was a giant mountain that was floating in the sky. In the past, the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array wasn't visible. But since 1/2 a year ago, the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array could be seen with the naked eye. The mountain protection array was pale golden in color, and it was like a layer of gold leaf that enveloped the Floating Sky Mountain. Outside the Floating Sky Mountain, heaven and earth chi was extremely scarce, and it was even rarer than the low-class continent, the East Unicorn Continent. The heaven and earth chi wasn't absorbed by the Floating Sky Mountain's mountain protection array. It was because there were countless arrays set up around the Floating Sky Mountain. These arrays had the effect of restraining and severing the qi. The objective was to prevent the floating sky mountain's mountain protection array from absorbing heaven and earth qi, and had to rely on spirit stones to maintain the array. It was obvious that the floating sky mountain was at a dead end. As time passed, the array would automatically collapse without the need for the Soul Emperor to attack. Who is it? As soon as Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu arrived at the vicinity of the floating sky mountain, they were targeted. The one that targeted them wasn't a primary sea realm monarch, it was a tall and skinny Law Phase realm emperor. This Law Phase realm emperor was a subordinate of the Soul Emperor and was called the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor's cultivation wasn't considered high and was only at the 4th level of Law Phase realm. But due to a fated encounter, he comprehended the wind shift technique. Apart from great emperors, it was very hard to kill him. This was also the reason why the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was sent to monitor the floating sky mountain. After monitoring this place for close to half a year, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor wasn't worried that the vacant Mountain Emperor would suddenly rush out. Firstly, the vacant Mountain Emperor was inflicted with the soul poison and couldn't even protect himself. Secondly, the floating sky mountain's array was extremely mystical and had a total of 2 forms. The regular form allowed entry and exit. In this form, it had both offense and defense, and regular great emperors wouldn't be able to break it. The second form was the mountain lock form. No one could enter or exit. In this form, the array didn't have any attack power, but its defense was extremely horrifying. Even a half-saint wouldn't be able to break the array. Therefore, the people inside couldn't exit at all. In order to exit, the array had to return to the regular form. Furthermore, it wouldn't be able to return to the mountain lock form within a day. While the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was speaking, he gathered wind arrows and locked onto Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu. "You are the Soul Emperor's subordinate." Li Fuqin asked in response, "Why are you asking if you already know? Surrender now and you still have a chance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." The Divine Wind Martial Emperor spoke with a stern voice. "Since you are the Soul Emperor's subordinate, killing you is the right choice." Clang! Li Fuqin drew his sword and slashed at the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. The Divine Wind Martial Emperor had a mocking expression. He really didn't know if Li Fuqin's brain was filled with water to actually think that Li Fuqin could kill him. With the wind shift technique, not even a great emperor could kill him in a single move, unless it was a sneak attack. As for Li Fuqin, he didn't even choose to sneak attack and immediately attacked with his sword. But in the next moment, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's mocking expression vanished and was replaced with fear. How could this be? How could this sword move be so fast? It was so fast that he couldn't even see the sword light and could only see a flash of radiance. Lowering his head, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor saw that his heart had already been penetrated and he could see the back of his chest. "You!" Pointing at Li Fuqin, the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's qi presence vanished. This sword move didn't just destroy the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's vitality, it had also destroyed the Divine Wind Martial Emperor's true spirit. Inside the floating sky mountain, the people inside could see the scene outside through the array. When Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu arrived, they were immediately seen. Immediately after, they saw the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. "It is Li Fuqin." The Cloud Emperor immediately recognized Li Fuqin. "Oh, no, not even I can deal with the Divine Wind Martial Emperor." The Cloud Emperor was burning with anxiety. In a one-on-one, he might not even be a match for the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. It was imaginable what would happen if Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu encountered the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. But the Cloud Emperor wasn't able to exit and could only watch everything unfold. Such a fast sword! Beside the Cloud Emperor, a floating sky mountain elder exclaimed. At this moment, the Cloud Emperor was also flabbergasted. How was this possible? The Divine Wind Martial Emperor couldn't even withstand a single sword move from Li Fuchen and was immediately killed. Not even a great emperor could do it. Third level of law, phase realm. As Li Fuchen revealed his strength, the Cloud Emperor was able to identify Li Fuchen's cultivation level. Third level of law, phase realm. This cultivation level wasn't low and was only one level lower than the Divine Wind Martial Emperor. With Li Fuchen's combat talent, it was normal for him to kill enemies that were stronger than him. The Cloud Emperor didn't know how Li Fuchen progressed so quickly, but the facts told him that Li Fuchen was already a law phase realm emperor. As for why Li Fuchen was able to kill the Divine Wind Martial Emperor, who possessed the wind shift technique in a single sword move, the Cloud Emperor reckoned that the Divine Wind Martial Emperor was too careless and had a slow reaction. Li Fuchen's sword move was indeed unbelievably fast. Hurry up and inform the other elders to open up the array and let them in, the Cloud Emperor said. One of the floating sky mountains elders berated. Are you crazy? If we open up the array, we won't be able to seal the mountain within a day. What if the Soul Emperor arrives? The Cloud Emperor argued. The floating sky array is a top-notch Class 8 array. Even in its regular form, it can hold on for a day. If we let the two of them stay outside, it will be the same as sending them to their deaths. It is too risky, and we can't bear the responsibility. Let them leave quickly. The floating sky mountain's elder still didn't agree. The Cloud Emperor said, we can't even send a message out. How are we going to inform them to leave? The mountain seal form meant that everything was sealed, including information. People from the outside wouldn't be able to send a message in and wouldn't be able to receive a message from the inside. In fact, people from the outside wouldn't be able to see the situation inside. Call for an elder meeting. The vacant mountain emperor was in seclusion to recuperate. Right now, the elders were in charge of everything. No matter what decision they made, they had to obtain the support of the majority of the elders. The Cloud Emperor suggested. Ultimately, the elder meeting didn't support the Cloud Emperor's decision. After all, it was too dangerous, and there might be a calamity. Outside the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to open up the array. As long as the Soul Emperor arrived, everyone would witness his strength. It wasn't a big deal to wait a few more days. With a wave of the hand, countless clouds surged over and turned into a pavilion. Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu then entered. A few hours later, the Soul Emperor arrived. The Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor had also arrived. The three great emperors arrived together. The sky was rumbling with dark clouds, and the sun and moon were intertwining. The floating sky mountain and the pavilion were like a small boat in the ocean that would capsize at any moment. You actually dare to appear in front of me. The Soul Emperor stared at Li Fuchen and was rather confused. Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and looked at the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. With his eyesight, he could immediately see that the Blue Sun Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's eyes were hiding a trace of stupefaction. If it wasn't for the Saint Spirit, he wouldn't be able to detect it. As expected, you have become a soul slave. Li Fuchen said to Yan Qinggu, you will have to face the Blue Sun Emperor in advance. Chapter 709. Soul Emperor, let me try them. I allowed them to escape previously, but it won't happen again. The Blue Sun Emperor chuckled and took a step forward. All right. The Soul Emperor nodded. He also wanted to see Li Fuchen's mystique. Back then, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the void swallow octopus. He must have some trump cards. Get down. The Blue Sun Emperor had a stalwart body and a head of blue hair. When he circulated his technique, even his eyes turned blue. A giant blue sun law phase enveloped the Blue Sun Emperor and sent a palm strike at Li Fuchen and Yan Qinggu. Previously, when the duo encountered the Blue Sun Emperor, they were nearly chased into a dead end. This time, the situation was different. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qinggu slashed at the blue palm. Bang! A destructive storm swept out and sent Yan Qinggu flying. However, the blue sun law phase had also leaned back a little. The Soul Emperor squinted his eyes. Yan Qingwu's cultivation was only at the second level of law phase realm, but she was actually able to receive a move from the Blue Sun Emperor. Law comprehension and secret technique. The Soul Emperor had great eyesight, and after a slight consideration, he knew Yan Qingwu's background. Yan Qingwu's saber art might also be a heaven-class high-tier saber art, but her saber Dao law comprehension was extremely profound and wasn't something the Blue Sun Emperor could compare with. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's secret technique was extremely powerful and was probably a top-notch 8-star combat secret technique. This secret technique could allow Yan Qingwu's combat cultivation to increase from the second level of Law Phase Realm to the fourth level of Law Phase Realm, indirectly reducing the difference in cultivation level. Interesting. Blue Sun Unbounded Loop. The Blue Sun Law Phase executed another palm strike and sent a blue ring of fire at Yan Qingwu. Clang, clang, clang. Yan Qingwu slashed 3 times in a single breath and finally created a gap in the blue ring of fire. Soul Emperor, let me test this child. The Red Moon Emperor volunteered and lunged at Li Fuchen. Red Cloud Moon Chase. The Red Moon Emperor was a Sword Dao Emperor. His sword was different from the Iron Sword Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. The Iron Sword Great Emperor's sword was iron-blooded and emotionless. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor's sword was elegant and refined. The Red Moon Emperor's sword was cold and vicious. As the opponent brandished his sword, the void seemed to have frozen. A bundle of scarlet sword radiance rushed at Li Fuchen violently. Regular high-level emperors would be corroded by the sword chi and turned into ice sculptures when facing this sword. Even a peak-class emperor wouldn't dare to forcefully block this sword. Break! Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword and slashed. Kacha! The void cracked. The scarlet sword radiance crumbled and dissipated. Puff! At the same time, a spatial crack appeared on the Red Moon Emperor's body, causing him to tremble violently. Void Dao sword art. The Red Moon Emperor was taken aback. The Void Dao was known as the hardest Dao to deal with. The Vacant Mountain Emperor also cultivated the Void Dao. His strength might not be top 3 in the Emperor's Sky Continent and might not even be top 5, but not even the Soul Emperor would dare to say he could injure the Vacant Mountain Emperor in a one-on-one fight. Half a year ago, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was still able to escape from the Soul Emperor after being inflicted with the soul poison. It was evident how powerful the Void Dao was. Void reality. Without any pause, Li Fuchen immediately executed the second sword. A thin layer of sword light enveloped the Red Moon Emperor. The Red Moon Emperor yelled out and enveloped the Red Moon Law Phase. Boom, boom, boom. The Red Moon Law Phase exploded, and the Red Moon Emperor was sent flying miserably while fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art was too powerful, and the Red Moon Emperor couldn't withstand it at all. Inside the Floating Sky Mountain, all the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain were in disbelief with their mouths wide open. The Red Moon Emperor was a great emperor, and his strength wasn't inferior to the Vacant Mountain Emperor. But he was actually injured consecutively by Li Fuchen. How powerful was Li Fuchen? Was this still Li Fuchen? This child's innate talent is unprecedented. From now on, the Emperor's Sky Continent will no longer be the Emperor's Sky Continent of the past. One of the elders of the Floating Sky Mountain said with delight and admiration, "Fate is truly mystical. Among everyone, no one had such complicated feelings like the Cloud Emperor." Back when the Cloud Emperor encountered Li Fuchen in the Latent Shadow Abyss, Li Fuchen was just a puny battle spirit realm martial artist. Back then, the Cloud Emperor would never have expected that in less than 10 years, Li Fuchen would grow into a pinnacle figure of the Emperor's Sky Continent. This growth speed was already beyond the Cloud Emperor's imagination. Red Moon Everlasting Sword. The Red Moon Emperor was enraged. His right hand swiped across the crescent moon mark on his forehead, and a crescent moon sword light was blasted at Li Fuchen. Crackle! The void froze, and even time had slowed down. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was the Red Moon Emperor's trump card. This move required the accumulation of power for years and years before the power was sealed at the forehead. Those that can become great emperors are indeed not to be trifled with. Li Fuchen believed that if he only had formidable strength, he would have fallen for the move. It was a pity that he didn't just have formidable strength. He didn't have any shortcomings in other aspects. There were some aspects that surpassed strength, like the spirit soul and the saint spirit. The powerful spiritual awareness allowed Li Fuchen's reaction to not slow down as the Red Moon Emperor's sword prowess expanded. Instead, it was more concentrated. Meteor Fall. The Red Moon Emperor's Red Moon Everlasting Sword was definitely similar to Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall. These two sword moves could slow down time, but the Red Moon Everlasting Sword could freeze time. As for Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall, it was extremely fast, so fast that even time appeared to be sluggish. There was a flash of blinding sword light. Bang, bang. There was a huge distortion in the void, and it wasn't normal. Immediately after, the duo retreated separately. Neither of them injured the other. But because of this, the Red Moon Emperor had already lost. The Red Moon Everlasting Sword was a sword move that he had accumulated for countless years. As for the Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen could execute it at any moment. Who was superior and who was inferior was naturally obvious at a glance. Soul Domain, Soul-Rending Hand. Right at this moment, the world suddenly turned black and white. A gray shadow instantly appeared behind Li Fuchen and clawed at Li Fuchen's body. Soul Emperor, I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen turned around and slashed. The Soul Emperor retreated as he had no choice. This claw attack might be able to injure Li Fuchen's spirit soul and could even tear a piece of Li Fuchen's spirit soul. But if Li Fuchen's sword attacked, the Soul Emperor would definitely suffer severe injuries. Most importantly, at that moment earlier, the Soul Emperor felt an intense danger of death. He suspected that if he didn't retreat, he would perish here. You are actually able to resist my soul domain. The Soul Emperor returned to his original position as though he didn't move at all. Chapter 710. Celestial Eye Cult, Stargazing Tower. This tower was 99,000 feet tall, and when standing at the top, the stars that could be seen were several times bigger than the ground. This was the place where the Celestial Eye Emperor would drink tea and observe the stars. What a Li Fuchen! The Celestial Eye Emperor's eyes burst out with blazing radiance. In the Emperor's sky continent, no one had ever made the Soul Emperor suffer. Li Fuchen was definitely the first. Even if it was Li Fuchen, he would try his best not to cross moves with the Soul Emperor. It was to prevent the Soul Emperor from seeing through his real strength. Of course, most importantly, Li Fuchen couldn't understand the Soul Emperor's methods. To be honest, the Celestial Eye Emperor really wanted to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor. It wasn't because he had a good relationship with the Vacant Mountain Emperor, but he didn't want the Soul Emperor to be too powerful. But who knew that the Red Moon Emperor and the Blue Sun Emperor would actually stand on the Soul Emperor's side? As such, even if the Celestial Eye Emperor worked together with the Mystic Dark Emperor and the Safflower Empress, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage against the Soul Emperor. He, the Celestial Eye Emperor, never fought a battle that he wasn't confident in. When the Safflower Empress invited him to help the Vacant Mountain Emperor, he rejected. In his opinion, the time wasn't right yet. In addition, the Floating Sky Mountain could still last for a long time. With this person helping me to probe the Soul Emperor, it is a rather good opportunity. The Celestial Eye Emperor circulated his celestial eye and tried to see every detail. After all, this was a once-in-a-blue moon opportunity. If it was other great emperors, they wouldn't be able to probe anything. Even the Soul Emperor can't sneak an attack. Inside the Floating Sky Mountain, everyone was shocked. I didn't misjudge this child. This child is the savior of our Floating Sky Mountain. The vacant Mountain Emperor, who looked much older, walked out. Mountain Emperor. Everyone bowed and cupped their fists. The vacant Mountain Emperor waved his hand and said, "Restore the floating sky array to its normal state." Mountain Emperor, the outcome isn't decided yet. It isn't appropriate to change the array rashly. A floating sky mountain elder objected. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, "Our floating sky mountain is one of the 7 major Emperor-class factions in the Emperor's sky continent. If we don't even have this bit of boldness, wouldn't we be the laughingstock of the world? Furthermore, it is because the outcome isn't decided yet that is why we have to change the array. By then, if Li Fuqin isn't a match, we will bring him in and prevent him from being harmed by the Soul Emperor. It will also increase our floating sky mountain's foundation. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Safflower Empress should be on her way. This crisis is basically resolved." After the vacant Mountain Emperor's explanation, everyone nodded their heads. Indeed, changing the formation was a necessary choice as the benefits outweighed the disadvantages. The golden foil-like floating formation returned to its normal state and gradually disappeared into the void. From the outside, it was impossible to tell what was real and what was fake. The Soul Emperor coldly sneered as he saw this. "Red Moon Emperor, attack with everything you have. I will support you from the side." The Soul Emperor sent a sound transmission to the Red Moon Emperor. Yes, the Red Moon Emperor nodded and charged at Li Fuqin again. Spirit Domain. The black and white world descended again and pressed down on Li Fuqin. As for the Red Moon Emperor, because he was a Soul Emperor's soul slave, his soul would not be suppressed. Trying to use the Spirit Domain to suppress me? Li Fuqin also sneered and sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single sword. Go. The Soul Emperor didn't expect to defeat Li Fuqin with the Spirit Domain. He flicked his hands repeatedly and shot black spheres at Li Fuqin. "Li Fuqin, be careful. This is a soul sphere and it contains the soul poison." The vacant Mountain Emperor's voice was transmitted into Li Fuqin's ears. Back then, Li Fuqin didn't know the mystique of the soul sphere and was accidentally inflicted with the soul poison. Li Fuqin had a clear understanding of the situation. Since it was a soul sphere, regular methods wouldn't be able to deal with it. Even the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword and tent would find it hard to completely seal off the soul poison's penetration. Of course, Li Fuqin didn't think that the soul poison would be effective against him. After all, his soul spirit wasn't a regular soul spirit. However, Li Fuqin didn't wish to take the risk for no reason. Spiritual Awareness Blaze. Li Fuqin executed the Spiritual Awareness secret technique and blasted Spiritual Awareness fireballs at the soul sphere. Bang! The soul sphere exploded. Countless black mist diffused. Under the burning of the Spiritual Awareness flame, the black haze quickly dissipated. Fire Dao Spiritual Awareness secret technique? The Soul Emperor was shocked. Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes were much rarer than regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques. The Soul Emperor's Soul Dao secret technique wasn't afraid of regular Spiritual Awareness secret techniques. But when facing Spiritual Awareness secret techniques with attributes, it would still be restrained. However, the restraint was relative. Li Fuqin's Spiritual Awareness secret technique was dozens of times stronger than the Soul Emperor's imagination. Logically, even if Li Fuqin executed an 8-star Spiritual Awareness secret technique, it shouldn't have such an effect. Soul Stab. The Soul Emperor continued to execute the Soul Dao secret technique while the Red Moon Emperor was in charge of frontal attacks. The Soul Emperor believed that as long as he could find a trace of loophole, he would be able to capture Li Fuqin. One had to admit that when the duo worked together, Li Fuqin felt the pressure. If Li Fuqin used his full strength to deal with the Red Moon Emperor, he would definitely be attacked by the Soul Emperor. If Li Fuqin concentrated on dealing with the Soul Emperor, he would be entangled by the Red Moon Emperor. The situation was in a stalemate. Both sides couldn't do anything to each other. Of course, Li Fuqin still had some trump cards and other methods that he hadn't executed yet. He was looking for an opportunity to execute them. Red flower extinguishing. Right at this moment, there were 2 red flowers that suddenly bloomed in the void. The 2 red flowers happened to envelop the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted and his body suddenly turned faint. Bang! The red flowers closed and immediately exploded. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuqin made use of this rare opportunity to blast countless Sect Origin Swords chi at the void where the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor were. Each of the sword chi wasn't considered powerful, but when hundreds of thousands of sword chi were gathered together, it was enough to slaughter the void. Back when Li Fuqin was only at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, he used this move to injure the Blood Demonic Great Ruler. If the Blood Demonic Great Ruler was compared to the human Great Rulers, he would definitely be a top-notch Great Ruler. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The densely packed sword chi was like a violent storm. It was like an apocalyptic flood that drowned the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor's figures. Seeing this scene, the Celestial Eye Emperor's scalp turned numb. He believed that if he faced this move from Li Fuqin, he would definitely be severely injured, unless he wasn't hit. When the sword chi dispersed, the Soul Emperor vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying. As the strongest emperor in the Emperor's Sky Continent, he wasn't that easy to kill. In fact, if the Safflower Empress didn't appear, Li Fuqin would only be able to injure the Soul Emperor lightly with this move. Right now, the Soul Emperor's injuries weren't that severe. However, the Red Moon Emperor was in a miserable state. His body was riddled with wounds and looked like a hornet's nest. Li Fuqin and the Safflower Empress coordination was too perfect. The Red Moon Emperor didn't even have time to execute his shifting technique. Retreat! The Soul Emperor grabbed the Red Moon Emperor's broken body and instantly vanished. On the other side, the Blue Sun Emperor had also executed the Blue Sun, shifting immediately. He turned into a blue sun and vanished completely. But before he left, he still suffered a sword slash from Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin's Void Dao sword Art was able to injure even when executing shifting techniques. This was when Li Fuqin hadn't condensed the Void Dao heart. Once Li Fuqin comprehended the Void Dao heart, he would be able to kill the Blue Sun Emperor through the void. Of course, by then Li Fuqin would have already comprehended the Void Heaven Sword Art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. With the Void Heaven Sword World, the Blue Sun Emperor wouldn't have the chance to execute shifting techniques. It is said that the Soul Emperor is an absolute prodigy. As compared to you, he isn't considered anything. The Safflower Empress walked out from the void with a glistening red flower on her head. Li Fuqin cupped his fist and said, "Many thanks to the Safflower Empress for your assistance earlier." The Safflower Empress shook her head and said, "With the power of your move earlier, as long as you have some time, the 2 of them would have retreated pathetically. I merely provided you with an opportunity. Li Fuqin, Safflower Empress, and this young lady, it is all thanks to the 3 of you." The Vacant Mountain Emperor flew out from the Floating Sky Mountain. The Safflower Empress looked at the Vacant Mountain Emperor and said, "You are inflicted with the soul poison. How is it? Are you all right?" The Vacant Mountain Emperor smiled bitterly and said, "The soul poison is much more formidable than I imagined. I am unable to remove it. You just need to find the soul cleansing herb or a soul Dao expert to help you refine the soul poison." Yan Qinggu said from the side. The Vacant Mountain Emperor looked at Yan Qinggu and said, "I have heard of the soul cleansing herb. It is a pity that my Floating Sky Mountain doesn't have it. As for soul Dao experts, the entire Emperor Sky Continent only has the Soul Emperor, who is a soul Dao expert." Yan Qinggu looked at Li Fuqin and said, "He is also considered a soul Dao expert." Li Fuqin smiled and said, I don't dare to claim to be a Soul Dao expert, but I can help you take a look. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was indeed very powerful, but his Soul Dao methods were too trashy. He only had the soul chain, which was a Soul Dao secret technique. The vacant mountain emperor and the safflower empress were very shocked. Li Fuchen was actually a Soul Dao expert as well. It was no wonder he could defeat the Soul Emperor. Let's go in first. The vacant mountain emperor invited the trio into the floating sky mountain. Deep into the night, in a hidden room, Li Fuchen's right index finger pointed at the vacant mountain emperor's forehead, and his spiritual awareness entered. The vacant mountain emperor's soul sea was dark, and it felt like a world that had lost its vitality. In the center of the soul sea, there was a gray spirit soul sphere. The gray spirit soul sphere was filled with traces of black. It was obvious that the black color was the soul poison. The black threads were wiggling as though they had spirituality. Li Fuchen didn't dare to use the soul chain to attack the black threads, as he was afraid that he might harm the vacant mountain emperor instead of saving him. He didn't dare to use his spiritual awareness to burn the black threads, as it would also harm the vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul. I can only do this. Li Fuchen circulated his soul power and poured it into the vacant mountain emperor's soul sea. The vacant mountain emperor grunted. When the foreign soul power entered the soul sea, it was still a little harmful to him. What kind of soul power is this? The purple soul power shocked the vacant mountain emperor. According to what he knew, saints' spirit souls were only green in color. Could it be a Soul Dao secret technique? The vacant mountain emperor thought that it was a secret technique that turned Li Fuchen's soul power purple. Once the purple soul power entered the vacant mountain emperor's soul sea, it started to evaporate the black threads. At the same time, it was also evaporating the vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul. It was fortunate that compared to the spirit soul, the soul poison was just an impurity, and it was evaporating faster. After one night, the vacant mountain emperor's complexion was even weaker, but his mind was much clearer. Mountain Emperor, take it slow. Prepare more treasures that can increase your essence chi. Li Fuchen withdrew his finger and said, "All right." After knowing that Li Fuchen had a way to resolve the soul poison, the vacant mountain emperor was very happy. Time elapsed, and 1 month later, the vacant mountain emperor's soul poison had been completely evaporated. The vacant mountain emperor's spirit soul might have also been evaporated, but it was a blessing in disguise. His spirit soul was now purer, and his thoughts were much clearer. Chapter 711. The Soul Emperor had held the title of strongest great emperor in the Emperor Sky continent for over a century. It might not be a long time, but the Soul Emperor was only over 300 years old and was younger than all the other great emperors. For over a century, the Soul Emperor had never tasted defeat and was already the symbol of invincibility. Furthermore, over a century ago, the Soul Emperor killed a great emperor and obtained the title of strongest great emperor. Who would have expected that over a century later, someone could actually defeat the Soul Emperor? Furthermore, this person was ridiculously young. The Soul Emperor stepped into the Law Phase realm over 100 years old and became the strongest great emperor over 200 years old. It was unknown when Li Fuchen reached the Law Phase realm, but when he defeated the Soul Emperor, he was at most around 40 years old. A 40-year-old great emperor was already enough to shock the world, let alone mid-class continents. Even high-class continents would be unique. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor meant that Li Fuchen was extremely strong. To be able to defeat the Soul Emperor at the age of 40 meant that Li Fuchen had boundless potential. When these two things were added up, everyone was extremely shocked. Sword Emperor. Everyone thought of a title at the same time. This title was the same as the title given to Li Fuchen by the Heaven Fire Doyen, Sword Emperor. In fact, it was very normal, as the highest title for Sword Dao emperors was Sword Emperor. Apart from Li Fuchen, who else would dare to call themselves Sword Emperor? Even if it was given to him, he wouldn't dare to accept it, As for whether Li Fuqin was worthy of the title of Sword Emperor, no one was worried. What a joke! Li Fuqin was already so powerful at the age of 40. In history, which Sword Emperor was this powerful at the age of 40? The answer was none. Clan of Darkness headquarters. Stop all operations. An order was sent to all the branches of the Clan of Darkness. The Clan of Darkness had once assassinated Li Fuqin, and it wasn't just once or twice. Back then, Li Fuqin was still very weak, and the Clan of Darkness could deal with him as they wished. They weren't afraid that Li Fuqin would take revenge. Now that Li Fuqin was a great emperor, and wasn't just a regular great emperor, the Clan of Darkness was afraid that Li Fuqin would follow the clues and find their headquarters. By then, the Clan of Darkness might not be destroyed, but they would suffer great losses. It could be said that Li Fuqin's appearance had changed the situation of the Emperor's sky continent. After curing the vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison, Li Fuqin planned to visit the Soul Sky Empire's Black Emperor Guild. He and Shangguan Yu were definitely friends. Now that he was back, he naturally had to go and take a look. After arriving at the Black Emperor Guild, Li Fuqin's face turned dark. The entire Black Emperor sect was completely empty. Not a single person could be seen. When the murderous intent rose, Li Fuqin thought it was done by the Soul Emperor. But soon enough, Li Fuqin withdrew his killing intent. The Black Emperor Guild had obviously left the Emperor's sky continent. That dilapidated teleportation platform still had traces of spatial power. After asking around a nearby faction, Li Fuqin found out that the Black Emperor Guild was persecuted by the Blood Sift Union and had left the Emperor's sky continent. It's the Blood Sift Union again. Li Fuqin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Back then, he didn't have the ability to do anything to the Blood Sift Union. Now that he was a great emperor, a top-notch great emperor, as long as he found the Blood Sift Union, he would definitely destroy it. Li Fuqin, the Imperial Flower Pavilion, will be holding the Imperial Flower Feast 1 month later. We can go and take a look. On this day, the vacant Mountain Emperor said to Li Fuqin, "Imperial Flower Feast?" Li Fuqin didn't have a good impression of the Imperial Flower Pavilion. It was a faction that relied on others and nurtured the imperial flowers and famed flowers. They were no different from high-class socialites. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, "The Imperial Flower Feast is the #1 grand feast of the Emperor's sky continent. Not only will most of the human emperors attend, the demonic beast emperors will also attend, including the demonic beast great emperors." "Is that so? Then I shall go and take a look." Li Fuqin nodded. The Emperor's sky continent wasn't just the human race's world. The demonic beast race shouldn't be underestimated either. Previously, the human race had 7 great emperors on the surface, and with the Dark Knight Emperor who was in the dark, there were a total of 8 great emperors. The demonic beast race also had 4 great emperors on the surface. 1 month later, the Imperial Flower Feast was held as scheduled. The venue was the Rainbow Garden at the Imperial Flower Pavilion's headquarters. This garden was a floating garden that the Imperial Flower Pavilion's pavilion master had spent an enormous amount of resources to set up. There were countless precious flowers planted inside, and there was even a Rainbow Spirit Formation. This Rainbow Spirit Formation was a peak grade 8 spirit formation, and it wasn't as simple as it looked. On this day, various human emperors and demonic beast emperors flew towards the Rainbow Garden. The Rainbow Garden is indeed worthy of its name. The rainbow energy here is truly relaxing. The Rainbow Garden is one of the rare cultivation sacred lands in the Emperor's Sky continent. It is said that cultivating here will allow one to radiate with radiance. The Imperial Flower Pavilion's imperial flowers and famed flowers are so beautiful, and it is definitely related to cultivating in the Rainbow Garden. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, there were beautiful female attendants who received them. There were some familiar human emperors who were interacting with each other. "Hurry up and look, it is the Green Nacre Empress." Everyone's eyes landed on a female law phase realm emperor who had just landed. This female law phase realm emperor was wearing green clothes and a phoenix hairpin. She looked extremely luxurious and gorgeous. The Green Nacre Empress was a 6th-level emperor and was one of the followers of the Celestial Eye Emperor. As a female empress, the Green Nacre Empress was extremely popular no matter where she went. After all, among the law phase realm emperors, the male-to-female ratio was too low, and it wasn't even 10:1. Furthermore, the Green Nacre Empress was one of the best among the female emperors. As of now, the Green Nacre Empress had yet to choose a Tao companion. The Celestial Eye Emperor had once indicated that he wanted to marry her, but she rejected. In her opinion, the Celestial Eye Emperor was too old. The Tao companion in her heart didn't just have strength, he also had to have potential and couldn't be too old. Otherwise, she would rather be alone. It was a pity that there were too few people who fit the criteria. The Soul Emperor was one, but the Soul Emperor was too dangerous. The Green Nacre Empress didn't plan to place herself in such a dangerous situation. I heard that the Sword Emperor is only 40 years old. I really don't know how he became a great emperor at the age of 40. The Green Nacre Empress was very curious about Li Fuchen. She was participating in the Imperial Flower Feast, mainly to witness Li Fuchen's prowess. She didn't have any thoughts for now. It was purely a woman's curiosity. Time elapsed, and soon enough, another female emperor arrived. This female emperor was an old woman, and behind the old woman was an absolute beauty. If Li Fuchen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the White Fox race's chieftain, Hu Hongxiu and Hu Ling. Hu Hongxiu was a demonic beast ruler, while Hu Ling was a demonic beast king. During the Imperial Flower Feast, human emperors or demonic beast rulers were allowed to bring some people with unlimited cultivation levels. Chieftain, this place is so beautiful. It is much more beautiful than the ancient, desolate mountains. Hu Ling acted like a lass who had never seen the world. She looked around and couldn't help touching the flowers. Hu Hongxiu said, "Don't be so careless. Those that are here are human emperors and demonic beast rulers. We cannot afford to offend them." Oh, Hu Ling nodded and had a much more reserved expression. However, her eyes still couldn't help looking around. "Lu Luo, I didn't think that you would choose a cripple as your Tao companion. I really don't know what you are thinking." In a corner of the Rainbow Garden, a woman and 2 men were standing there. The woman was one of the 36 famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, Lu Luo. As for the 2 men, one of them was the evil monarch who lost an arm, while the other was a horse-faced, middle-aged man. Lu Luo's cultivation was already at the peak level of Primary Sea Realm, while the evil monarch was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. As for the horse-faced, middle-aged man, he was a 2nd-level emperor. The cause of the incident was that the horse-faced, middle-aged man had been pursuing Lu Luo. Putting aside the fact that Lu Luo rejected him, she even chose the evil monarch who had lost an arm and was inferior to him as her Tao companion. It made the horse-faced, middle-aged man extremely furious. Lu Luo frowned and said, "Iron Wall Martial Emperor, it is my freedom to choose my Tao companion. You don't have to worry about it." She and the evil monarch got to know each other in the Saint's Garden, and Li Fuchen was there too. After some interactions, Lu Luo and the evil monarch felt that they were very suitable for each other. Therefore, they got together. Of course, before deciding to be together, Lu Luo had considered it carefully. As the famed flower of the Imperial Flower Pavilion, she couldn't choose a person who didn't have great potential. If the evil monarch didn't have great potential, she wouldn't have chosen him. It was fortunate that the evil monarch might have lost an arm, but he had great potential. It shouldn't be a problem for him to step into the law phase realm within a few dozen years. "Kid, you dare to snatch my Iron Wall Martial Emperor's woman. I advise you to reconsider." The Iron Wall Martial Emperor didn't dare to do anything to Lu Luo, but it was a simple task to deal with the evil monarch. The evil monarch was once the strongest expert in the East Unicorn continent and had his own pride. He said coldly, "It doesn't matter to you whether I want to or not. Lu Luo, let's go." While speaking, The evil monarch pulled Lu Luo's hand and left. Humph, I hope you don't regret it. The Iron Wall Martial Emperor clenched his fist tightly while his eyes flashed with deep murderous intent. On the small path in the garden, Lu Luo said to the evil monarch, "You don't have to be angry. I believe that you will also become a Law Phase Realm Emperor in a short period of time." "I will." The evil monarch nodded. Earlier on, he felt that he was still too weak. If he was a Law Phase Realm Emperor, would the Iron Wall Martial Emperor dare to speak so ruthlessly to him? As time elapsed, more and more human emperors and demonic beast rulers arrived. Among them were the Law Phase Realm Emperors from the Soul Sky Empire, Red Moon Empire, and Blue Sun Empire. Chapter 712. The Mystic Dark Heavenly Emperor is here. The Celestial Eye Emperor is here. That is the Safflower Empress. Seeing that it was getting late, the great emperors finally arrived. Looking at the great emperor who was talking cheerfully, everyone revealed looks of admiration and respect. Emperors were existences that stood at the peak of the continent. Their every word and action could affect the entire continent. They were the main characters of the Imperial Flower Feast, while the others were merely supporting characters. The Blue Sun Emperor is here. Isn't he afraid of encountering the Sword Emperor alone? The Sword Emperor might be formidable, but if the Blue Sun Emperor wanted to escape, the Sword Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Shh, lower your voice. The conflict between martial monarchs is not something you and I can discuss. Be careful of your words. Everyone discussed in low voices. Humph, Blue Sun Emperor, you actually dare to come. The Safflower Empress ridiculed. The Blue Sun Emperor grinned and said, "Why can't I come? Could this Imperial Flower Feast be hosted by you? The Sovereign Flower Feast is naturally not organized by me. I'm just afraid that when you meet the Sword Emperor later, you won't even dare to fart." The Safflower Empress continued to ridicule. After hearing what was said, the Blue Sun Emperor was infuriated. His grand and blazing aura locked onto the Safflower Empress, as though he was about to make a move. Whoosh! A seven-colored radiance brushed past the Blue Sun Emperor's body and swept away his battle intent and murderous aura. Blue Sun Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. Please give me some face. A pleasant voice entered the ears of the Blue Sun Emperor. The Blue Sun Emperor ultimately didn't make a move. Of course, he also didn't intend to make a move just now. Everyone thought that the Imperial Flower Pavilion relied on others to survive, but only a few people knew that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress wasn't a simple character. The Blue Sun Emperor suspected that the Imperial Flower Pavilion mistress was a great emperor herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Imperial Flower Feast organized by the Imperial Flower Pavilion. Haha, I heard that there is a Sword Emperor in your human clan. Where is the Sword Emperor? Come out and let me, the Sky Horn Great Sovereign, take a look. Not long after the Blue Sun Emperor arrived, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky above the Rainbow Garden. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a flood dragon was pulling a luxurious carriage as it flew over. TSK, he actually used a flood dragon to pull the carriage. This flood dragon is obviously a low-tier demonic beast-arch. Its strength isn't inferior to a mid-level emperor. Only the Sky Horn Great Ruler can let a flood dragon pull his carriage. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was the leader of the 4 great rulers of the demon race. His strength was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, the Sky Horn Great Ruler had fought with the 3 great rulers of the human race. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the 3 great rulers of the human race were defeated and the Sky Horn Great Ruler was unharmed. Everyone speculated that the Sky Horn Great Ruler's direct combat strength was above that of the Soul Emperor. The carriage was very big, like a small palace. Inside sat a majestic middle-aged man with a sharp horn on his forehead. The majestic middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying himself. In his arms was a woman, and on his right was a woman who was feeding him wine. In addition, There were 6 other women who were either playing the zither or playing the flute, singing and dancing or teasing him. "Sky-horn Great Emperor, what brings you here?" The Celestial Eye Emperor said. "Among the 4 great emperors of the demon race, the Sky-horn Great Emperor rarely came out. He always hid behind the scenes." The Sky-horn Great Ruler laughed and said, "I heard that the human race produced a Sword Emperor. I, the Sky-horn Great Ruler, naturally wished to take a look." The Sword Emperor's existence had already threatened his status. Therefore, he had no choice but to come out. Immediately after, one of the 4 great emperors, the golden-winged Great Ruler, had arrived too. As one of the 4 great emperors, the golden-winged Great Ruler had the fastest speed and was born with shifting technique. Furthermore, his shifting technique's distance was far beyond any human Great Ruler. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if the golden-winged Great Ruler wanted to escape, not even 100 great emperors would be able to do anything to him. "Look, the Soul Emperor is here. Is that the Red Moon Emperor? Why does he feel a little strange?" Everyone's eyes shifted from the other great emperors to the Soul Emperor and the Red Moon Emperor. After losing to Li Fuchen, the Soul Emperor's prestige had dropped a little, but a person's fame was like a tree's shadow. No one dared to underestimate the Soul Emperor. To be serious, the Soul Emperor might have been defeated by Li Fuchen due to carelessness. After all, who would have expected Li Fuchen's strength to be this powerful? If it was any other great emperor, without knowing the other party's strength, they would inevitably suffer a loss. The Soul Emperor didn't change much, but the Red Moon Emperor beside the Soul Emperor had a drastic change in appearance. The Red Moon Emperor had a sinister aura, and his eyes were filled with ferocity and tyranny. As compared to before, he was 30% more terrifying and 30% less prowess of a great emperor. "Soul Emperor, I heard that you were defeated by the Sword Emperor. It seems like you aren't that great after all." The Sky-horn Great Ruler mocked. The Soul Emperor had a calm expression and said, "If there is an opportunity, we can spar. We will definitely spar. Otherwise, only a few people in the Emperor Sky continent will know of my prowess." The Sky-horn Great Ruler's most famous battle was with the 3 human Great Rulers a few hundred years ago. After that, he basically didn't have any battles. It wasn't just the humans who had forgotten about his prowess. Even the demonic beasts felt that he might not be stronger than the 3 demonic beast Great Rulers. Hence, apart from meeting the legendary Sword Emperor, he mainly wanted to tell everyone that he, the Sky-horn Great Ruler, was the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent a few hundred years ago. After a few hundred years, he was still the #1 expert of the Emperor Sky continent. This year's Imperial Flower Feast was much more bustling than everyone imagined. Nearly 70% of the emperors in the Emperor Sky continent were here. The demonic beasts had also sent dozens of demonic beast rulers. "Hu Hongxiu, are you certain that the Sword Emperor is that person that appeared in the ancient desolate mountains?" The fierce tiger ruler and Hu Hongxiu were seated in a pavilion. Hu Hongxiu said, "I am 80% certain. If it is true, then it is truly shocking." The fierce tiger ruler was overwhelmed with emotions. Back then, Li Fuchen was already strong enough. He was able to contest with law, phase realm experts when he was only at the primary sea realm. The current Li Fuchen was definitely dozens of times, or close to 100 times stronger than before. As time elapsed, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor had also arrived. Originally, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't arrive so late, but he had been in seclusion. After he exited seclusion, his subordinates immediately sent a message, and he rushed over. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was in an extremely good mood. He had great gains in the Saint Monument hidden domain, and there was a seed of fear growing in his heart. After a few years of seclusion, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor finally condensed the 6th emotion seed, the seed of fear. In other words, he was already a great emperor. The smile on his face didn't last for long. When he found out that the Soul Emperor was defeated by the Sword Emperor, and that the Sword Emperor was Li Fuchen, he felt as though he had swallowed 1,000 flies and felt uncomfortable. How is this possible? The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor didn't dare to believe this fact. It had only been a few years, and it was already praiseworthy for other prodigies to break through one level. Li Fuchen actually broke through an entire level, and his strength was now at the level of a top-class great emperor. There was this moment when the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor felt that his years of hard work had instantly become worthless. I have made everyone wait for a long time. Just as the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was in a dilemma, Li Fuchen and the others finally arrived. The one speaking was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. As compared to 2 months ago, he was glowing and full of vigor. He didn't look like he was injured at all. The soul poison is neutralized. The Soul Emperor's eyes contracted. As a soul Tao cultivator, he knew clearly how difficult it was to neutralize the soul poison. It wasn't exaggerating to say that unless one's cultivation was at the half-saint or saint level, it was basically impossible to neutralize the Vacant Mountain Emperor's soul poison. After eliminating all possibilities, the Soul Emperor finally came to a conclusion. A soul Tao cultivator had neutralized the soul poison for the Vacant Mountain Emperor. Subconsciously, the Soul Emperor's eyes landed on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen and Yan Qingguo stood side by side. One of them was handsome and refined, while the other was devastatingly beautiful. They were said to be a perfect couple. It is rather lively. After taking a glance at the Rainbow Garden, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It is rather lively. Most of the emperors of the Emperor Sky continent should be here. Yan Qingguo nodded. These fellows still dare to come. It seems like this Imperial Flower feast isn't simple. When Li Fuchen saw the Soul Emperor, the Red Moon Emperor, the Blue Sun Emperor, and the others, he pondered for a moment and felt that the Imperial Flower Pavilion might not be as simple as he thought. It is Chu Qingyan's honor for everyone to grace us with your presence. A graceful figure descended from the rainbow. Chu Qingyan? Yan Qingguo frowned. Why? Do you know her? Li Fuchen asked. Yan Qingguo said, this name is very familiar. But that person shouldn't appear in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Saint Spirit Continent? Li Fuchen revealed a trace of surprise. Yan Qingguo nodded. The graceful figure's face was covered by a rainbow-colored veil, and only a pair of eyes could be seen vaguely through the veil. It is indeed her, Yan Qingguo said resolutely. Interesting. Chapter 713. Li Fuchen found out from Yan Qingguo that Chu Qingyan was also from the Saint Spirit Continent and was also a ranker on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyan was already extremely powerful a few dozen years ago. She might not be stronger than the Soul Emperor, but she was at least top 3 in the Emperor Sky Continent. After a few dozen years, it was unknown how Chu Qingyan arrived at the Imperial Flower Pavilion. In addition, the Imperial Flower Pavilion had been established for a few dozen years. It was unknown how Chu Qingyan became the new pavilion mistress. Yan Qingguo recognized Chu Qingyan, but Chu Qingyan didn't recognize Yan Qingguo. After all, Yan Qingguo wasn't the Yan Qingguo of the Saint Spirit Continent. Since everyone is here, let the Imperial Flower Feast begin. Chu Qingyan clapped her hands. In an instant, ethereal and tranquil music echoed. An outstanding lady was dancing in the flowers. With the help of the rainbow array, everyone felt as though they had arrived at a paradise on earth. As compared to this, the scene inside the Sky Horn Great Ruler's carriage was much more vulgar and unpresentable. There were plenty of pavilions, and everyone chose a pavilion to sit down in. Li Fuchen's pavilion had a total of 5 individuals. They were the Vacant Mountain Emperor, the Safflower Empress, Yan Qingguo, the Cloud Emperor, and Li Fuchen. Originally, the Cloud Emperor wasn't qualified to sit in this pavilion. After all, Even the weakest Yanqinggu was already 1 foot into the ranks of great emperors. The Cloud Emperor wasn't even a high-level emperor, and naturally wasn't qualified to sit with the 4 of them. Furthermore, the Cloud Emperor didn't wish to sit here either. He felt that it was more comfortable to sit with emperors of the same level. But under Li Fuchen's request, the Cloud Emperor still stayed. It didn't matter how strong Li Fuchen was now. The Cloud Emperor was still his senior and benefactor. Li Fuchen had already treated the Cloud Emperor as his senior. Then I shall shamelessly stay. The Cloud Emperor cupped his fist and laughed. The vacant Mountain Emperor said, "What shamelessly? As compared to elderly, you and I are the same. We are just people with mediocre aptitudes." Right now, Li Fuchen wasn't a direct line disciple of the Floating Sky Mountain anymore. He was a guest elder. After all, which faction's direct line disciple would be stronger than the sect patriarch? The Safflower Empress nodded. "I am 450 years old this year, and I am over 10 times older than the Sword Emperor. Compared to the Sword Emperor, my aptitude is rather mediocre." The vacant Mountain Emperor laughed and said, "Safflower Empress, your aptitude is much better than ours. At least you still have hopes of advancing to become a saint. I don't even have any hopes of advancing." He was too old. Among the great emperors of the human race, he was in existence of the same generation as the celestial Emperor. He was already more than 1,500 years old. The Safflower Empress said, "You can't say it like that. Heavenly Emperor is basically the peak. I remember that when I was young, you were already a heavenly emperor. Now, you are still a heavenly emperor. Maybe in a few hundred years, I will be the same as you, stuck in this realm, unable to advance." Law Phase realm emperors could only live for 2,000 years. Even if they cultivated the body, refinement, Tao to the primary sea realm, they would only be able to live for 3,000 years. 3,000 years was nothing in the world of martial arts cultivation. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen, who had almost no shackles. Many people stayed in one place for hundreds or even thousands of years. "So you're the Sword Emperor? You don't look like much." A domineering voice was heard all of a sudden. Everyone looked at the source of the voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Sky Horn Great Ruler? Li Fuchen looked over in response. Li Fuchen's eyes didn't land on the Sky Horn Great Ruler, but on a female servant beside the Sky Horn Great Ruler. This female servant's appearance might have changed a little, but Li Fuchen immediately recognized that this female servant was the Petrified Queen. Back then, before the Evil King was born, the Petrified Queen was the #1 expert of the East Unicorn Continent. She was the supreme ruler of the demonic 10 regions. She might have been surpassed by the Evil King later on and then encountered Li Fuchen's powerful rise. But the Petrified Queen was still someone that couldn't be neglected. The world was unpredictable. Who would have expected that the Petrified Queen who had boundless glory would now become someone else's female servant, even though that person was the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers? The Sky Horn Great Ruler. Petrified Queen, long time no see. Li Fuchen's voice was transmitted into the Petrified Queen's ears. "Li Fuchen, you are the Sword Emperor." The Petrified Queen had been following the Sky Horn Great Ruler and wasn't well informed. After arriving at the Rainbow Garden, she only found out that the Emperor Sky continent had a Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. She originally thought that it was just someone with the same name, but after seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen was certain that Li Fuchen was the Sword Emperor. When facing the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen had complicated emotions. There were some people who would be so dazzling no matter where they went. In the East Unicorn Continent, Li Fuchen rose abruptly and dominated the continent's fate. In the Emperor Sky Continent, Li Fuchen was still a pinnacle existence. The complicated emotions quickly dispersed as the Petrified Queen pleaded, "Sword Emperor, please save me. I don't wish to become the Sky Horn Great Ruler's female servant." She was prideful, otherwise She wouldn't be able to cultivate to the low-tier demonic Beast King realm in such a short period of time. What exactly is going on? It was impossible for Li Fuqin to offend the Sky Horn Great Ruler for no reason. Li Fuqin knew of the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was already extremely powerful a few hundred years ago. It was unknown what level the Sky Horn Great Ruler was at now. Before the petrified queen transmitted a message, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's face turned dark when he saw Li Fuqin ignoring him and staring at his female servant instead. He chuckled and said, "Sword Emperor, is my female servant so beautiful? Since you like her, why don't I give her to you? But I am rather interested in that human female beside you too. Why don't we exchange?" Yan Qingwu's temperament and appearance were undoubtedly top-notch. Compared to Yan Qingwu, all the famous flowers that were performing at the scene paled in comparison. Courting death. Yan Qingwu frowned and shot a black thread at the Sky Horn Great Ruler from her eyes. Insignificant tricks. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's eyes burst out with divine light and dispersed the black thread. "Hot enough, I like it." The Sky Horn Great Ruler laughed heartily and didn't mind. Li Fuqin shifted his gaze from the petrified queen to the Sky Horn Great Ruler. "Sky Horn Great Ruler, you are even more foolish and arrogant than I imagined." If it was Li Fuqin, he wouldn't be willing to offend someone that wasn't inferior to the Soul Emperor for no reason. But the Sky Horn Great Ruler just had to do it. In Li Fuqin's opinion, it was foolish and arrogant. "You dare to say that I am foolish and arrogant?" The Sky Horn Great Ruler had an expression of disbelief. No one had ever dared to say that he was foolish, never. "Sky Horn Great Ruler, this person is the Sword Emperor. What doesn't he dare to say?" A voice echoed, and it had a trace of hidden bewitchment. "Seven Emotions, Martial Emperor, you are courting death." Li Fuqin's murderous intent burst out. In the Emperor's Sky continent, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was the most adept at bewitching people's hearts. The Seven Emotions divine technique cultivated by the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor and was very sensitive to emotions. Unless it was someone with extremely powerful spirit soul like Li Fuqin or the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, even if the person was stronger than the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor, they might be bewitched and do something that deviated from their principles. Once at the Rainbow Garden, Li Fuqin saw the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. In order to give the Imperial Flower Pavilion some face, Li Fuqin didn't touch the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he would have already made a move. Did the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor really think that Li Fuqin didn't dare to make a move? Li Fuqin didn't use any spiritual awareness attacks, as he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor with the 7-star spiritual awareness secret technique. He would only be able to make the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor suffer a little. In the Emperor's Sky continent, if Li Fuqin wasn't excluded, then the Soul Emperor would definitely be ranked first, and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor would be ranked second. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor cultivated the Seven Emotions divine technique, and emotions were the embodiment of the spiritual energy. It would be strange if his spiritual awareness wasn't powerful. The void distorted and cracked. Invisible sharp radiance shrouded the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's location. As Li Fuqin's understanding of the void law grew deeper, Li Fuqin's void heaven sword art was getting stronger day by day. The void heaven sword intent was naturally extremely sharp. When this sword intent burst out, it was impossible to block unless one was a great emperor. Furthermore, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to contest with just martial Tao intent. Li Fuqin had the sword heart. The sword heart could increase the sword Tao law's power by at least 3 times. Damn it! The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor had a change of expression. A layer of intent was emitted and blasted at the void heaven sword intent. Bang! The pavilion that the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was in suddenly exploded. At the crucial moment, There was a seven-colored radiance that froze the void and prevented the shock waves from spreading out. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor pointed at Li Fuchen and said, "You dare to make a move!" Li Fuchen's strength was beyond his imagination. He thought that after progressing to a great emperor, even if Li Fuchen was stronger than him, there would be a limit. However, a single sword intent was enough to injure the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. If it was an unrestrained battle, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Why wouldn't I dare to make a move? Li Fuchen sneered and blasted the Void Heaven Sword Intent at the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. "Sword Emperor, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. Please give me some face." The seven-colored radiance wanted to freeze the Void Heaven Sword Intent, but realized that it was only delayed. This made Chu Qingyan frown. The seven-colored radiance was the power of the Rainbow Array, and the Rainbow Array was a top-notch Class 8 array. It contained profound laws and was extremely profound, but it wasn't able to freeze Li Fuchen's sword intent. Chu Qingyan didn't know what level Li Fuchen's sword intent was at. Li Fuchen didn't bother about Chu Qingyan and suddenly executed the meteor sword intent. The extremely fast meteor sword intent couldn't be blocked by the seven-colored radiance and was immediately penetrated. Immediately after, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's intent was penetrated. But in the end, after penetrating 2 layers of obstruction, the meteor sword intent still dispersed. Such power! Some of the people that had never witnessed Li Fuchen's methods couldn't help but gasp. Li Fuchen didn't continue to make a move and looked at Chu Qingyan. "This person has a foul mouth and couldn't control his anger. Please forgive him." "You." The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was so angry that he vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 714. You do have some strength. No wonder you dare to speak so arrogantly. The Sky Horn Emperor's expression turned grave when he saw this scene. However, it was still far from enough to make him fearful. The demon race's nomological comprehension naturally couldn't compare to the human race's, but the demon race's bloodline and defense were something that the human race couldn't compare to. If Li Fuchen only had this ability, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. "Sky Horn Great Emperor, I wonder if you are satisfied with this sword." Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword without any warning and cleaved. The intense sword chi ignored the power of the Rainbow Array and cleaved open the pavilion that the Sky Horn Great Ruler was in. It separated the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Petrified Queen. Immediately after, Li Fuchen used his left hand to use the Sky Ring Sword armor to protect the Petrified Queen and pull her over. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Not only did the Sky Horn Emperor fail to react, but even Chu Qingyan failed to react in time. By the time the duo reacted, the Petrified Queen was already by Li Fuchen's side. A Heaven-class high-tier sword. Chu Qingyan raised her eyebrows. Although the laws contained in the Heaven-grade high-tier weapons were only at the level of a Heaven-grade high-tier weapon, which was similar to everyone else's comprehension of the laws, a portion of the weapon's laws came from the Heavenly Tao and contained the Heavenly Tao. When laws of the same level encountered the Heaven and Earth Tao aura, they would undoubtedly be inferior. Without a Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, even if he was a half-saint, he wouldn't be able to execute this sword move so smoothly. In order to prevent Li Fuchen and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor from fighting, Chu Qingyan had increased the power of the array. Bastard! The Sky Horn Great Ruler was so angry that his face turned green. There was a PFFF sound as he pulled out the horn on his forehead. The horn enlarged and was about to cleave at Li Fuchen. "Sky Horn Great Emperor, don't be impatient." Chu Qingyan pressed her right hand down, and an intense seven-colored radiance restrained the Sky Horn Great Arch. The Sky Horn Great Arch was indignant and struggled to break free from the seven-colored radiance. But this time, Chu Qingyan was determined not to let any more incidents happen during the imperial flower feast. The rainbow array formation revolved to the extreme, and a miniature rainbow descended, freezing the void where the sky horn, the arch, was. Chu Qingyan, what do you mean by this? The heavenly horn, great, sovereign, glared at Chu Qingyan. Only then did he realize that Chu Qingyan's strength was definitely at the level of a great emperor. Moreover, she was at the level of a peak great emperor. Coupled with the peak level 8 formation, it was impossible for him to make a move casually. The sky horn great ruler wasn't the only one who could tell that Chu Qingyan was a great emperor. The others could also tell that she was a great emperor. In other words, the Emperor's Sky continent no longer had 7 major Emperor-class factions, but 8 major Emperor-class factions. If the hidden clan of darkness was included, it would be 9 major Emperor-class factions. Chu Qingyan's expression turned solemn. I've said it before, this is the Imperial Flower Feast. I hope everyone can give me some face. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was still furious. Then why didn't you suppress him when he attacked? Why? Do you think that I, the Sky Horn Great Ruler, am a pushover? If Chu Qingyan did not give him an explanation, he decided to erupt with the power of his bloodline. He refused to believe that he could not break this formation. Chu Qingyan took a glance at Li Fuqin and smiled bitterly in her heart. With the Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, Li Fuqin would suffer very little suppression in the rainbow array. Unless she disregarded everything and shed all pretenses to obstruct Li Fuqin, it was impossible to obstruct him. Furthermore, if Li Fuqin was infuriated, she didn't think that he would be easier to get along with than the Sky Horn Great Ruler. In fact, among everyone, there were 3 individuals that gave her a dangerous feeling. The first was Li Fuqin, the second was the Soul Emperor, and the third was the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Of course, most importantly, she didn't wish to fall out with Li Fuqin. Whether she could return to the Saint Spirit continent might depend on Li Fuqin in the future. She didn't wish to stay another day in this mid-class continent. Only by returning to the Saint Spirit continent would she have the chance to become a half-saint or even a saint. Chu Qingyan said, Sky Horn Great Ruler, you should be most proud of your defense. I am afraid that your defense won't be able to block the opponent's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. If you insist on fighting, I will not stop you. At this moment, Li Fuqin also said, Sky Horn Great Ruler, if you wish to fight, then fight outside. Li Fuqin might not be able to kill the Sky Horn Great Ruler, but he was still able to injure the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Just as he was preparing to make a move, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's expression changed a few times before he found another pavilion and sat down. Chu Qingyan, I will give you some face. Sword Emperor, I will let you keep your life for now. Kiki, there is no need for such a glib tongue. Li Fuqin sneered. This battle ultimately didn't happen, but everyone had already made up their minds. The Sword Emperor was indeed the Sword Emperor. Even the Sky Horn Great Ruler was suppressed by him. However, this Sword Emperor seemed rather lustful. He actually forcefully seized the Sky Horn Great Ruler's servant girl, and she was a demonic beast king. Of course, there were some who had some ideas. If the Sword Emperor wasn't lustful, they wouldn't be able to get close to him. Since the Sword Emperor was lustful, as long as they catered to his liking, they might be able to befriend the Sword Emperor and obtain his protection. Domineering. The Green Nacre Empress had to admit that she was tempted. Li Fuqin had practically gathered all of her fantasies of a Tao companion, young, powerful, and domineering. But when thinking about her own conditions, the Green Nacre Empress felt a little sad. As compared to others, she was very young and wasn't even 300 years old. But as compared to Li Fuqin, she was much older. Perhaps to Law Fei's realm emperors, a difference of a few hundred years wasn't considered a difference. But when looking at Yan Qingguo, who was beside Li Fuqin, The Green Nacre Empress knew that she didn't have any chance. She didn't think that Li Fuqin was a lustful individual, and there was probably a hidden reason. Young master is too domineering. Hu Ling had a face of worship. Hu Hongxiu nodded and warned Hu Ling. Lass, don't let your imagination run wild. You and the Sword Emperor aren't from the same world. Hu Ling nodded, but in her heart, she was determined to cultivate properly. Only when she was strong enough would she be able to enter the young master's world. The imperial flower feast continued, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. On the side, the Safflower Empress said, "Sword Emperor, you have to be careful of the Soul Emperor and the Sky Horn Great Ruler." The Soul Emperor seemed to have transmitted a message to the Sky Horn Great Ruler earlier. The Soul Emperor must have contacted the Sky Horn Great Ruler to deal with Elder Li. We have to be on guard. The vacant Mountain Emperor was rather worried. Li Fuqin said, "I saw it, but I don't think they can do anything." Li Fuqin had his own confidence. He wasn't simply strong. If he relied on his strength, he would have died countless times in this lifetime. After the 36 famed flowers performed, it was the imperial flower's turn. The first imperial flower was an absolute beauty who was wearing a green dress and had picturesque facial features. As soon as the woman stepped onto the stage, even the martial monarchs were attracted to her. What an absolute beauty! Some of the Law Phase realm emperors were panting heavily. They believed that they were used to seeing beauties in the mortal world. But as compared to this green-dressed imperial flower, they were definitely insignificant. This imperial flower pavilion has put in a lot of effort. They actually have the Empress Countenance technique for the imperial flowers to cultivate. Yan Qinggu said with astonishment, "Empress Countenance technique." Li Fuqin and the others looked at Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu explained, "The Empress Countenance technique is a cultivation technique that can transform a person's appearance and aura. On the Saint Spirit continent, there is a sect called the Empress Countenance sect. This Empress Countenance technique is the sex-defining cultivation technique. However, the Imperial Flower Pavilion's Empress Countenance technique shouldn't be complete, because only the Empress Countenance sect patriarch and the successor are qualified to cultivate the complete Empress Countenance technique. How can there be such a cultivation technique?" The Safflower Empress didn't understand. She didn't know what continent was the Saint Spirit continent, but the Empress Countenance technique was too useless. For a martial artist's cultivation, eternal youth was just a small goal. Immortality, eternity, and strength were what a martial artist should pursue. Yan Qinggu shook her head. "Don't underestimate the Empress Countenance technique. This cultivation technique can use one's aura to affect others and even affect the circulation of heaven and earth laws. If the Empress Countenance sect patriarch is here personally, no one here would be able to withstand a smile from him. Perhaps you can." Yan Qinggu was referring to Li Fuqin. So incredible. Including the Cloud Emperor, no one could understand how a person's aura could be so powerful. What was the difference between this and an illusion technique? Any Tao that reaches the extremity can be immortal. There is no need to feel strange. Li Fuqin didn't think much of it. The great Tao contained everything. Since emotions could be cultivated, why couldn't one's aura be cultivated? In this aspect, Li Fuqin's acceptance was far superior to anyone else. Yan Qinggu nodded. No wonder Li Fuqin was able to cultivate to this level. His mentality had determined his outlook. Everyone else's outlook was too small and limited. They only knew how to cultivate bitterly. After the green dress imperial flower, it was the yellow dress imperial flower. The two of them had different appearances and auras, but in terms of attractiveness, they were equally outstanding. Everyone could feel a different kind of extreme beauty. Sword Emperor, I wonder what these two imperial flowers are like. Right at this moment, Chu Qingyan transmitted a message to Li Fuqin. "Not bad." Li Fuqin replied, Since the Sword Emperor likes them, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Be it as Tao companions or as concubines, it is up to the Sword Emperor. It is a pity that my Imperial Flower Pavilion only has 2 Imperial flowers for now. If I nurture more Imperial flowers in the future, I can give them to the Sword Emperor. Chu Qingyan said straightforwardly, if Li Fuqin was another person, they would probably agree. It didn't matter what the other party's request was. As long as it wasn't disadvantageous to them, they wouldn't mind agreeing. It was a pity that Li Fuqin wasn't moved. Pavilion Mistress Chu, if you have something to say, just say it. Chu Qingyan muttered for a moment and said, I hope that the Sword Emperor can help me with something. What is it? I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Cursed Temple with me. Cursed Temple? Li Fuqin said, the Cursed Temple is the #1 dangerous place in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Pavilion Mistress Chu is overestimating me. The Cursed Temple wasn't a regular place. Even great emperors would be in danger in the outer area. As for the core area, no one had ever walked out, including great emperors. Chapter 7:15. Why should I help you? Li Fuqin asked. Chu Qingyan said, in fact, you aren't just helping me. You are also helping yourself. If you stay in the Emperor's Sky Continent for the rest of your life, does the Sword Emperor think you can become a saint? Uncertain. Li Fuqin said. In fact, even if Li Fuqin stayed in the Emperor's Sky Continent, he was confident he could become a saint, but he would need to spend a lot more time. Chu Qingyan shook her head. It isn't impossible, it is simply impossible. It is extremely difficult to step into the saint realm in high-class continents. Only the most astounding prodigies would have hope. In mid-class continents, even a 9-star bone frame wouldn't be able to step into the saint realm. They would just die of old age here. Li Fuqin didn't say anything and listened. To be honest, I am not from the Emperor's Sky Continent. I am from a high-class continent, the Saint Spirit Continent. Due to a special reason, I came to the Emperor's Sky Continent a few dozen years ago. After so many years, I have been searching for a method to return to the Saint Spirit Continent. Later on, I found out from ancient texts that the Cursed Temple is connected to the Saint Spirit Continent. Therefore, I hope that the Sword Emperor can enter the Cursed Temple with me. Chu Qingyan explained patiently. Li Fuqin said, isn't it said that it is impossible to construct teleportation arrays between mid-class and high-class continents? Chu Qingyan said, with the obstruction of the continent willpower, it is indeed impossible to construct teleportation arrays. But the Cursed Temple is different. It is said that this is the temple of the Curse Heaven Lord. When facing the Curse Heaven Lord's chi presence, even high-class continent willpower will temporarily retreat. It also means that as long as you are strong enough, it isn't a problem. Yes, when you are strong enough, everything that is impossible will become possible. Li Fuqin wasn't in a hurry to agree. Let me consider. He would definitely visit a high-class continent, but he might not go through the Cursed Temple. All right, Chu Qingyan nodded. Li Fuqin then told Yan Qinggu about the conversation with Chu Qingyan. Yan Qinggu said, the Curse Heaven Lord is a legend in the entire deep blue plain. If the Cursed Temple is truly his temple, it is indeed possible to reach the Saint Spirit Continent. At this moment, the Sword Spirit also said the Cursed Heavenly Monarch is an incredible big shot. Not just in the deep blue plain, but in the entire universe he is an overlord-level existence. It is said that his cursed body can make him immortal, but I don't know whether it is true or not. How does it compare to the previous owner of the Joint Heaven Sword or the owner of the Holy Monument? Li Fuqin asked. The Sword Spirit said, they are all on the same level, but in terms of survivability, the Curse Heaven Monarch is definitely stronger. At least he is still alive. Li Fuqin nodded. Indeed, staying alive was more important than anything else. The Imperial Flower Feast was about to end. During this period of time, Li Fuqin could sense that Chu Qingyan was conversing with plenty of people through transmitted messages. It seemed like the cursed temple didn't think 2 people was enough, so he invited more people into the cursed temple. However, it was unknown how many people would dare to enter. After a while, the imperial flower feast came to an end. Chu Qingyan stood up and politely said a few words before asking them to leave. After leaving the rainbow garden, many people did not leave. Instead, they floated in the air. They didn't believe that the Sky Horn Great Darch would let the sword Darch off so easily. With the Sky Horn Great Ruler's personality, he would never wait for an overnight vengeance. It was obvious that the Sword Emperor wasn't someone that was easy to deal with either. Therefore, there would definitely be a battle between the 2 of them. Soon enough, the Sky Horn Great Ruler and Li Fuqin came out. "Sword Emperor, I said that I will keep you alive for now. It is time to reap your life." The Sky Horn Great Ruler let out a tyrannical laugh. If he could endure it when someone snatched his servant, he wouldn't be called the Sky Horn Great Ruler. So what if it was a heaven-class high-tier weapon? The Sky Horn Great Ruler didn't believe that Chu Qingyan could do anything to him. "Sky Horn Great Ruler, I heard that your escaping skills aren't that great. At least, it isn't comparable to the golden-winged Great Ruler." Li Fuqin laughed. The golden-winged Great Ruler blinked his eyes. "What do you mean?" The Sky Horn Great Ruler asked. "If you are the golden-winged Great Ruler, I will definitely not be able to kill you. But now there is still a chance." Li Fuqin drew the joint heaven sword, courting death. The Sky Horn Great Ruler went berserk. He pulled out the horn on his forehead and cleaved at Li Fuqin. Huff, huff, huff! The chi presence of destruction was emitting in all directions. The reason the Sky Horn Great Lord was able to become the leader of the 4 great lords of the demon race was because his bloodline contained the power of destruction. The power of destruction was undoubtedly a supreme power. As the corner of the Sky Horn Great Lord slashed out, cracks appeared in the void and the edges of the cracks began to collapse. Clang! Li Fuqin blocked the horn with his sword. "Your attack power is rather powerful." Li Fuqin felt that he had underestimated the Sky Horn Great Ruler. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's attack power wasn't inferior to the Skull Great Ruler. The Skull Great Ruler had the white bone saint crown and was definitely not a regular top-class Great Ruler. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo had clashed. "Get lost!" Bang! A sword chi cleaved on the Sky Horn Great Ruler's shoulder and sent him flying while fresh blood sprayed out. In terms of actual combat, the Sky Horn Great Ruler wouldn't be able to catch up to Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness was able to observe the Sky Horn Great Ruler's subtle movements with extreme clarity. It even produced the precognition ability and could predict the next move's trajectory and strength. Bang, 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 bang. In the beginning, Li Fuqin would need dozens of sword strikes to hit the Sky Horn Great Ruler once. After familiarizing himself with the Sky Horn Great Ruler's combat style, it became 10 sword strikes, then 5 sword strikes, 3 sword strikes. In just 15 minutes, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's body was covered in sword wounds and was dripping with blood. Of course, these were just superficial wounds and weren't able to cause internal injuries to the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Such power! Everyone was flabbergasted. Li Fuqin's strength was simply unpredictable. Who was the Sky Horn Great Ruler? He was actually struck repeatedly by Li Fuqin and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Especially Chu Qingyan. She realized that she had still underestimated Li Fuqin. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was undoubtedly one of the demonic beasts that was adept at combat. It wasn't strange if the Sky Horn Great Ruler's attack power was superior to the Sky Horn Great Ruler's, but it was rather exaggerated to be able to render the Sky Horn Great Ruler helpless. Celestial Eye Great Ruler, can you block it? Beside the Celestial Eye Great Ruler, the mystic, dark, great ruler asked in a grave tone. The celestial eye great ruler's celestial eye was said to be able to see through any flaws. During a battle with the celestial eye great ruler, a single move was enough to determine the victor. After staying silent for a breath, the celestial eye great ruler said slowly, "I cannot block it." It was true that he couldn't block it. His celestial eye was said to be able to see through any flaws, but Li Fuchen's attacks seemed to be able to predict the future. How could the celestial eye great ruler see through it? Even you can't block it. The mystic, dark great ruler was shocked as he thought he was the only one that couldn't block it. Ruin smash! After enduring a few dozen sword slashes from Li Fuchen, the Sky Horn Great Ruler was infuriated. He activated his innate ability. Ruin Smash and a giant unicorn phantom rushed at Li Fuchen. At that instant, Li Fuchen felt a black hole crashing over, and his body was involuntarily getting closer. No wonder he is the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers. Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this move was enough for the Sky Horn Great Ruler to look down on everyone, and there weren't many that could block it. Li Fuchen executed Meteor Fall and countered with his sword. Rumble! The sky collapsed. One of the 2 attacks contained the power of ruin, while the other was extremely fast. When they clashed, it immediately caused a chain reaction that caused the heaven and earth law to break and melt. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying. In this head-on clash, Li Fuchen had lost. But in the next moment, Li Fuchen turned into a dazzling light and vanished. TSS, 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 TSS. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's body was spurting with blood as it was unknown how many sword slashes he received. Damn it, damn it! The Sky Horn Great Ruler was like a headless fly that was flying around and couldn't even touch the corner of Li Fuchen's clothes. Right now, he didn't have the demonic beast race number 1 great ruler's demonic beast aura anymore. Soul Emperor, why aren't you making a move? The Sky Horn Great Ruler yelled out. Li Fuchen was his bane, and he had to admit that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. Sky Horn Great Ruler, you have truly disappointed me. The Soul Emperor was indeed disappointed. He thought the Sky Horn Great Ruler would be able to force Li Fuchen to his limits. As a result, he was forced into a miserable state. Of course, he didn't consider that he was also defeated by Li Fuchen. Red Moon, do it. The Soul Emperor instructed the Red Moon Emperor. Kill! With a boundless murderous aura, the Red Moon Emperor thrust at Li Fuchen. After clashing with the Red Moon Emperor, Li Fuchen realized that the Red Moon Emperor's strength had almost doubled. Li Fuchen, this person cultivated a forbidden technique and used his lifespan as the price to forcefully increase his strength. Yan Qinggu immediately saw through the Red Moon Emperor's condition. I see. Li Fuchen was enlightened. To a law phase realm emperor, lifespan was the most important thing. Only with a sufficient lifespan, they would have the hope to step into a higher realm. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful they were. It was obvious that the Red Moon Emperor's cultivation of a forbidden technique was the Soul Emperor's idea. The Soul Emperor didn't care about the Red Moon Emperor's future. The Red Moon Emperor's strength might have doubled, but he still wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After all, the Red Moon Emperor wasn't considered a top-class great emperor before this. Clang! Li Fuchen sent the Red Moon Emperor flying with a single slash. Caw! Right at this moment, there was a terrifying bird's cry. In the void, a giant sharp claw clawed at Li Fuchen. The golden-winged great ruler was shocked when he saw the sharp claw. His original body was the golden-winged Emperor Eagle and was a top-class 8 demonic beast. However, as compared to the owner of the sharp claw, he was far inferior. As the sharp claw appeared, space froze, and time seemed to stop as well. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to shrink, shift, and change. No one could clearly see the changes that happened in that instant. They could only vaguely sense it. demonic beast half-overlord. Chu Qingyan and Yan Qinggu spoke at the same time. However, the duo couldn't understand why a demonic beast half-overlord would appear in the Emperor's sky continent. Half-overlords might not be demonic beast overlords, but they already had a portion of the characteristics of demonic beast overlords. They would also be suppressed by the Emperor's sky continent, but the suppression was slightly lesser. In normal situations, if a demonic beast half-overlord came to the Emperor's sky continent, their strength might not be comparable to a great emperor. Chapter 716. No wonder. Li Fuqin finally understood why the Soul Emperor made a move. With the Soul Emperor's vision, he should be able to see that even if the Sky Horn Great Ruler worked together, they might not be able to pose a threat to Li Fuqin. However, the Sky Horn Great Ruler was obviously just a decoy. The true trump card was a half-overlord. The strength of a half-overlord was enough to crush any great emperor. If it was a regular person, Li Fuqin would be like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. It was a pity that Li Fuqin's certain aspects had already reached the half-overlord level and had even surpassed it. The claw might have locked down the spatial zone and caused the spatial zone to change, but Li Fuqin was still able to react. Clang! When the claw and the joint heaven sword clashed, Li Fuqin felt as though he was struck by lightning and was blasted deep into the ground. The owner of the claw had also revealed itself. It was a terrifying giant bird with an eagle's head, a lion's body, and eagle claws. The feathers on its body were like iron swords and were intimidating. The griffin, someone couldn't help but say. The griffin was a top-notch Class 8 demonic beast, and its body contained the bloodline of the overlord beast, the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion was a top-notch overlord beast and not a regular overlord beast. With its bloodline, the potential might not be inferior to regular overlord beasts. It is the griffin. This is bad. The vacant mountain emperor and the others were shocked. He actually enslaved a griffin. The Sky Horn Great Ruler looked at the Soul Emperor with eyes of fear. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor enslaved a demonic beast overlord. In his opinion, it was nonsense. How could a demonic beast overlord be enslaved? Even if it was enslaved before it matured, when it progressed to a demonic beast overlord, the Soul Emperor's enslavement would be broken. Furthermore, the demonic beast overlord would take revenge. From the looks of it, the Soul Emperor enslaving a demonic beast overlord was indeed nonsense, but he actually enslaved a half-overlord. The Sky Horn Great Ruler didn't know that the Soul Emperor didn't just enslave one half-overlord, but two half-overlords. The other one was the Void Swallow Octopus. Li Fuqin and Yan Qinggu had seen it before. Boom! The claw blasted Li Fuqin into the ground, but the griffin didn't stop. Instead, it opened its mouth and spewed out golden flames. The golden flames could burn anything, and the ground instantly turned into a sea of golden magma. The vacant mountain emperor and the others believed that if they were the ones in the golden magma, they would be severely injured or even killed in a short period of time. Is the Sword Emperor dead? At this moment, everyone felt that it was a little unreal. Who could have imagined that the Soul Emperor was dangerous to such a degree that he could even control and enslave a quasi-demon saint? Although the Sword Emperor was powerful, how could he contend against a demonic beast sage? Furthermore, the Soul Emperor's schemes were too terrifying. He could obviously enslave a half-overlord, but he didn't ask the half-overlord to make a move immediately. Instead, he asked the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor to stall Li Fuqin, in case Li Fuqin saw something was wrong and immediately escaped. I can't be wrong. Chu Qingyan frowned. Her instincts told her that Li Fuqin was the most dangerous. Hence, Li Fuqin wouldn't die so easily. Puchi! The sea of lava was torn apart, and a figure slowly rose up. Who else could it be but Li Fuqin? He looked at the griffin and said slowly, as expected of a demonic beast saint, "You almost injured me." If he didn't react in time and was hit by the griffin's claw, he would definitely be injured. With just the sky ring sword armor's sword intent, rule field, and his body's defense, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of a demonic saint. It was fortunate that he reacted in advance and used his attack to weaken the griffin's attack. As for the golden flames, they might be powerful, but they had to burn the body directly. The Soul Emperor didn't say anything, but his expression turned even gloomier. Since the griffin's sneak attack didn't succeed, the Soul Emperor knew that Li Fuchen wouldn't be killed so easily. But so what? The Soul Emperor didn't believe that Li Fuchen would be able to resist the griffin and their alliance. The vacant Mountain Emperor and the others could also see that Li Fuchen was in a predicament, therefore they planned to help. They might not be able to defeat the griffin, but they were still able to obstruct the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the Red Moon Emperor. It was a pity that the trio couldn't go forward and were obstructed by the Blue Sun Emperor and the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor. Get lost! The Safflower Empress waved her hand and red flowers bloomed in the air. Blue Sun Birth. The Blue Sun Emperor blasted out a fist, and a giant blue sun rose from the horizon. Seven Emotions Great Palm. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor rushed out from the back of the Blue Sun Emperor and wanted to sneak an attack on the Safflower Empress. Black Saber, Fate. Yen Qingguo blocked the attack for the Safflower Empress. As for the vacant Mountain Emperor, he was fighting with the Red Moon Emperor, who was counterattacking. For a moment, the surrounding 10,000 miles had turned upside down. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and even the heaven and earth law was shattered. The spectators kept retreating until they were 10,000 miles away. Bang, 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 bang. In comparison, the battle between Li Fuchen and the griffin was the pinnacle of the battle. The human and the beast were both existences that surpassed great emperors. The Sky Horn Great Ruler wasn't able to interfere and could only launch sneak attacks at Li Fuchen from time to time. It is impossible for a half-overlord to continue fighting fearlessly in the Emperor's sky continent. There must be a reason for the half-overlord to use his full strength. Li Fuchen's mind flashed with sparks. Huff! A golden flame assaulted, and Li Fuchen used the sword shift to dodge. Immediately after, a sharp claw sent Li Fuchen flying out of the void. Li Fuchen's body appeared with wounds. The half-overlord was too powerful, and once Li Fuchen was hit, he would definitely be injured. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's injuries weren't severe and were just superficial wounds and minor internal injuries. To a body refinement emperor, it wasn't considered much. Ruin Smash. The Sky Horn Great Ruler made use of the opportunity to activate his powerful innate ability. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had to clash with the Sky Horn Great Ruler. However, this was definitely a vicious cycle as the griffin followed up and sent Li Fuchen flying with another claw. It was already difficult enough to face the griffin. Now that the Sky Horn Great Ruler was involved, Li Fuchen was definitely in a predicament. Sect Origin Swords. Finally, Li Fuchen burst out with his strongest kill move. 1,000,000 Sect Origin Swords Qi spanned across the void like an endless forest of swords. They were all pointed at the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the griffin. The Sky Horn Great Ruler was extremely appalled. The Soul Emperor didn't tell him that Li Fuchen had this kill move. With a thought from Li Fuchen, 1,000,000 Sect Origin Swords Qi surged out violently and drowned the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the griffin. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The sword Qi might be powerful, but the Sky Horn Great Ruler and the griffin's defenses were stronger, especially the griffin. When the Sect Origin Swords Qi stabbed at its feathers, there wasn't a single mark. It was fortunate that there were too many Sect Origin Swords Qi, and as they constantly stabbed, the Sky Horn Great Ruler's body started to bleed. Soul Emperor, you tricked me. The Sky Horn Great Ruler's voice echoed through the sword Qi. He was in a miserable state right now. It was fine if he didn't have any wounds, but once the wounds appeared, the sword Qi would stab at the wounds as though they had spirituality, causing the injuries to worsen. It was as though a 1,000-mile dike would be destroyed by an ant's nest. It would be fine if he could instant shift. However, among the 4 demonic beast great rulers, only the golden-winged great ruler and the black wolf great ruler could instant shift. The other demonic beast great rulers couldn't do it. This was also why the humans were usually the rulers of the continent. The demonic beasts might be strong, but their overall strength was inferior to the humans. In response, the Soul Emperor didn't mind. If the Sky Horn Great Ruler wasn't blocking at the front, how was he going to exhaust Li Fuchen's sect origin swords? The Soul Emperor might have been able to dodge most of the sword chi previously and was only slightly injured, but that was because the Safflower Empress was attacking first. At that time, the Soul Emperor had already executed his shifting technique. When Li Fuchen's sect origin swords arrived, the Soul Emperor's shifting technique was basically completed. The Red Moon Emperor didn't have it easy as his body was riddled with wounds. If the Soul Emperor didn't execute the forbidden technique, the Red Moon Emperor would still be half dead. Of course, even without the Sky Horn Great Ruler, the Soul Emperor still had ways to deal with Li Fuchen's sect origin swords, but it was still a little troublesome. If the Sky Horn Great Ruler only had this ability to become the leader of the 4 demonic beast great rulers, he would have been dead for countless years. Ruin Trample. The Sky Horn Great Ruler returned to his original form, and it was a unicorn with dark gray skin. A destructive light radiated from his body, repelling the sword chi outside. Then he stomped fiercely. Bang boom! The void cracked inch by inch under his trampling, and the 10,000 returning swords chi that attacked him also exploded inch by inch. Soul Emperor, Sword Emperor, just you wait. The Sky Horn Great Ruler didn't plan to risk his life to fight with Li Fuchen. The Ruin Trample had to burn his bloodline as the price and shouldn't be used frequently. Furthermore, he could already see that the Soul Emperor had evil intentions and wouldn't continue to be a pawn. The Sky Horn Great Ruler turned into a stream of light and vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Sky Horn Great Ruler. Once the Sky Horn Great Ruler left, Li Fuchen would have a much easier time and wouldn't obstruct him. The Griffin was indeed a demonic beast, half-overlord. After being stabbed by countless sect origin swords, it only lost some feathers and didn't even have a trace of blood. Huff, huff, huff! Golden flames were spewed out, and the remaining sect origin swords were all melted and disintegrated. Blade of Void. A transparent, sharp blade suddenly appeared and pierced through the Griffin's missing feathers. PFFF. The Griffin's defense was basically on its feathers. Right now, its feathers were damaged, and it wasn't able to block this powerful sword. Screech! There was a sharp and irritable chirp as the Griffin turned its head and pecked at Li Fuchen. It was a pity that Li Fuchen had already retreated and didn't give the Griffin any chance. There were over a dozen damaged feathers on the Griffin's body. Li Fuchen circled around the Griffin and would launch sneak attacks from time to time. Previously, Li Fuchen wasn't able to injure the Griffin because the Sky Horn Great Ruler was around. Secondly, the Griffin's feathers were too tough, and unless Li Fuchen struck the same spot consecutively, it was impossible to break the Griffin's defense. Now that the Sky Horn Great Ruler had escaped and the Griffin's feathers were damaged, it was impossible for the Griffin to block with Li Fuchen's Heaven-class high-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword. Of course, the Griffin was a demonic beast half-overlord after all, and Li Fuchen would still be struck by its claws occasionally. It was fortunate that with Li Fuchen's defense, these injuries weren't considered anything. Even if he was struck a few dozen times, he would only suffer some internal injuries. Rumble. Li Fuchen's heart sank as the Soul Emperor had indeed brought the other half-overlord Void Swallow Octopus over. In the Void, there were splashes as a giant tentacle lashed at Li Fuchen ferociously. Another demonic beast, half-overlord. The spectators were flabbergasted. Chapter 717. This battle had fallen into the Soul Emperor's control right from the start. Li Fuqin was like an insect on a spider web and could only struggle in vain. Let's see how you're going to resist two quasi-demon overlords. The Soul Emperor didn't participate. Enslaving two demonic saints in battle required a great deal of mental and soul force. The Void Swallow Octopus was obviously stronger than the Griffin. Its giant tentacles had dozens of suction cups, and they were emitting a powerful suction force, making it impossible for Li Fuqin to dodge. When the Void Swallow Octopus attacked with one of its tentacles, Li Fuqin felt as though the void had turned into water that was tumbling and stirring. The undercurrent was surging, and Li Fuqin was a person in the water. He couldn't control his body and was drifting with the current. He couldn't even execute the sword shift for a moment. Soul Chain. Two purple chains shot out of thin air toward the Griffin and the void-devouring octopus. Li Fuqin's spirit soul attack was extremely fast and actually arrived first, even though it was launched later. Before the Void Swallow Octopus tentacle could touch Li Fuqin, the spirit soul chain had already sunk into the Void Swallow Octopus giant body. In the next moment, the Void Swallow Octopus tentacle lost all of its strength. The remaining force merely caused Li Fuqin's chi blood to boil. Soul Path Secret Technique? The scene that the Soul Emperor worried about occurred. The vacant Mountain Emperor was able to remove the soul poison, and he already guessed that Li Fuqin was a Soul Dao cultivator. Now, it seemed that the other party even knew Soul Path secret techniques. If he wasn't a Soul Path cultivator, then what was he? Break. The Soul Emperor sent out two soul sabers that slashed at the soul chains. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere in the soul dimension. The soul chain did not even leave a mark. Li Fuqin's spirit soul chain might not be proficient, but it was definitely tough enough. After all, Li Fuqin's soul spirit was a purple soul spirit. What? The Soul Emperor was even more startled. His soul saber was a low-grade soul Dao secret art, after all. How could it not even leave a mark on it? Could it be that the opponent's Soul Path secret technique was a mid-grade Soul Path secret technique? No, if it's a mid-grade Soul Path secret art, he would have used it last time. Soul Dao secret techniques were divided into 5 levels, and they were respectively basic, low-grade, intermediate grade, high-grade, and top-grade. Basic Soul Path mystic arts were used to build a foundation. They could be used to deal with people weaker than oneself. But against people around the same level as oneself, it was useless unless the opponent's soul was flawed or heavily injured. Low-grade Soul Dao secret arts were just starting to show great power. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, it would be very difficult to block. If they were not careful, they would be heavily injured. And a medium-grade Soul Path mystic art was a Soul Path mystic art that even the Soul Emperor greatly desired. If he had a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, no one in the Emperor's sky continent would be able to stop him for a single breath of time. Even if it was a half-saint, he would be able to casually crush them. As for the higher-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, those below the saint realm wouldn't be able to cultivate them. Only after becoming a saint and transforming the soul spirit into a saint soul could one cultivate them. Once it was mastered, even a first-level Unity Realm Saint Monarch would be able to look down on everyone and strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But according to what the Soul Emperor knew, there were very few Soul Dao Saint Monarchs at the Soul Unity Realm that possessed high-grade Soul Dao mystic techniques. After all, the Soul Spirit was definitely considered one of the ultimate mysteries of the universe, and it wasn't that easy to study. As for peak-grade Soul Dao secret techniques, they only existed in legends. The Emperor's sky continent didn't have any records of saints cultivating a peak-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Putting aside mid-grade and above Soul Dao secret techniques, it was already incredible to study low-grade Soul Dao secret techniques to the extremity. Most importantly, cultivating Soul Dao secret techniques could strengthen one's soul spirit. This was why most of the saints desired Soul Dao secret techniques. They didn't wish to use Soul Dao secret techniques to injure others. They only wished to protect and strengthen their own soul spirit. It was just like how every sect had their own spiritual awareness secret techniques. Learning a spiritual awareness secret technique might not be helpful to your strength. But if you didn't learn it, it would be hard to resist the enemy's spiritual awareness attack. In short, everyone wanted to learn spiritual awareness secret techniques. Excluding the fact that Li Fuqin knew a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, there was only one explanation. Li Fuqin's soul spirit was extremely powerful, and much more powerful than the Soul Emperor imagined. Soul poison. Since the saber of soul spirit didn't work, the Soul Emperor changed to a low-grade Soul Dao secret technique. Previously, Li Fuqin used a Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique to neutralize the soul poison. Right now, Li Fuqin was executing a Soul Dao secret technique, and it shouldn't be possible to execute a Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique at the same time. But soon enough, the Soul Emperor knew he was wrong. While executing the Soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuqin was still able to execute the Fire Dao spiritual awareness secret technique. Swish! There was the sound of chains as a purple chain was shot into the Soul Emperor's mind. Right now, the Void Swallow Octopus, Griffin, and the Soul Emperor were all shackled by Li Fuqin's spirit soul chain. Damn it! The Soul Emperor didn't expect to be trapped too, but it was nothing to him. His body emitted a dim light, and the spirit soul chain instantly fell off. Let's go! If Li Fuqin was able to break free from Li Fuqin's Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor was certain that Li Fuqin wasn't executing a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique. If it was a mid-grade Soul Dao secret technique, the Soul Emperor would have to pay a huge price to break free. Despite the case, the Soul Emperor knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuqin today. The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin, who had their spirit souls shackled, couldn't even utilize 10% or 20% of their strength. How are they going to take down Li Fuqin? The Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin's body flashed with dim light as the spirit soul chain fell off automatically. Subsequently, the Soul Emperor and the two beasts vanished. Seven Emotions, Martial Emperor, stay behind. Li Fuqin made a prompt decision and shot a spirit soul chain into the Seven Emotions, Martial Emperor's mind. Black Saber, Wave Breaker. Yan Qingguo made use of the opportunity and cleaved the Seven Emotions, Martial Emperor into two. As for the Blue Sun Emperor and Red Moon Emperor, they reacted quickly and had already executed their shifting techniques to escape. But in Li Fuqin's opinion, the Soul Emperor reacted quickly and ordered the duo to escape. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor wasn't the Soul Emperor's soul slave, therefore he was a step slower. Elderly, are you all right? The Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others walked over. Li Fuqin shook his head. The Safflower Empress said, if we were to deal with half-overlords, we would already be dead. I wonder what method the Soul Emperor used to allow half-overlords to utilize most of their strength. The strength of half-overlords wasn't limited to just this. The Safflower Empress once saw a half-overlord in the sea region. That half-overlord strength was at least 2 times stronger than the Void Swallow Octopus and Griffin. The Soul Emperor was probably only able to allow the 2 half-overlords to utilize most of their strength, and he must have paid a significant price. Yan Qingguo said, Heaven's fate can be deceived. Similarly, the continent willpower can also be deceived. The trio knew that Li Fuqin was a Soul Dao cultivator, therefore, they were rather surprised that Li Fuqin was able to force the Soul Emperor and 2 half-overlords to retreat. But they weren't particularly surprised. But those people that were watching from 10,000 miles away were rather baffled and shocked. It turns out that the Sword Emperor is also a Soul Dao cultivator. With the Celestial Eye, the Celestial Eye Emperor was able to see some mysteries. A single Soul Emperor was already enough to cause a storm in the Emperor Sky continent. With the addition of the Sword Emperor, there was no place for the Celestial Eye Emperor in the Emperor Sky continent. It seems like I have to reconsider if I should go to the Cursed Temple 10 years later. The Celestial Eye Emperor thought to himself. Only by heading to the Saint Spirit continent would he have a chance to progress further. Otherwise, he would have to die of old age on the Emperor Sky continent. It didn't matter if he died earlier or later. The Celestial Eye Emperor was more inclined to venture into the Cursed Temple. At most, he would just die. As expected, seeing that Li Fuqin had forced the Soul Emperor to retreat, Chu Qinyan understood that her intuition wasn't wrong. Li Fuqin was more dangerous than the Soul Emperor. With Li Fuqin's help, she might really be able to return to the Saint Spirit continent. As for the Cursed Temple's curse, she was rather confident that she could be immune. She was only worried about the cursed warriors in the Cursed Temple. These cursed warriors were undying and could continue to exist with the Cursed Temple. Chu Qinyan wouldn't be able to deal with these cursed warriors by herself. Therefore, she needed the help of Li Fuqin and the others. Time elapsed. After the Imperial Flower Feast, Li Fuqin had solidified his title as the #1 expert in the Emperor's Sky continent. The title of the Sword Emperor had completely surpassed the Soul Emperor and the Sky Horn Great Ruler. As for the Soul Emperor and the others, they had completely vanished after the Imperial Flower Feast. There was news that the Soul Emperor and the others were already out at the sea. As for whether they were heading to other continents or if they were temporarily out at sea, no one knew. Void Grand Canyon, after making arrangements for the Petrified Queen, Li Fuqin arrived at the Void Grand Canyon alone. In order to condense the Void Tao Heart, one had to comprehend the void law of heaven and earth. In the Emperor Sky continent, the Void Grand Canyon was definitely the place with the clearest void law. As days passed by, Li Fuqin's comprehension of the void law was getting higher. Correspondingly, his Void Heaven Sword art proficiency was also getting higher. However, he was still lacking in order to condense the Void Tao Heart. Li Fuqin felt that he had yet to make contact with the core of the void law. Only by making contact with the core of the void law would there be a chance to condense the Void Tao Heart. After drawing the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuqin suddenly slashed at the end of the canyon. This slash was the blade of void from the Void Heaven Sword art. PFFFTSS. The void was slashed open with a crack. Following the crack, Li Fuqin could feel the void law with even clearer clarity. As expected, Li Fuqin's eyes lit up. This Void Grand Canyon was obviously created by a saint. It didn't just contain the saint's void law, it also contained the Emperor Sky continent's void law. If it was the former, it was useless for Li Fuqin to comprehend it, as it was someone else's void law. If it was the latter, Li Fuqin wouldn't be able to comprehend anything within a short period of time. He would have to spend more time to comprehend it. The combination of the two gave Li Fuqin an opportunity. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness skimmed into the crack and tried his best to sense it. With the saint's spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin was able to sense the void law with ease. With the addition of his heaven-defying perception, the comprehension effect was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the blink of the eye, 1 month passed by. Li Fuqin's location suddenly distorted. Immediately after, Li Fuqin vanished. Inside the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuqin's figure appeared. This is the Void Tao Heart. Chapter 718. The Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain required the Void Key, but Li Fuqin casually entered. Walking in the Void Grand Canyon, Li Fuqin felt an unprecedented freedom. In the past, he didn't condense the Void Tao Heart and couldn't feel it. Now that he condensed the Void Tao Heart, he felt like a bird that flew out of a birdcage. From now on, he was free and unrestrained. After releasing his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin realized that his spiritual awareness could actually fuse with the void law and scan deep into the void. This was incredible. Spiritual awareness could see through the void, and most saints couldn't do it. There were usually two types of saints that could do it. One was to condense the void Tao heart, like Li Fuchen, and was a void Tao saint. The other was a soul Tao saint that cultivated a soul Tao scouting secret technique. Void law, void Tao heart. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen revealed a confident smile. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found an independent space in the void Grand Canyon's hidden domain. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this independent space should be the saint's garden. With a flash, Li Fuchen was about to escape into the void garden. Bang! But in the next moment, Li Fuchen was immediately ejected. Incredible! The saint's garden contained void law that was too powerful, and Li Fuchen couldn't escape it at all. Without leaving the void Grand Canyon's hidden domain, Li Fuchen immediately cultivated the Void Heaven Sword art's third move, Void Heaven Sword World. This move was a sure-kill move. Once mastered, Li Fuchen was confident that he could eliminate any great emperor in a single move. With the Sword Heart and Void Tao Heart, Li Fuchen had a much easier time cultivating the Void Heaven Sword World. In just one day, he had comprehended plenty of essences. 1 week later, Void Heaven Sword World. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the sword light spread out. Everything within the sword light was motionless. To be exact, it wasn't motionless, but it was 1,000 times slower. Void Heaven Sword World, the world of Sword Tao. Li Fuchen's eyes flickered with the radiance of comprehension. Li Fuchen wanted to eliminate the Blood Sift Union and the Clan of Darkness in one fell swoop. But these two dark organizations seemed to have vanished, and there weren't any traces. Li Fuchen knew that these two organizations were avoiding him. The Emperor's Sky Continent was massive, and if they were intentionally avoiding him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to find them no matter how capable he was. Unless his spiritual awareness could cover the entire Emperor's Sky Continent. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Most great monarchs probably wouldn't be able to do it. Since they were hiding from him, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to waste his energy to search for them. He was planning to return to the 7-color continent and the East Unicorn continent. I won't suffer any backlash from the power of space this time, right? Li Fuchen had already left behind a void imprint on the Emperor's Sky continent. Even if he returned to the 7-color continent, he would still be able to return. He just needed to spend some time on the journey, and Li Fuchen believed that it wouldn't take more than 10 years. Taking out the teleportation board, Li Fuchen didn't even think and activated it. The void distorted, and Li Fuchen suddenly vanished. When Li Fuchen reappeared, he was in the deep sea. Apart from the faint chi presence, Li Fuchen was completely fine this time. Thinking about it, compared to the last time, not only had his cultivation reached the transcendence realm, but he had also condensed the void Tao heart. It would be strange if the power of space could backfire on him. Jiang Yi turned around and took a look. He could sense the void imprint's existence, but with the obstruction of the Emperor's Sky continent's willpower, he wasn't able to sense the distance. He only knew the exact direction. After calming down his breath, Li Fuchen continued to activate the teleportation board. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, Li Fuchen suspected that as his cultivation increased, the teleportation distance would decrease drastically when he used the teleportation board. Otherwise, why hadn't he arrived at the 7-color continent after teleporting almost 100 times? In order to verify the teleportation distance, Li Fuchen left behind a void imprint and teleported away. As expected, Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The distance of a single teleportation was much shorter than he had imagined. It was less than 300,000 kilometers. 100 teleportations would be 30 million miles. As compared to the vast ocean, 30 million miles was nothing. In fact, Li Fuchen felt that his void shift speed wasn't much slower than the teleportation speed. After all, after each teleportation, Li Fuchen had to calm his chi presence. Of course, Li Fuqin wouldn't be so foolish to travel by himself. Using shifting techniques to travel would consume a shocking amount of sword energy. Li Fuqin reckoned that his sword energy would be exhausted after traveling for a few tens of millions of miles. 500 times, 1,000 times. After close to 2,000 times, Li Fuqin finally sensed the chi presence of the seven-color continent. At this moment, Li Fuqin had already used up a few 100 million low-grade spirit stones, and it was equivalent to a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. This wasn't a small sum for primary Sea Realm monarchs, but it was nothing for Li Fuqin. After lifting the teleportation board to take a look, Li Fuqin let out a bitter smile. This teleportation board couldn't be used for a few more times. After close to 2,000 teleportations, the teleportation board was overwhelmed and there were several cracks on it. That's true, it is just a low-grade teleportation board. The teleportation board might be precious, but it was also divided into 4 grades. The low-grade teleportation board was the lowest grade and could only be filled with low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, the teleportation distance was short. The mid-grade teleportation board could be filled with mid-grade spirit stones, and the teleportation distance would be increased by a few dozen times. There are also the high-grade and peak-grade teleportation boards. But in mid-class continents and low-class continents, the teleportation board was definitely an extremely precious treasure. Even a low-grade teleportation board was extremely precious. It was mainly because no one could refine a teleportation board. From afar, Li Fuqin could see the seven-color continent. What is going on? After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuqin noticed that on the green soil continent, countless demonic beasts and sea beasts were wreaking havoc on the continent. The green soil continent's controller, the Green Pine Pavilion, could only activate the array to resist the demonic beasts and sea beasts. They didn't have any strength to retaliate. Frowning, Li Fuqin increased his speed and headed straight for the Green Pine Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom! Outside the Green Pine Pavilion, hundreds of demonic beast kings were constantly blasting at the Green Pine Pavilion's array. If this was the case, the Green Pine Pavilion wouldn't be in such a passive state. Among the hundreds of demonic beast kings, there was one extremely powerful demonic beast king. Every time he made a move, he would be able to shake the Green Pine Pavilion's array. Li Fuqin took a glance and knew that this demonic beast king's strength wasn't inferior to a mid-class combat emperor. Half-emperors were already very terrifying on regular mid-class continents. If it was a combat emperor, they would definitely be able to wipe out everything and no one would be able to stop them. Sensing that Li Fuqin was approaching, one of the demonic beast kings charged at Li Fuqin. Bang! Before the demonic beast king could get close to Li Fuqin, it was blasted into a blood mist by Li Fuqin's chi presence. Immediately after, Li Fuqin waved his hand and swept out a majestic and sharp power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. There was a scene that shocked everyone in the Green Pine Pavilion. Hundreds of demonic beast kings, including the most formidable demonic beast king, were instantly blasted into a blood mist. When the wind blew, they vanished without a trace. Such power! The Green Pine Pavilion Master's eyes contracted. After eliminating hundreds of demonic beast kings, Li Fuqin didn't stop and flew towards the other continents of the seven-color continent. His strength might have been suppressed by the seven-color continent's willpower, but Li Fuqin's cultivation level was too high. It didn't matter which demonic beast king or how many demonic beast kings there were. They were all eliminated in a single move. There wasn't a need for a second move. Half a day later, Li Fuqin arrived at the vicinity of the Red Rainbow Sect on the Red Soil Continent. As compared to the other continents, the Red Soil Continent was definitely much more miserable. There were at least 1,000 demonic beast kings gathered here, and there were 3 demonic beast kings that had the strength of combat emperors. Furthermore, Li Fuchin could even feel the qi presence of demonic beast rulers in the Red Sea that was next to the Red Soil continent. That red flood dragon king has progressed to a demonic beast ruler. It was obvious that after the red flood dragon king obtained the corpse of the black flood dragon ruler, it took less than 10 years to evolve. If Li Fuchin didn't return, the seven-color continent might turn into a demonic beast world in a short period of time. Chapter 719. Seeing that the Red Rainbow sect was in imminent danger, Li Fuchin waved his hand and annihilated 1,000 demonic beast kings. With a few flashes, he arrived at the Scarlet Sea. The Scarlet Flood Dragon Emperor, who was once the overlord of the Scarlet Sea and was now the Scarlet Flood Dragon Emperor, was stunned when he saw a human suddenly appear before him. Li Fuchin couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He grabbed with his hand and crushed the red flood dragon ruler to death. But this time, he didn't turn the demon ruler into a blood mist and left the corpse intact. After all, the corpse of a demonic ruler was extremely precious. It might be useless to him, but it was definitely useful to the Red Rainbow sect. Carrying the red flood dragon ruler's corpse, Li Fuchin returned to the Red Rainbow sect. "You are." The Red Rainbow monarch wasn't able to recognize Li Fuchin immediately. Li Fuchin said, "I am Li Fuchin. I used to be a disciple of the Red Rainbow sect. After the Red Rainbow sect retreated from the Emperor Sky Continent, I stayed behind." "You are my Red Rainbow sect's disciple?" The Red Rainbow monarch suspected that he heard wrongly. With the high-grade Heaven Stone, he was only at the strength of a combat emperor. If he wanted to break through to the Law Phase realm, he would need at least a few hundred years, unless he could continue to stay in the Emperor Sky Continent. Instead, it was Li Fuchin who was a disciple that actually made a huge leap and reached the Law Phase realm. Furthermore, he actually found the seven-color continent from the Emperor Sky Continent. How formidable was he? For a moment, the Red Rainbow monarch felt that his worldview had been turned upside down. For the next few days, everyone in the Red Rainbow sect knew who Li Fuchin was. After all, Li Fuchin had lived in the Red Rainbow sect for a period of time, and there were plenty of people who recognized him. Does the Red Rainbow sect wish to return to the Emperor Sky Continent? In the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchin asked the Red Rainbow monarch. Yes, of course. But what about the Emperor Sky Continent? The Red Rainbow monarch was rather hesitant. The Emperor Sky Continent wasn't an easy place to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to retreat back to the seven-color continent miserably and even destroy the teleportation array. Right now, I have the final say in the Emperor Sky Continent. It doesn't matter if the Red Rainbow sect moves over. Li Fuchin said, "You have the final say?" In response, the Red Rainbow monarch and the Red Rainbow sect's elders looked at each other in dismay. If what Li Fuchin said was true, then Li Fuchin wasn't a regular Law Phase realm emperor, he was a great emperor. For a moment, everyone felt dizzy. Li Fuchin continued, "The only troublesome thing is to head to the Emperor Sky Continent. We will need to head to a low-class continent. The East Unicorn Continent had a teleportation array that could teleport to the Emperor Sky Continent. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem. But there were too many people, and the distance between the two continents wasn't short, making it a little troublesome. Furthermore, he didn't know if the East Unicorn Continent's willpower would kill those whose cultivation was above the reincarnation realm. He didn't have to fear it, but others might not. The Red Rainbow monarch returned to his senses and said, "You don't have to worry about that. My Red Rainbow sect has an extremely concealed teleportation array in the Emperor Sky Continent. As long as we install a space crystal on the teleportation array here, we will be able to teleport over." The teleportation arrays were able to teleport each other because the teleportation array patterns on both sides were the same. As such, they would be able to attract each other and carry out a precise teleportation. It was a pity that the Red Rainbow sect was only left with a relatively large spatial crystal. A smaller spatial crystal wouldn't be able to sustain such a long teleportation. Therefore, the Red Rainbow Monarch didn't activate the teleportation array. He was planning to increase his strength a little more before heading to the Emperor Sky continent. That would be best. Li Fuchin didn't expect for the Red Rainbow sect to still have a trump card. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for a few days, Li Fuchin conveniently returned to the Evergreen Martial Institution. After leaving behind some resources that could assist Dean Meng Qihang to break through to the Primary Sea Realm, Li Fuchin gave some resources to some of his acquaintances before activating the teleportation board and returning to the East Unicorn continent. Rumble. Once Li Fuchin arrived at the East Unicorn continent, the East Unicorn continent's willpower reacted and a destructive wave swept at Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin's cultivation level was too high and the East Unicorn continent felt an intense threat. Li Fuchin was rather astonished. He assumed that the East Unicorn continent's willpower wouldn't be able to suppress him. He didn't expect for the East Unicorn continent to be much stronger than he imagined. At least the suppression was stronger than the Seven-Color continent. After executing his Spirit Soul ability, Li Fuchin's Qi presence instantly vanished. At the same moment, the destructive wave in the world gradually withdrew. It seems like the East Unicorn continent isn't as simple as a low-class continent. Li Fuchin said to himself. The East Unicorn continent was still the same as when he left. The only difference was that there were too many people who left the East Unicorn continent through the teleportation array. Li Fuchin scanned with his spiritual awareness and couldn't see many reincarnation realm experts in the entire East Unicorn continent. It was fortunate that the important members of the Yi clan and most of the Azure Water sect were still around. Li Fuchin didn't return to the Yi clan immediately as he planned to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Firstly, Li Fuchin arrived at the vicinity of the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchin noticed a spatial zone. If he wasn't mistaken, this spatial zone should be the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. Bang! Li Fuchin was surprised that he couldn't enter the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain. This meant that the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain was also a hidden domain created by a saint. If it was a hidden domain formed by heaven and earth, it shouldn't be impossible to enter. That's right, the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain has a hidden domain spirit. I have never heard of any hidden domain having a hidden domain spirit. Li Fuchin suddenly thought of something. There were plenty of hidden domains in the Emperor Sky continent, and there were plenty of hidden domains created by saints. But none of them had a hidden domain spirit. I wonder where is the Star Road? Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness permeated the void and searched within the East Unicorn continent's range and even the surrounding sea region. However, he couldn't find any traces of the Star Road hidden domain. In the end, Li Fuchin still didn't have any clues about the East Unicorn continent's greatest secrets. If he still didn't know that the East Unicorn continent was special, then he would be a fool. Finally, Li Fuchin arrived at a valley with a teleportation array. This teleportation array allowed the people from the East Unicorn continent to teleport to the Emperor Sky continent. However, Li Fuchin didn't know if it would restrict the cultivation level. Teleportation arrays were different from teleportation discs. Teleportation discs were more mystical and complicated. Even if the teleportation distance wasn't enough, it could still be teleported. However, there would be a void drop in the middle. If the teleportation array's spatial crystal wasn't big enough and the teleporter's cultivation level was too high, there might be a teleportation error or the teleportation wouldn't work. After all, the difference between teleporting a reincarnation realm expert and a law phase realm emperor was too great. Before returning, Li Fuchin had already made plans to try the East Unicorn continent's teleportation array. He believed that with the void Dao heart, even if there was a teleportation error, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. If it really didn't work, he would have to slowly travel back to the Emperor Sky continent. It was fortunate that the seven-color continent had a teleportation array that connected to the Emperor's Sky continent. Therefore, he didn't need to try. After taking a closer look at the teleportation array, Li Fuchen suddenly realized that this wasn't a regular teleportation array. When he scanned the teleportation array with his spiritual awareness, he saw an arrow-shaped array pattern in the depths of the void. Furthermore, this teleportation array actually didn't use spatial crystals. The person who constructed this teleportation array must have a proficiency in void law that is at least 10 times better than me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. To construct the teleportation array without using spatial crystals, it meant that the person wasn't just an array saint, but also a void Dao saint. Furthermore, it was a top-notch void Dao saint. It seems like this teleportation array might really be able to teleport me to the Emperor's Sky continent, Li Fuchen said to himself. When Li Fuchen returned to the Li clan was instantly bustling with noise. Li Fuchen had left for too long and had almost become a legend. They didn't expect for Li Fuchen to suddenly return. The Li clan had a huge change. In the past, there weren't a lot of Earth-Shatter Realm experts in the Li clan. Right now, there were almost all of them. There were also more than 10 Heaven Dipper Realm experts. As for those that had reached the Reincarnation Realm, only Li Fuchen's parents, Li Tianhan and Xin Yan. Li Fuchen was rather surprised that his parents actually gave him a younger sister. The younger sister's name was Li Fuxiang, and she was only 6 years old this year. She was very timid and wanted to speak, but didn't dare to. Li Fuchen smiled and carried her up. It might be due to her high cultivation level or chi luck, but the little fellow's bone frame was much better than Li Fuchen back then. It was actually a 5-star bone frame. There was still a difference between an innate 5-star bone frame and an acquired 5-star bone frame. If the environment was the same, an innate 5-star bone frame would definitely have a higher achievement than an acquired 5-star bone frame. Since the younger sister had an innate 5-star bone frame, it meant that she would be able to cultivate to the reincarnation realm in the East Unicorn continent. Once she reached the 7-color continent and the Emperor's Sky continent, she would have a great chance to cultivate to the Battle Spirit realm. If coupled with top-notch resources, the Battle Spirit realm would be very common. Even the Primary Sea realm would have a great chance. Li Fuchen didn't plan to stay in the East Unicorn continent for a long time. On the next day, Li Fuchen informed the Li clan and the Azure Water sect of the purpose of his return. If they were willing, they could head to the 7-color continent as the cultivation environment was better. Furthermore, they could head to the higher-class Emperor's Sky continent. If it wasn't unexpected, everyone was willing. Since everyone was willing, Li Fuchen started to think of a method to head to the 7-color continent. There were 2 methods. The first method was to build a large ship and cross the sea to the 7-color continent. With Li Fuchen around, there wouldn't be any danger along the way. After all, in such a small place, the chances of encountering a demonic beast overlord were too low and infinitely close to 0. However, this method was rather time-consuming and would require at least a few years. The second method was to build a teleportation array. As long as one teleportation array was constructed on the 7-color continent and the East Unicorn continent, they would be able to travel back and forth. Li Fuchen arrived at the 7-color continent and asked the Red Rainbow Sect's only array monarch to help build the teleportation array. As for the spatial crystals, Li Fuchen had some and didn't need the Red Rainbow Sect's. The construction of the teleportation array might be rather time-consuming, but it was still completed a few months later. This teleportation array was a mid-grade teleportation array and could teleport 100 individuals at once. Each teleportation would require 50 million low-grade spirit stones, and on average, it would cost 500,000 low-grade spirit stones per individual. It was obviously more expensive than the teleportation board. Chapter 720. Emperor's Sky Continent in an Underground Cavern. Buzz. A radiance descended and Li Fuchen's figure appeared. The teleportation array from the seven-color continent to the Emperor's Sky continent was a mid-sized teleportation array. It could teleport 20 individuals at a time, but Li Fuchen's cultivation was too high and was equivalent to 20 individuals. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen was only at the third level of Law Phase Realm. If he was at the high levels of Law Phase Realm, he might not be able to teleport. It is indeed the Emperor's Sky continent. Li Fuchen could sense the void imprint that he left behind. In the next few days, a group of people came from the seven-color continent. Li Fuchen arranged for these people to stay at the floating sky mountain. What a thick heaven-earth Yuan Qi! Li Tianhan and Shan Yan were shocked. The seven-color continent's heaven and earth energy was already concentrated enough and was several times more than the East Unicorn continent. He didn't expect that the Emperor's Sky continent's heaven and earth energy was actually 10 times more concentrated than the seven-color continent. It was truly infuriating to compare. Even an ordinary person living in the Emperor's Sky continent would be able to easily cultivate to the Origin Return realm or the Earth-Shattering realm. If I cultivate in this place, I should be able to break through to the Battle Spirit realm. Zhao Wuji said excitedly. He was already old enough, but with Li Fuchen's help, he broke through to the Reincarnation realm, increasing his lifespan. Therefore, he looked much more spirited than before and didn't age with the elapse of time. Zhao Mingyue was there too. She was one of the few youths that didn't use the teleportation array to leave the East Unicorn continent. In fact, the reason why the Li clan and the Azure Water sect had so few people leaving was mainly because of Li Fuchen. Without Li Fuchen, they might have already left the East Unicorn continent and ventured out. The floating sky mountain was massive, let alone a few hundred. Even if there were a few thousand people, it would still be able to accommodate them. Furthermore, due to Li Fuchen's relationship, the floating sky mountain didn't arrange for these people to be placed in the corners of the mountain. Instead, they were arranged to be placed on superior cultivation peaks. After making arrangements for everyone, Li Fuchen was planning to cultivate properly. He might be formidable now, and no one in the Emperor's Sky continent could deal with him. But if he went to a high-class continent, he would probably be nothing. First, I have to create the 40th level of the Divine Flame, Sword Energy Art. The limit of a heaven-class mid-tier cultivation technique was level 39. So level 40 was undoubtedly a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor wanted to break through to the Soul Unity realm, they would need a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. This was also why, be it the Emperor's Sky continent or the Heaven Pillar continent, there wasn't a single half-saint. Everyone didn't have a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If Li Fuchen was a regular Law Phase Realm Emperor, it would be impossible for him to deduce a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. But when Li Fuchen was at the primary sea realm, his perception had already surpassed emperors. Right now, his perception might not be superior to regular saints, but it was at least at the saint's level. As long as he was willing, it wasn't difficult to create the 40th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. It would just take some time. Just as Li Fuchen expected, he took just half a year to create the 40th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. The sword energy from this cultivation technique was already able to make heaven and earth law retreat. If Li Fuchen was to face the griffin and the void swallow octopus again, Li Fuchen was confident that he would be able to deal with the two half-overlords without using the spirit soul chain and the void heaven sword world. Since the 40th rank was created, the 41st rank was naturally not far away. 1 year later, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Sword Energy technique broke through to the 41st rank again. After 2 years, the Soul Emperor and the others still didn't appear. Even the Clan of Darkness and the Blood Sift Union had vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen frowned. If he didn't eliminate these people, he would feel that the Emperor's Sky continent wasn't safe. Li Fuchen rushed into the sky and arrived at the Thunderbolt lair. Bang boom! Bolts of heaven thunderbolts blasted on Li Fuchen's body, causing sparks to burst out. Li Fuchen's cultivation might not have broken through, but his sword energy was more than 2 times stronger. With the support of the sword energy, the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent was twice as powerful, allowing him to block the heaven thunderbolts with ease. Middle section of the thunderbolt layer. Upper section of the thunderbolt layer. Rumble. A black thunderbolt cleaved down violently. It didn't just shatter the sword intent, it also shattered the law field. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to descend and didn't dare to face the attack head-on. It seems like I have to break through to the 42nd rank of the Divine Flame sword energy technique or break through to the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm in order to have some hope. Li Fuchen's body refinement progress was already very fast, but without peak-grade spirit stones or heaven-class high-tier body refinement herbs, it was impossible to break through to the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm within a few years. The Emperor Sky Continent and the Heaven Pillar Continent had plenty of heaven-class high-tier herbs, but heaven-class high-tier body refinement herbs were nowhere to be seen. I can go to the Latent Shadow Abyss to take a look. The Latent Shadow Abyss was underground and spirit stones were produced by the continent. The deeper one went, the higher the chances of finding peak-grade spirit stones. That peak-grade spirit stone was found in the Latent Shadow Abyss. With Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, he could easily find the lowest few layers of the Latent Shadow Abyss. After all, these Latent Shadow Abyss were created by battles, unlike the Saint Garden and the Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, which were intentionally created. It wasn't difficult for Li Fuchen to find and enter. In the bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss, the Shadow Corpses and Berserk Corpses were extremely powerful and were obviously at the Law Phase Realm. Most of them were only at the low levels of Law Phase Realm, but in the Latent Shadow Abyss, it wasn't that easy for great emperors to destroy them. Li Fuchen didn't even need to fight. With the Void Dao Heart, he could travel freely in the Latent Shadow Abyss. 1 week, 2 weeks, Li Fuchen didn't sleep or rest as he searched the bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss for over a month. No wonder the Vacant Mountain Emperor and the others didn't have any peak-grade spirit stones. They might have obtained some before, but it was probably luck. After over a month, Li Fuchen didn't find anything, but he found a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen speculated that the Emperor Sky Continent must have plenty of peak-grade spirit stones, but the Emperor Sky Continent was too massive and these peak-grade spirit stones were all hidden deep underground. Without earthquakes or factors like the Latent Shadow Abyss, one could only find the peak-grade spirit stones by chance. The Latent Shadow Abyss had plenty of layers, and Li Fuchen couldn't find the bottom layer, but he wasn't discouraged. He started from the bottom layer and gradually headed upwards. When he was about to reach the surface, Li Fuchen's face flashed with surprise. It seemed like finding peak-grade spirit stones really depended on luck. The bottom layer of the Latent Shadow Abyss didn't have any, but he didn't expect for the surface layer to actually have a peak-grade spirit stone. After obtaining the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen immediately sat cross-legged and started to circulate the Hand of Force's Qi power. 3 days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement finally reached the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm. At this moment, the peak-grade spirit stone's spirit Qi was still at 30%. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword and cleaved at his arm. Bang! The Joint Heaven sword wasn't able to touch his arm and was repelled. After reaching the subcompletion level of Law Phase Realm and body refinement, Li Fuchen's body's law field was even stronger. Li Fuchen was confident that a full-powered slash could break the law field, but he still had the sword intent protection. Furthermore, his physical toughness was already extremely fearsome and wasn't inferior to the law field. With 3 layers of defense, Li Fuchen felt that his full-powered slash wouldn't be able to injure himself. After flashing out of the Latent Shadow Abyss, Li Fuchen soared into the sky. This time, he didn't believe that he couldn't enter the upper section of the thunderbolt layer. Crackle boom! At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, pitch-black thunderbolts struck down violently. This time they only shattered the sword intent and weren't able to shatter the law field. As expected, Li Fuchen revealed a smile and continued to ascend. There were more pitch-black thunderbolts, and Li Fuchen's law field was also damaged. But Li Fuchen was still ascending. Crackle! The law field was broken, and Li Fuchen's body was charred. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the area between the upper section of the thunderbolt layer and the thermal layer. There was nothing here, just a void and emptiness. Through the thermal layer, Li Fuchen saw the starry sky. The starry sky was extremely realistic. The closest star to him felt as though it was hanging above his head. It was unimaginably massive and grand, causing Li Fuchen's heart to palpitate. In the starry sky, there were countless starlight twinkling. If Li Fuchen only had the green spirit soul, he would probably have some comprehension after seeing this. But Li Fuchen possessed the purple spirit soul, and the purple spirit soul was 2 grades higher than the green spirit soul. Therefore, in an instant, Li Fuchen comprehended the star's law. The star's law wasn't a pure law. It was a comprehensive law, and it contained the 5 elements law. In fact, without the star's bone frame, even a saint would find it hard to comprehend the profound star's law. After all, the bone frame was extremely important. What kind of bone frame one possessed would be compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth? It was hard for outsiders to understand the subtle feeling. Only an anomaly like Li Fuchen could forcefully comprehend the star's law. It's so hot. After comprehending for a period of time, Li Fuchen felt his skin was burning. The transparent thermal layer above his head was emitting residual heat, and it was actually able to ignore the sword intent and law field and affect his body. This meant that the great Tao of law contained in the thermal layer was far beyond heaven-class high tier. After comprehending for a period of time, Li Fuchen couldn't take it anymore and descended. After comprehending a few more times, I should be able to comprehend the hand of star. Li Fuchen said to himself. Before returning to the floating sky mountain, Li Fuchen's communication token suddenly vibrated. This was an extremely high-grade communication token that could transmit voices. After pouring in the sword energy, the vacant mountain emperor's voice echoed. Elderly, a cursed warrior rushed out from the cursed temple. Right now, countless people are cursed, and we are unable to kill him. Cursed warrior? Li Fuchen put away the communication token and rushed towards the vacant mountain emperor's location. Half a day later, Li Fuchen saw the vacant mountain emperor, the safflower empress, mystic dark great emperor, celestial eye emperor, and even Chu Qingyan were here too. The 5 of them worked together to attack a strange figure with pale skin and pitch-black eyes. An extremely horrific and inauspicious Qi presence was emitting from the strange figure. If it wasn't for the fact that the people attacking him were great emperors and had intent protection, he might have been cursed. Li Fuchen took a glance and knew how terrifying the cursed warrior was. No matter how severe the injuries were, the cursed warrior would be able to recover in the next moment, and there wouldn't be a single scar left on the body. Elder Li is here. When the vacant mountain emperor saw Li Fuchen, he was delighted. Right now, Li Fuchen was probably the only one who could deal with the cursed warrior. They could only resist and couldn't kill it. Extinguish. Chapter 7:21. The body of the cursed warrior that was slashed closed up again, but everyone realized that the cursed warrior's recovery speed was slower this time. It might just be slower, but it gave everyone hope. For a moment, everyone was attacking the cursed warrior in a frenzy, attempting to slow down the recovery speed. But everyone realized that their attacks weren't very effective. Chu Qingyan said, "To deal with the cursed warrior, one must have a powerful intent. Our intents are inferior to the Sword Emperor." Li Fuchen nodded. Chu Qingyan was right. To deal with the cursed warrior, one had to rely on intent. Curses were actually a type of great Tao law. Therefore, one had to rely on the law intent to wear it down. Incineration sword. Li Fuqin brandished his sword, and a blazing wave engulfed the cursed warrior. The cursed warrior's body was burnt into ashes at a visible speed. But the ashes didn't scatter and reformed into the cursed warrior. I wonder how powerful this sword move is. Li Fuqin followed up with another sword move, and it was actually the Void Heaven Sword World. When the sword was brandished, there was a burst of sword light that blinded everyone's eyes. PFFF. A pile of ashes fell on the ground and couldn't reform again. What? A single sword move killed the cursed warrior? Chu Qingyan looked at Li Fuqin with shock. The others were also bewildered. In their opinion, even Li Fuqin would need at least a few dozen or 100 sword moves to kill the cursed warrior. How could they know that Li Fuqin's Void Heaven Sword World had slowed down the cursed warrior by 1,000 times? In that instant, Li Fuqin had already attacked 1,000 times. Once the cursed warrior perished, the ominous qi presence that was lingering in the air gradually dispersed. Li Fuqin's spiritual awareness could sense that those who were cursed, as long as they didn't die, had already returned to normal. They were just very weak, and it felt like their essence, qi, and spirit had been sucked away. Why would the cursed warrior come out from the cursed temple? The vacant mountain emperor was puzzled and looked at Chu Qingyan. Among everyone, Chu Qingyan was definitely the one who understood the cursed temple the best, even if she wasn't from the emperor's sky continent. Chu Qingyan said, "Someone must have entered the cursed temple and touched the item inside, causing the cursed temple to have such a change." Who can enter the cursed temple and touch the item inside? The Safflower Empress asked. Li Fuqin said, "I know of such a person, but I don't know if it is him." The person who chased after the incantation Martial Emperor had come out of the cursed temple. According to the incantation Martial Emperor, the fact that he could come out meant that he had comprehended a high-level curse. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was someone else. The Soul Emperor, the Dark Knight Emperor, these people were all possible. Fearing that a second cursed warrior would come out of the cursed temple, the 6 of them rushed toward the cursed temple. The cursed temple wasn't big. From the outside, it looked like a group of temples that spanned hundreds of miles. However, everyone knew that this was just a facade. The cursed temple was filled with layers of space, and the slightest mistake would cause one to be trapped within. Li Fuqin scanned with his spiritual awareness and realized that there were too many spatial zones inside. Some of the spatial zones were connected, while some of the spatial zones existed independently. His spiritual awareness felt as though it was trapped in a maze and wasn't able to see everything. Most importantly, the cursed qi presence had an extreme restriction on the spiritual awareness. Li Fuqin simply couldn't sense anything in the center of the temple. There was only nothingness and inauspiciousness. When Li Fuqin withdrew his spiritual awareness, the cursed qi presence had also arrived. But before the cursed qi presence could get close to Li Fuqin, it had suddenly melted like a candle that encountered the sun. Li Fuqin knew that ever since his spirit soul transformed into the purple color and even had a hint of red, it was already extraordinary and could be said to be impervious to all evils. Of course, when his spirit soul was pale purple or even blue, it could be said that he was impervious to all evils. But back then, only his spirit soul was impervious to evils, but his body wasn't protected. Right now, the qi field that the purple spirit soul emitted was enough to extinguish the cursed qi presence. Li Fuqin didn't get complacent. This was just the cursed qi presence that was emitted from the cursed temple. As compared to the cursed qi presence inside, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Even the cursed qi presence from the cursed warrior was far inferior. Let's go in and take a look. Li Fuqin was planning to familiarize himself with the outer region first. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. The outer region of the cursed temple wasn't too dangerous for great emperors. After entering the cursed temple, Everyone felt as though they had arrived in a different world. This place was so quiet that it was hair-raising. At the same time, even the color of the spatial zone was drastically different from the outside. When walking in between the temples, everyone could only hear their own footsteps and heartbeats. Clang! Some of the temples had walls. When passing by a temple that had walls, there were sounds of pots and pans falling on the ground. Everyone might be great emperors, but apart from Li Fuqin, everyone else was shocked. There were sounds of footsteps as a cursed warrior appeared in front of everyone. Roar! Before the cursed warrior could react, he was turned into ashes by a sword light. The Void Heaven's sword world was too powerful. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Void Heaven Sword Art's second move, Blade of Void. Anyone who didn't have a tough defense and didn't rely on external forces would be instantly killed by the Void Heaven Sword World. Even if a demonic beast half-overlord came, Li Fuqin was confident he could instantly kill them. As for dodging it, that was impossible. Perhaps it was because they were in the cursed temple, but the cursed cultivator, who had turned into a pile of ashes, still tried to reform himself. However, after a long time, he still failed. A cold wind blew over, and the ashes scattered. They might have witnessed Li Fuqin's Void Heaven Sword World before, but this time everyone was still shocked. This sword move was so powerful that it was hair-raising. Most importantly, when facing this sword move, they couldn't feel anything. They only felt their eyes getting blinded by the sword light. With his strength, even on the Saint Spirit continent, he should be able to rank top 100 on the Great Emperor rankings. Chu Qingyan said to herself, in the Emperor's Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent, there were only around 10 great emperors. But on the Saint Spirit continent, there were countless great emperors. Just the Great Emperor rankings alone had 10,000 great emperors. Normally, those that were ranked in the Great Emperor rankings were rather formidable great emperors. Those that were ranked in the top 1,000 were extremely formidable great emperors. Those that were ranked in the top 100 were heaven-defying great emperors. Any of these heaven-defying great emperors could instantly kill most of the great emperors. They were considered invincible below the saints. The Soul Emperor might be incredible, but in Chu Qingyan's eyes, the Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to rank in the top 1,000 on the Saint Spirit continent. Furthermore, on the Saint Spirit continent, there wasn't any difference between great emperors and half-saints. As long as one wasn't a saint, they were all great emperors. Among the top 100 of the Great Emperor rankings, there were plenty of half-saints. It was imaginable that Chu Qingyan was already overestimating Li Fuqin if he was able to rank in the top 100. Senior Incantation. After walking for a moment, Li Fuqin saw a familiar figure. It was obviously the Incantation Martial Emperor. Chapter 7:22. He is transforming into a cursed warrior. Chu Qingyan said, "Cursed warriors didn't appear out of nowhere. They were transformed after entering the cursed temple by mistake. The stronger the cursed warrior when he was alive, the stronger the cursed law would be after transforming into a cursed warrior. If a great emperor transformed into a cursed warrior, no one else apart from Li Fuqin would be able to resist. Even Li Fuqin probably wouldn't be able to kill a cursed warrior of this level." Senior Incantation. Li Fuqin walked over and placed a hand on the Incantation Martial Emperor's shoulder. The shoulder was very cold like a block of ice. At the same time, an intense cursed chi presence followed the Incantation Martial Emperor's shoulder and extended towards Li Fuqin. This time, Li Fuqin's spirit soul chi field didn't extinguish the cursed chi presence. Of course, the cursed chi presence seemed to have encountered a layer of barrier and couldn't reach Li Fuqin no matter what. Such a strong curse law. Li Fuqin executed an evil vanquish incantation on the Incantation Martial Emperor. The evil vanquishing curse was a low-level curse that could expel evil energy. Puff! If Li Fuqin's evil vanquish incantation was a small flame, then the Incantation Martial Emperor's curse law was like a huge river. The small flame would be extinguished when it approached. The unresigned Li Fuchin executed another mid-class, clear, heart demon lock incantation. The clear heart demon lock incantation didn't have any effect on dispelling the curse law, but Li Fuchin felt that the incantation martial emperor should still have a trace of consciousness. As long as this trace of consciousness was protected, there would be a way to dispel the curse law. As expected, after the clear heart demon locking incantation was executed, the incantation martial emperor's eyes regained some consciousness, and he said hurriedly, "Quickly bring me out." "Go." Li Fuchin grabbed the incantation martial emperor's shoulder and was about to leave. In the void, a huge gray hand grabbed onto the incantation martial emperor's calf. "Kill." Li Fuchin slashed at the gray hand. There was a cracking sound. The gray hand was severed. Immediately after, Li Fuchin and the incantation martial emperor vanished. "Let's go too." Chu Qingyan and the others retreated. In the depths of the void, Li Fuchin brandished his sword to sever the gray hands. Finally, the two of them arrived at the cursed temple. Before long, Chu Qingyan and the others also came out. Seeing that Li Fuchin had really rescued the incantation martial emperor, the five were very impressed. Chu Qingyan said, "The curse law on his body is too intense. If it isn't neutralized, he will still turn into a cursed warrior, but the transformation speed will be slower." The incantation martial emperor nodded and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't expect to be cursed by the evil curse martial emperor. His curse originated from the cursed temple. Even if I escaped to the ends of the world, I would still walk into the cursed temple if I lost control of my mind." Back then, the evil incantation martial emperor didn't manage to catch up to Li Fuchin, but the evil incantation martial emperor actually used a trace of qi presence to transfer the curse onto the evil incantation martial emperor. After enduring for so many years, the evil incantation martial emperor still wasn't able to resist it. If it wasn't for Li Fuchin, the evil incantation martial emperor would probably cease to exist in this world. "How do I remove it?" Li Fuchin asked. The incantation martial emperor said, "If I can control my consciousness, I have a 50% chance of removing it. After all, he is only using his aura to curse me." After he was cursed, his thoughts became unfocused, and his mind gradually became lax. "Leave that to me." Li Fuchin's incantation Dao was already confident that it wasn't inferior to the incantation martial emperor. If he executed the clear heart demon lock incantation once a day, he should be able to maintain the incantation martial emperor's consciousness. All right. The incantation martial emperor also knew that Li Fuchin was no longer the same as before. As he was worried that the incantation martial emperor's curse would be transmitted to others, Li Fuchin arranged for the incantation martial emperor to stay on a desolate mountain. The surroundings of the desolate mountain were uninhabited. Days passed by, and Li Fuchin's star's law was gradually getting stronger, but he was still quite a distance away from comprehending the hand of star. Li Fuchin wasn't in a hurry either. Only 2 years had passed of the 10 years, and there was enough time for him to increase his strength. 1 year, 2 years, cultivation knew no time, and there were no cycles of 60 years in the mountains. 3 years was like a white steed that flashed by. I am finally at the 5th level of Law Phase Realm. In addition to the past few years, Li Fuchin used over 6 years to break through from the 3rd level of Law Phase Realm to the 5th level of Law Phase Realm. This was also because of the peak grade Spirit Stone. Without the remaining 30% Spirit Chi in the peak grade Spirit Stone, Li Fuchin's cultivation would probably be stuck at the later stage of the 4th level of Law Phase Realm and wouldn't be able to reach the 5th level. 2 levels in over 6 years. This was rather unbelievable for Li Fuchin's previous progress. But Li Fuchin knew that this speed was already at the extremity. In the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, the most elite prodigies at the Law Phase Realm would need at least over a dozen years to break through 1 level. In order to cultivate from the first level of law phase realm to the ninth level of law phase realm, it would be impossible without at least 100 to 200 years. Only Li Fuqin was an anomaly that was able to break through 2 levels in over 6 years, even with the peak grade spirit stone. The reason why Li Fuqin could progress so quickly was mainly because his divine flame sword energy technique was already at the heaven class high tier. If it was the heaven class mid-tier divine flame sword energy technique, Li Fuqin wouldn't even be able to break through 1 level in over 6 years. But after 3 years, Li Fuqin was depressed that the divine flame sword energy technique still wasn't able to break through to the 42nd rank. Li Fuqin reckoned that it was related to the blazing flame Tao heart. Back then, he was able to cultivate the void heaven sword world because he condensed the void Tao heart. Right now, if he wanted to break through to the 42nd rank of the divine flame sword energy technique, he would probably need to condense the blazing flame Tao heart. But to be honest, Li Fuqin didn't wish for his sword energy to be mixed with other attributes. He planned to remove the blazing flame attribute and turn his cultivation technique into a pure sword Tao cultivation technique, not a blazing flame sword Tao cultivation technique. He already had a feeling that when using the divine flame sword energy to execute void Tao sword arts or wind Tao sword arts, it would be a little awkward and unnatural. This was because the attributes weren't compatible. Li Fuqin immediately started to remove the blazing flame attribute. This was an extremely arduous path because from the very beginning he had cultivated a fire path cultivation technique and later on he had added the sword path attribute. Now he had to remove the fire path attribute, which was the most important at the beginning, and it was almost equivalent to creating a complete heaven level high rank cultivation technique. In order to make the process smoother, Li Fuqin first searched the continent for sword Tao cultivation techniques. Only with enough sword Tao cultivation techniques, he would be able to learn from others and use the divine flame sword energy technique as a foundation to create a sword Tao cultivation technique that belonged to him. In addition, Li Fuqin had also paid a price to exchange for some sword Tao cultivation techniques from the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. As for the sword Tao cultivation techniques from the Red Moon Emperor's treasury, they had already been plundered by Li Fuqin. In just 3 months, Li Fuqin had over 100 sword Tao cultivation techniques. These sword Tao cultivation techniques ranged from the Earth class to the Heaven class. There was everything, and it could be said to be from shallow to profound. There is still close to 5 more years. It should be about time. Just like that, apart from comprehending the star's law, Li Fuqin would use the rest of his time to dissect and research sword Tao cultivation techniques. As he dissected and researched sword Tao cultivation techniques, Li Fuqin felt that his sword Tao foundation was much broader. The achievement of sword Tao didn't just require height, it also required width. In the past, Li Fuqin's sword Tao achievement had reached a certain height, but the width wasn't enough. Right now, the width was being replenished. Chapter 7:23. There are actually so many styles of sword Tao. Different sword Tao cultivation techniques allowed Li Fuqin to see different sword Tao styles. Some were tyrannical, some were feminine, some were nimble, some were simple, some were courageous, some were self-sacrificing. What is the sword Tao style that I want? Li Fuqin started to think about his sword Tao. Time elapsed, and in the blink of the eye, there were only 2 years left before the 10 years were up. During this period of time, Li Fuqin wasn't the only one with rapid progress. Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast were also progressing very quickly. Yan Qinggu had already cultivated to the 4th level of Law Phase Realm. The reason why she was progressing so quickly was mainly because she had already cultivated to the peak level of the 9th level of Law Phase Realm in her previous life. Her cultivation and mental state were sufficient, and she was just lacking heaven and earth chi absorption. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if she had enough peak-grade spirit stones, her cultivation would probably surpass Li Fuchen. As for the Thunder Beast, he had already become a mid-tier demonic beast ruler. As Overlord Beast, the Thunder Beast might only be a mid-tier demonic beast ruler, but his combat strength was superior to regular mid-tier demonic beast rulers. Even high-tier and peak-tier demonic beast rulers were inferior to him. He could almost contest with demonic beast great rulers and was only inferior to half-overlords. But speaking of which, Yan Qinggu was exaggerating when she said that the Thunder Beast could progress to a demonic beast overlord in 10 years. There might be no bottleneck for overlords to progress, but the resources required weren't a small amount. Not only did it require a massive amount of high-grade spirit stones, but it also required precious herbs that could stimulate the bloodline potential. If it was only the former, the Thunder Beast would at most be a low-tier demonic beast ruler. Even though he was still far from becoming a demonic beast overlord, the Thunder Beast didn't blame Yan Qinggu for deceiving him and was still very happy. He reckoned that he would need another 10 years to progress to a high-tier demonic beast ruler. After that, it would be half-overlords and overlords. As for peak-tier demonic beast rulers and demonic beast great rulers, it was mainly about strength and had nothing to do with the demonic beast class. It was just like high-level emperors. Some were normal high-level emperors, some were peak-tier emperors, and some were great emperors. The Thunder Beast didn't know that Yan Qinggu wasn't intentionally deceiving him. If he was on the Saint Spirit continent, the Thunder Beast might really progress to a demonic beast overlord in 10 years. That place didn't just have perfect heaven and earth laws. The resources were also 1,000 times more than the Emperor Sky continent and the Heaven Pillar continent. If one hadn't been to a high-ranked continent, one wouldn't know how prosperous a high-ranked continent was. Compared to high-grade continents, mid-grade continents were just a corner. As for low-grade continents, they couldn't even be considered continents at all. They could only be considered as small islands. Even if there were 100 million or a billion of such islands, they still couldn't compare to the tip of an iceberg of a high-grade continent. Only those who had been to a high-tier continent would know what the world of martial arts was. There were tens of thousands of Daos contending for supremacy, and every Dao path had countless cultivators walking on it. Even the Soul Dao was a relatively special Dao path in the high-ranked continents, and there were many cultivators walking on it. My Dao of the Sword is eternal, all-conquering, indomitable, and piercingly cold and fierce. After researching sword Dao cultivation techniques every day, Li Fuchen's aura was getting purer and more fearsome. It was like a piece of steel that had been tempered 1,000 times. After being tempered 1,000 times, all the impurities had been removed, and what was left was the best of the best. It's about time to remove the fire path attribute. Li Fuchen didn't have enough time to create a new sword Dao cultivation technique. If he was given 10 or 20 years, he was confident he could create a new sword Dao cultivation technique. After all, creating a cultivation technique involved too many aspects. It needed to be constantly perfected and strengthened. Not even saints could create a perfect cultivation technique in a short period of time. Therefore, Li Fuchen could only use the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique as the foundation to modify the cultivation technique. After several years of research, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was extremely deep, and it was simply a burst of accumulation. In just 1 month, Li Fuchen had modified the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique to the 24th rank. 3 months later, it was at the 33rd rank. The 33rd rank represented the Earth class peak tier. But this wasn't enough. It was far from enough. According to Li Fuchen's thoughts, he had to modify it to at least the 40th rank. Only then his combat strength wouldn't decrease and would increase instead. If it was only the 39th rank, it would only be a heaven class, mid-tier cultivation technique. Half a year later, it was at the 36th rank. 1 year later, it was at the 39th rank. The further one went, the longer the time required. Because the further one went, the more severe the exhaustion of the Sword Tao Foundation. It wasn't like the start, where the accumulation was sufficient. Big brother, I am already at the Heaven Dipper realm. Every few days, Li Fuchin would gather with his family and friends. He didn't know if he would survive this trip to the Cursed Temple. If he succeeded, he probably wouldn't be able to return from the Saint Spirit continent within a short period of time. According to Yen Qingguo, the Saint Spirit continent was a cultivation sacred land and also a prison. In normal situations, it was impossible to leave the Saint Spirit continent before reaching the Soul Unity realm. It also meant that if special factors were excluded, when Li Fuchin returned, he would already be a Soul Unity realm saint. It was unknown how many years had passed by then. Li Fuchin revealed a doting expression while looking at his childish younger sister, Li Fuxiang. Li Fuxiang was only 14 years old and had already reached the Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 14. Without a doubt, it was extremely fast in the entire Emperor Sky continent. In terms of cultivation speed, she was definitely a top-class prodigy. However, Li Fuxiang was no longer a 5-star bone frame. After consuming a heaven-class low-tier herb, the Starcall herb, and a heaven-class mid-tier, the 7-star life-changing herb, Li Fuxiang's bone frame had already reached the 7-star level. With the combination of the best resources, it was normal for her to reach the Heaven Dipper realm at the age of 14. It was a pity that Li Fuchin didn't find the heaven-class high-tier Destiny herb in the Anger Axe Abyss. It was a top-class herb that could upgrade the 7-star bone frame to the 8-star bone frame. Of course, one stalk of Destiny herb wasn't enough to be distributed, as he was still stuck at the 7-star bone frame. Cultivate well. 1 year later, I will leave the Emperor Sky continent for a period of time. When I return, I hope you will have reached the primary sea realm. Li Fuchin rubbed Li Fuxiang's head and said, "Don't worry, big brother, I will not embarrass you." The little fellow had already heard about Li Fuchin's achievements from many people. Right now, she admired her big brother the most. The curse on the incantation Martial Emperor was already much lighter, and Li Fuchin didn't need to execute the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation every day. After withdrawing, Li Fuchin's eyes turned sharp. He was about to leave and was truly worried about the safety of his family and friends. After all, there were still plenty of threats. The Clan of Darkness, the Blood Sift Union, the Soul Emperor, the Zombie Great Emperor, and the Skull Great Emperor were all threats. The Clan of Darkness, the Blood Sift Union, the Soul Emperor, and the others had vanished without a trace. Li Fuchin mobilized the entire continent's resources and couldn't find any traces. But according to what Li Fuchin knew, the Zombie Great Emperor and the Skull Great Emperor were still in his lair. Right now, the duo was apprehensive of Li Fuchin, but once he left, who knew what would happen? After arriving at the Heaven Pillar continent, Li Fuchin flew towards the Zombie Great Emperor's Zombie Guild. In one of the Zombie Guild's hidden domains, the Zombie Great Emperor was cultivating. This hidden domain imprisoned thousands of Battle Spirit Realm Body, Refinement Masters, and hundreds of Body, Refinement Monarchs. Every once in a while, the Zombie Great Emperor would use these people to cultivate and absorb their Chi blood essences. Too slow. If there are a few Body, Refinement Emperors, my strength will be able to improve further. By then, so what if the Sword Emperor is here? He still won't be able to break my defense. The Zombie Great Emperor frowned. These Body Refinement martial artists were nurtured by the Zombie Guild. The Zombie Guild disseminated Body Refinement techniques everywhere. It wasn't just in the Zombie region, it was also in other regions. The entire Heaven Pillar continent had a massive population. Even if 1 in 10,000 people cultivated Body Refinement techniques, it was still a terrifying number. As such, the Zombie Guild would have an endless supply of cultivation resources. Unless the Heaven Pillar continent's population was wiped out, the Zombie Guild would only continue to grow stronger. But the only problem was that this method wasn't able to nurture Body Refinement Emperors. Once they became Body Refinement Emperors, they would join other sections. Normally, These sects wouldn't bother about them, but once they overstepped their boundaries, it would be hard to say. The zombie Great Emperor had thought of allowing these people to break through in the zombie guild's environment, but he realized that these people would only be able to break through a small level in the zombie guild's environment. It was hard for them to break through a major realm. In his opinion, to break through a major realm, resources, mental state, and tempering were all indispensable. After letting out a forceful breath, the zombie Great Emperor grabbed a body, Refinement Monarch, and was planning to continue cultivating. Zombie Great Emperor, how have you been? Right at this moment, in the hidden domain, the void distorted and a figure appeared in front of the zombie Great Emperor. Sword Emperor, how did you enter? The zombie Great Emperor was shocked. Apart from him, no one else was able to enter this hidden domain. Li Fuchen scanned the hidden domain with his spiritual awareness, and his expression gradually turned cold. The Yin Qi here was too dense, and it was unknown how many people had died here. Sword Emperor, we have minded our own business. Why are you looking for trouble with me? Do you think that I, the zombie Great Emperor, is so easy to bully? The zombie Great Emperor was already thinking of a way to escape. Die. Li Fuchen flashed and appeared in front of the zombie Great Emperor. He then tapped on the zombie Great Emperor's forehead. PFFF, Chapter 724. Right now, Li Fuchen's strength was too formidable and wasn't just 2 or 3 times stronger than before. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and cultivation technique, but he had also grasped the Tao heart of void and mastered the void heaven sword realm. That finger attack seemed ordinary, but in reality, the force of the finger had seeped into the zombie emperor's brain, turning it into nothingness. Putting aside the fact that the zombie Great Emperor had not improved at all, even if the zombie Great Emperor's strength had been doubled, he would still have no chance of survival against this finger at 0 distance. With a wave of his hand, the zombie Great Emperor's storage bag appeared in his hand. Li Fuchen opened it and revealed a smile. The zombie Great Emperor was indeed a great emperor. Putting aside the other artifacts, just the high-grade spirit stones alone were around 6 million. Li Fuchen only had slightly over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Skeleton Mountain Range was one of the 9 great mountain ranges of the Heaven Pillar continent. The Skull Mountain Range was enveloped by a peak level 8 formation, the Scarlet Sky Formation. Under normal circumstances, even a great emperor would not be able to blast it open in a day or 2. Skull Mountain, the mountain peak where the Skull Great Emperor resided. The white bone Saint Crown has already been refined to 80%. I still need 20% more before I can completely master it. Killing intent flashed in the Skull Great Emperor's eyes. Once the white bone Saint Crown was completely refined, it would be the time for the Sword Emperor Li Fuchen to perish. By then, no matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Soon. Withdrawing his killing intent, the Skull Great Emperor closed his eyes and prepared to continue refining the white bone Saint Crown. Just as he closed his eyes, the Skull Emperor opened them again. The void distorted and a figure appeared. Sword Emperor, I didn't look for you, but you actually dared to look for me? The Skull Great Emperor's killing intent erupted as he roared in a low voice. He believed that if he didn't find trouble with Li Fuchen should be grateful. Otherwise, with the might of the holy white bone crown, how could the other party block it? Li Fuchen said, Skull Great Emperor, it seems like you have improved greatly. More than enough to kill you. The Skull Great Emperor stood up and blasted a palm at Li Fuchen. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchen blocked the Skull Great Emperor's palm art. What? The Skull Great Emperor paled. Back when the white bone Saint Crown was refined to 50%, he was already able to suppress Li Fuchen. Now that the white bone Saint Crown was refined to 80%, he was actually unable to suppress Li Fuchen. What was going on? I have indeed improved a lot. Li Fuchen understood. Die. Frenziedly activating the white bone St. Crown's power, the skull great emperor blasted palm after palm at Li Fuchen, vowing to blast Li Fuchen into scraps. But no matter how the skull great emperor attacked, he couldn't break Li Fuchen's sword art. It felt as though it wasn't a sword art that was obstructing him, but a void. Impossible! Impossible! The skull great emperor couldn't believe what he was seeing. Nothing is impossible. Skull great emperor, rest in peace. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance as he executed the void heaven sword world. The sword light was like water, and the skull great emperor's movements were much slower. Even the blink of an eye took a lot of effort. One could see with the naked eye that the white-boned St. Crown's defensive layer was sliced apart by layers of sword light. In the next instant, the surging sword light engulfed the skull, great emperor's body. From the point of view of the outside world, one could only see a flash of sword light, and the skull, great emperor turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. With a suction force, the skull great emperor's white-boned St. Crown and storage bag landed in Li Fuchen's hand. The white-boned St. Crown was a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact and had immense value. In the future, when Li Fuchen went to the Saint Spirit continent, he might be able to auction it off. Li Fuchen opened up the storage bag and couldn't help grinning. The skull great emperor's wealth was much more abundant than the zombie great emperor. Just the high-grade spirit stones alone were already 12 million high-grade spirit stones. With the addition of other artifacts and resources, the skull great emperor's total wealth was obviously over 20 million high-grade spirit stones. The Saint Spirit continent is filled with emperors. It might not be possible to see saints, but according to Yen Qingguo, there are plenty of them. If I can obtain more high-grade spirit stones, it will be easier to make a living there. I might be able to purchase some precious resources that can't be found on the Emperor's Sky continent. Li Fuchen wouldn't despise having too many high-grade spirit stones. He would only feel that it was too little. Right now, he really wanted to find the Soul Emperor and the others. As long as he killed them, his high-grade spirit stones would easily exceed 100 million. After eliminating the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult, Li Fuchen immediately left. The entire Heaven Pillar continent didn't know that the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult had been eliminated. 1 month later, the news of the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult's destruction had spread throughout the Heaven Pillar continent and caused a huge commotion. The Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace, which were also part of the 4 evil Dao factions, were in a state of panic. It was truly too strange that the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult were eliminated just like that. However, everyone had a suspicion in their hearts, and that was the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen. The Evil Emperor and the Poison Dragon Great Emperor had heard of the news of Li Fuchen defeating the Soul Emperor twice in a row on the Emperor's Sky continent. They truly couldn't imagine that apart from the Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen, who else could eliminate the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult? At the same time, the two of them were silently rejoicing that they didn't offend Li Fuchen. Otherwise, the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult would be a lesson for them. It might be due to the destruction of the Zombie Guild and the Skull Cult, or the decline of the Evil Dao. The Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace started to restrain themselves and weren't as arrogant as before. Only 2 out of the 4 evil Dao factions were left, while the righteous Dao still had 6 major factions. If they were too arrogant, they might be surrounded by the 6 major factions, and it wasn't something that the Evil Emperor Valley and the Poison Dragon Palace wanted to see. I am finally at the 40th rank. When there was only half a year left before the 10-year deadline, Li Fuchen finally modified the cultivation technique to the 40th rank. It might only be the 40th rank, but Li Fuchen was confident that it wasn't inferior to the 41st rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique and might even be superior. Right now, Li Fuchen was emitting an extreme Sword Dao Qi presence inside and out. This extreme sword Dao Qi presence had allowed his sword heart to be penetrated, and it felt as though he could see a higher sword Dao level. Everything is worth it. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He had spent a lot of time modifying the cultivation technique. If he had spent the time on other aspects, he might be stronger than now. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it, as he was already strong enough. To him, the most important thing was to purify himself and to clarify his own path. It would allow him to take fewer detours in the future. This sword Dao cultivation technique is extremely pure. I shall call it the primary extreme sword technique. The primary extreme meant the source of all things, and the primary extreme sword technique meant the source of the sword Dao. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and burst out with a biting cold sword qi. When Li Fuchen drew with his finger, the void was split open. After withdrawing the sword qi, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I have already cultivated the primary extreme sword technique. I have to think of a way to solve the problem of my bone frame. Li Fuchen was a little regretful, as he didn't allow his bone frame to be tainted with the fire Dao attribute. He didn't wish for his bone frame to turn into the sword Dao attribute, but he wanted it to be in an elemental state. As such, he would be able to utilize his sword Dao strength to the greatest extent. Forget it. I will think of a way after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent. That place is vast with abundant resources. There must be herbs that can change the bone frame's attribute. Chapter 7:25. The creation of the primary extreme sword technique might have exhausted most of Li Fuchen's energy. But Li Fuchen's remaining energy was still focused on comprehending the Hand of Star. On this day, Li Fuchen finally sensed the core essence of the star's law in the sky. The core essence of the star's law was naturally the gravity law. Without gravity, stars wouldn't be able to form. It was because of gravity, stars would be able to bloom with their own radiance in the dark and empty universe. Previously, Li Fuchen's comprehension of the star's law was already extremely profound, but it was because he lacked the gravity law that he couldn't truly cultivate the Hand of Star. Once the gravity law was formed, a horrific gravity was produced from Li Fuchen's body. Under the effects of this horrific gravity, Li Fuchen's Hand of Force's qi power was constantly collapsing and transforming. Rumble. Bolts of horrific heaven thunder blasted at Li Fuchen. In the past, Li Fuchen could only use his own defense to resist. But this time, the heaven thunder was actually absorbed into his body. In a split moment, Li Fuchen's body burst out with thunder radiance, and it was as dazzling as a star descending. In the sky above the Emperor's Sky continent, everyone saw a star. This star was so dazzling that it caused panic. They thought that the star was descending and was going to destroy the world. But soon enough, the star vanished and the panic dispersed. What was left was a topic of idle conversation. At the upper section of the thunderbolt layer, Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes. This is the Hand of Star's level. Li Fuchen could feel the unparalleled power, the power to dominate the universe. He knew that this was a misconception due to the sudden increase in power, but it was imaginable how powerful and horrifying the Hand of Star was if it was able to give him such a misconception. After sensing a little, Li Fuchen knew that his body refinement had reached the completion level of Law Phase realm. The Hand of Force's energy had transformed into the Hand of Star's energy. In addition to absorbing the power of countless heavenly lightning bolts and using the heavenly lightning to temper and strengthen his body tempering cultivation had stepped into the Transcendence realm's greater success realm. After drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen almost subconsciously circulated the void heaven sword world's power and blasted at himself. Clang! Sparks burst out, but Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all. This time, Li Fuchen didn't even circulate the sky ring sword armor's sword intent. He purely used the law field and his own defense to resist the sword. In the end, he was unscathed. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had a feeling that even if his sword Dao strength was doubled, he wouldn't be injured at all. What kind of defense was this? Star immortal body. Li Fuchen understood that he had already cultivated the star immortal body. The star immortal body was a derivative ability of the hand of star realm. Once one succeeded in cultivating the astral undying body, not only would they be undying, but their lifespan would also be extremely long. According to the introduction of God's hand, the lifespan of the astral undying body was impossible to calculate. It would at least be over 100,000 years. It also meant that Li Fuchen might not be a saint yet, but his lifespan was already longer than regular saints. Most probably, even the master of God's hands wouldn't have expected that after countless years, there would be someone who managed to master the star hand within such a short period of time. After all, the God's hand was a body refinement art. It was a fusion of body refinement arts and body refinement martial arts. If one wanted to master the God's hand, the difficulty was several times or even 10 times higher compared to cultivating a heaven-tier, high-tier martial art. But right now, the star immortal body was only at the primary rank. After mastering the hand of moon, the star immortal body would reach the mid-rank. After mastering the hand of sun, it would reach the high rank. After mastering the hand of calamity, the star immortal body would transform again and turn into the calamity immortal body. It meant to be undefeatable and indestructible. Of course, in Li Fuchen's opinion, the so-called calamity immortal body probably wasn't truly indestructible. Otherwise, why would the master of the hand of God die? Too powerful. Li Fuchen was already unable to sense how powerful his body refinement strength was. He reckoned that it was at least 10 times stronger than his sword Dao strength. With a flash, Li Fuchen rushed to the heat layer above the thunderbolt layer. The heat layer's heat energy gathered the heat energy of the entire plane. This plane was of a much higher class than the stars. The law field on the surface of Li Fuchen's body distorted, and he felt the hand of stars' chi power was being consumed violently. Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer and descended out of the heat layer. Immediately after, he returned to the Emperor's Sky continent. This was a desolate and silent mountain range that was around 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size. When the hand of stars' chi power was circulated, a horrific gravitational force was produced and instantly acted on the void where the mountain range was. Crackle! The mountain range that was 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size was instantly attracted by the gravitational force around Li Fuchen. It created a solid sphere that was a few thousand miles in size and a bottomless abyss that was 30,000 to 40,000 miles in size. Inside the solid sphere, Li Fuchen continued to circulate the hand of stars' chi power. At the same time, the solid sphere that was wrapped around him continued to shrink. A horrific heat energy was emitting from the surface of the solid sphere. It looked dark and was just like a solid metal sphere. But right at this moment, there was a ripple of destruction, and the solid sphere immediately collapsed. Li Fuchen, who was inside, felt his chi and blood boiling as he suffered a slight injury. Continent willpower? Li Fuchen raised his brows. He didn't expect for his current body refinement strength to actually draw out the continent willpower. He had a premonition that if he continued to circulate the hand of stars' chi power without restraint, he would draw out the continent willpower's destructive power. It seems like my body refinement strength has reached the critical point of the Emperor's Sky continent. In the past, Li Fuchen thought that only his cultivation level would draw out the continent willpower's warning. From the looks of it now, when his strength reached a certain level, it would also draw out the continent willpower's warning. Time elapsed, and when there were only 3 months left before the 10 years were up, Li Fuchen received a piece of information. The Blood Sift Union headquarters had been discovered. It was the vacant mountain emperor who discovered the Blood Sift Union headquarters. Apart from Li Fuchen, no one else was superior to him in terms of void law proficiency. Originally, with the vacant mountain emperor's strength, it should be easy to eliminate the Blood Sift Union. But no one would have expected for the Blood Sift Union leader to be a great emperor and an extremely elite great emperor. After exchanging moves, the vacant mountain emperor wasn't a match. After receiving the information, Li Fuchen immediately headed for the Blood Sift Union headquarters. From far away, Li Fuchen could already sense a shocking chi wave. The battle was much more intense than he imagined. The void distorted, and Li Fuchen appeared on the battlefield. Sword Emperor. The Blood Sift Union leader was a man wearing a blood-colored mask. He had an extremely terrifying chi presence, as though he walked out from the blood-colored hell. On the opposite side, the vacant mountain emperor was already injured, and his chi presence was rather dispirited. Another evil Dao cultivator. Li Fuchen sized up the Blood Sift Union leader and saw countless blood souls on the Blood Sift Union leader. It was obvious that the Blood Sift Union leader was the same as the Skull Cult and the Zombie Guild. They used living beings to cultivate, and after a long period of time, they would be tainted with resentment chi. As the resentment chi increased, they would gradually form blood souls. Elderly, you are here. The vacant mountain emperor revealed a delighted expression. He alone wasn't a match for the Blood Sift Union leader. But with Li Fuchen around, let alone a single Blood Sift Union leader, even 10 Blood Sift Union leaders wouldn't be a match. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Blood Sift Union leader for now. Blood Emperor. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed the Blood Emperor, who was hiding in the Blood Sift Union headquarters. Li Fuchen extended his hand, and a suction force burst out. The Blood Emperor was involuntarily pulled out, and even the Blood Sift Union's array couldn't isolate this suction force. Seeing the situation, the Blood Sift Union leader's eyes contracted. He had already overestimated Li Fuchen and believed that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. But he didn't expect for Li Fuchen's strength to be much stronger and more vast than he imagined. Union leader, save me. The Blood Emperor was terrified. Save you? No one in this world will be able to save you. Li Fuchen reached out and clenched his fist, causing the Blood Emperor to explode. Sword Emperor, you have already killed him. My Blood Sift Union will mind our own business, and I hope this will be the last time. The Blood Sift Union leader had a gloomy expression as he spoke slowly. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Li Fuchen looked at the Blood Sift Union leader. The Blood Sift Union leader didn't have any grudges with Li Fuchen, but the Blood Sift Union had plenty of blood debts. Shangguan Yu's Black Emperor Guild was also nearly killed. How could Li Fuchen spare them? Sword Emperor, do you really think you are invincible? The Blood Sift Union leader's battle intent burst out. He, the Blood Sift Great Emperor, was ranked 5,500th on the Saint Spirit Continent's Great Emperor rankings. If the vacant mountain emperor wasn't proficient in void law, he would have died in the Blood Sift Union leader's hands. Furthermore, the Blood Sift Union leader hadn't executed his kill move to deal with the vacant mountain emperor. If the Blood Sift Union leader burst out with his full strength, even if he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen would still have to pay a price in order to defeat him. Oh, it seems like your strength isn't limited to this. Li Fuchen said, bring out your full strength. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Sword Emperor, I shall let you witness the Blood Sift Great Emperor's Blood Web World. The Blood Sift Union leader, who was also the Blood Sift Great Emperor, made his move. His hands were like a net that burst out with boundless blood Dao law. They weaved into a net and enveloped Li Fuchen. This Blood Web World was the kill move of kill moves, and he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could deal with it easily. In the past, the Blood Sift Great Emperor used this move to turn a great emperor into a pool of blood. Elder Li, be careful. When the vacant mountain emperor saw that Li Fuchen was enveloped by the blood web, he was shocked. With his eyesight, How could he not see that this move was specifically targeted at shifting techniques? If he was enveloped, he would be in danger. Blood Dao Field. Li Fuqin understood. This move was indeed incredible and was a field kill move. But to the vacant Mountain Emperor, it was still too weak. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuqin had cultivated the Hand of Star, even if he didn't, killing the Blood Sift Great Emperor was still an easy task. When the blood web enveloped Li Fuqin, the Blood Sift Great Emperor felt as though he could already see Li Fuqin turning into a pool of blood. But in the next moment, the Blood Sift Great Emperor and the vacant Mountain Emperor were stunned. When the blood web landed on Li Fuqin's body, it was like a cotton web that landed on a burning hot iron. It was instantly turned into ashes and didn't even have any reaction. This is your kill move? Too weak. It is time for me to make my move. Li Fuqin extended his hand and made a suction force. Just like the Blood Emperor, the Blood Sift Great Emperor flew towards Li Fuqin involuntarily. Sword Emperor, hurry up and let go of me. My master is the Heaven Sift Saint. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in this world. The Blood Sift Great Emperor roared. Impatient. Chapter 7:26. On the floating sky mountain, a metal statue that belonged to Li Fuqin was erected overnight. This seemingly ordinary metal statue was, in fact, completely made of heaven-grade, low-tier metal. Its value was extremely shocking. After all, heaven-grade metal could be used to forge heaven-grade weapons. The metal used to forge the statue was more than enough to forge 100 or even 1,000 heaven-grade weapons. The metal statue wasn't built to commemorate Li Fuqin. It was used to carry Li Fuqin's willpower. This metal statue contained the true intent of the Hand of Star and the Void Heaven's sword intent, respectively. If an enemy came and touched the metal statue, it would burst out the true intent of the Hand of Star or the Void Heaven's sword intent to kill the enemy. According to Li Fuqin's speculations, even a demonic beast half-overlord would be blasted into a blood mist by the Hand of Star intent or split into two by the Void Heaven's sword intent. Furthermore, the intent or sword intent wouldn't be used up in one go. It was just that each time it was used, there would be less of it. As such, even if a large number of demonic beast half-overlords attacked the floating sky mountain, they would still perish on the spot. Furthermore, how could there be so many demonic beast half-overlords that wanted to find trouble with the floating sky mountain? In the blink of the eye, the 10-year period was up. On this day, the cursed temple emitted a weak wave. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be hard to detect this wave. According to Chu Qingyan, the cursed temple would have a wave every 49 years. Each time there was a wave, the curse array inside would be activated and corrode a large hole in the time-space. Once inside the hole, one would be able to head to the Saint Spirit continent. It is time to leave. Li Fuqin's communication token vibrated. He knew that today was the day to enter the cursed temple. With a flash, Li Fuqin appeared outside the floating sky mountain. Yan Qinggu and the vacant Mountain Emperor appeared by his side. The Thunder Beast had also followed. The cursed temple was extremely dangerous. If one wasn't a great emperor, they would definitely die inside. I wonder how many people will enter the cursed temple this time. The vacant Mountain Emperor asked. Yan Qinggu said they should all enter. After all, this is a chance to head to the Saint Spirit continent. It is a pity that we didn't find the Soul Emperor and the others. The vacant Mountain Emperor was still worried about the floating sky mountain. Li Fuqin said, "Don't worry with the intent statue. Even a Soul Emperor will be turned into ashes." He was even more worried about the safety of the Li clan and the Azure Water sect than the vacant Mountain Emperor. He naturally had to make ample preparations. The floating sky mountain's intent statue was just the first layer of preparation. He still had the second and third layer of preparation. However, it was best not to use these preparations. After turning back to look at the floating sky mountain, Li Fuqin and the others flew towards the cursed temple. They're all here? The vacant mountain emperor was a little surprised. Outside the cursed temple, be it the Emperor Sky Continent's great emperors or the Heaven Pillar Continent's great emperors, they were all here. Even 3 demonic, beast, great emperors were here. There was also a person wearing a black mask. He was probably the most mysterious Dark Knight Emperor. If it was before, Li Fuqin would definitely kill the Dark Knight Emperor if he encountered him. The clan of darkness that this fellow established wasn't much better than the Bloodsift Union. It was just that the clan of darkness did things more covertly. The Dark Knight Emperor had been observing Li Fuqin in the dark. As long as Li Fuqin made any strange movements, he would immediately escape. It was fortunate that Li Fuqin didn't even look at him, allowing the Dark Knight Emperor to let out a breath of relief. At the same time, he was secretly cursing in his heart. He decided that once they reached the Saint Spirit Continent, he would teach Li Fuqin a lesson. Chu Qingyan took a glance at everyone and said, "The Cursed Temple is extremely dangerous. I hope that everyone can work together and let go of all the grudges in the past." There were plenty of people who had grudges, therefore. Chu Qingyan had to give a reminder. "Pavilion Mistress, Chu doesn't have to worry. We know what to do." Even without Chu Qingyan's reminder, everyone wouldn't have a conflict at this moment. After all, nothing could be compared to their own martial Dao future. "All right, let's all go in." Chu Qingyan led the way and entered the Cursed Temple. Everyone was familiar with the outer region of the Cursed Temple. Even if they encountered cursed warriors, they would be able to eliminate them quickly if they worked together. But as they got closer to the inner region of the Cursed Temple, the number of cursed warriors increased. Apart from Li Fuqin, who could eliminate a cursed warrior in a single move, no one else could. Those who had never witnessed Li Fuqin's strength had to admit that they were far inferior to Li Fuqin. Unknowingly, everyone arrived at the inner region of the Cursed Temple. There was a miserable scream as the Heaven Pillar Continent's 5 River Great Emperor suddenly went crazy. He rushed out from the crowd and vanished into the distant temples in the blink of the eye. Such an incredible curse. The Celestial Eye Emperor had a grave expression. Chu Qingyan said, "In the inner region of the Cursed Temple, if one's true spirit isn't at the Great Emperor level, it is extremely easy to be cursed." The Iron Blood Great Emperor frowned and said, "The 5 River Great Emperor's spirit soul was once injured by the Soul Emperor. His spirit soul and true spirit aren't complete." 5 River Great Emperor's madness caused everyone's heart to sink. A great emperor going crazy just like that was out of their expectations. If it wasn't for the fact that they had already entered the inner area of the Cursed Temple, they wouldn't rule out the possibility of people leaving the Cursed Temple. After all, no matter how great the Saint Spirit Continent was, one had to be alive to enter. Rip. After the 5 River Great Emperor, another great emperor suffered a calamity. This time, it was the Poison Dragon Great Emperor. The Poison Dragon Great Emperor wasn't considered weak among the 10 great emperors of the Heaven Pillar Continent. He was at least in the top 8 or even top 6. His Poison Dragon transformation technique could even turn him into a poison dragon. However, the cursed martial artist that killed him was too powerful. With a single rip, the Poison Dragon Great Emperor was torn into 2. Originally, even if his body was torn into 2, the Poison Dragon Great Emperor would still be able to recover. However, this was the Cursed Temple. Once the Poison Dragon Great Emperor's body was split into 2, he would immediately be corroded by the curse law. His consciousness and vitality would immediately dissipate, and a dense curse aura would be emitted. From the looks of it, the Poison Dragon Great Emperor would soon turn into a cursed martial artist. When seeing the situation, the other great emperors had a change in expression. How could they not know that they couldn't be injured in the Cursed Temple? Once they were injured, they would be corroded by the curse law and turned into a cursed martial artist. Previously, the 5 River Great Emperor had only gone crazy, but he still had a trace of consciousness. Kill! All the great emperors worked together to attack the this cursed martial artist. Bang, 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 bang. No matter how they attacked, this cursed martial artist wasn't injured at all. As compared to those cursed martial artists, this cursed martial artist wasn't just a little bit stronger. It was simply several times stronger. Clang! A sword light flashed by, and the cursed martial artist was easily slashed apart. The one who made the move was naturally Li Fuchen. Only Li Fuchen was able to slash apart the cursed martial artist's body. But this time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to kill the cursed martial artist. The cursed martial artist's body instantly healed. There were flashes of sword lights, and it was so fast that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. They suspected that if they stared at the sword lights, their eyes would go blind. PFFF. Finally, this extremely powerful cursed martial artist was turned into ashes and scattered. Chu Qingyan looked at Li Fuchen with admiration and explained, "This cursed martial artist should be a great emperor when he was alive. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to be so powerful. What if he was a half-saint when he was alive?" The mystic, dark, great emperor had a lingering fear. The celestial emperor said, "It is impossible for half-saints to exist in the Heaven Pillar continent and the Emperor Sky continent." Chu Qingyan nodded. In order to become a half-saint, one would need a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. I believe everyone should know how precious a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique is. Heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques were too precious. Chu Qingyan might be from the Saint Spirit continent, but she didn't have a heaven-class high-tier cultivation technique. If she had one, she wouldn't have ended up in the Emperor Sky continent. Of course, if there is truly a cursed martial artist at the half-saint level, apart from the Sword Emperor, all of us will have to die. Chu Qingyan continued, "I hope our luck isn't that bad." The mystic, dark, great emperor gulped down his saliva. No one knew how big the cursed temple was. Every once in a while, everyone would feel the scenery changing. Something isn't right. The mystic, dark, great emperor is gone. The celestial emperor suddenly said. In response, everyone looked around, and, as expected, the mystic, dark, great emperor was nowhere to be seen. He was still speaking a moment ago, but he vanished in a blink of the eye. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. His spiritual awareness had always been released. If something happened to the mystic, dark, great emperor, it was impossible to escape his spiritual awareness. The only explanation was that when the spatial zone changed, the mystic, dark, great emperor shifted to another spatial zone. But why did the mystic, dark, great emperor shift to another spatial zone? It didn't make sense. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen saw a strange figure behind the Heaven Fire Doyen. Even Li Fuchen was nearly fooled by this strange figure. Dodge! Li Fuchen cleaved at the strange figure. Huff! The sword light pierced through, and the strange figure rippled like water before vanishing. However, Li Fuchen, who was alert, immediately noticed that the strange figure was behind the purple bamboo great emperor. Chu Qingyan was carrying a grayish-white jade talisman that was flashing with a frenzied radiance. This jade talisman was called the Evil Warding Jade Talisman, and it was an artifact refined by the Evil Warding Saint. If the jade talisman was flashing with radiance, it meant that there was an evil presence nearby, but she couldn't detect it. After taking a deep look at Li Fuchen, Chu Qingyan knew that Li Fuchen was much stronger than she imagined. Before Li Fuchen could continue attacking the strange figure, a large number of cursed martial artists surrounded from all directions. For a moment, everyone was in a chaotic battle. Void Heaven Sword World. A dazzling sword light extended out and froze everyone. To be exact, their speed was slowed down by 1,000 times. At the same moment, the cursed martial artists were also slowed down by several times. PFFF. In the next moment, most of the cursed martial artists were turned into ashes, and that strange figure had vanished too. When the sword light vanished, everyone only felt that an instant had passed. They didn't even know what had happened earlier. The sword light continued to flash, and the remaining cursed martial artists were slain one by one. Let's go! Li Fuqin increased his speed. The cursed temple was too dangerous. If he was alone, Li Fuqin wouldn't be afraid, but there were too many people here. He wasn't confident that he could protect the people he valued. Unknowingly, the group arrived at the depths of the cursed temple. This temple was majestic and massive, but at the same time it was sinister and strange. Even great emperors felt a chill and their teeth were chattering. No, I am leaving. One of the demonic beast great emperors was on the verge of collapse. He turned and left quickly. Chapter 7:27. Leaving now is the same as courting death. The Dark Knight Emperor sneered in his heart. He was also clear about the dangers of the cursed temple. In the Saint Spirit continent, there was a cursed temple. This cursed temple was something that even saints weren't willing to enter. Right now, they were already in the depths of the cursed temple, and it was basically impossible to retreat. They could only walk to the end. In between the majestic temples, there were walls, and on the walls, there were plenty of human carvings. All of a sudden, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They felt that the carvings on the walls were very familiar. It is the Heaven Fire Doyen and the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Why am I here? The person who spoke didn't know that he was already on the walls and had become a part of the carvings. Li Fuqin looked over, and apart from him and Chu Qingyan, everyone else was on the walls. Some were still struggling, while some were already motionless and had lost their vitality. Li Fuqin looked at the struggling Yan Qinggu and approached her without hesitation. Don't! Chu Qingyan wanted to stop Li Fuqin. The walls were more dangerous the closer they were. Li Fuqin wasn't in any danger, but if he touched the walls it would be hard to say. However, it was already too late. Li Fuqin's hand touched Yan Qinggu, and his entire body merged into the walls. Sigh. Chu Qingyan shook her head. Originally, if she worked together with Li Fuqin, the chances of successfully heading to the Saint Spirit continent were very high. Now that Li Fuqin had also merged into the walls, she wasn't even 50% confident if she was alone. After merging into the walls, Li Fuqin saw Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu also saw Li Fuqin. However, there was an invisible force that was dragging Yan Qinggu and trying to pull her into the depths. Li Fuqin circulated the hand of Star's chi power and grabbed onto Yan Qinggu's hand with lightning speed. Hurry up and leave. Yan Qinggu shook her head. The walls were too powerful. Yan Qinggu, who was a great emperor in her previous life, felt that her consciousness was fading, and she didn't wish to implicate Li Fuqin. Don't worry. Li Fuqin's eyes burst out with radiance as he pulled Yan Qinggu over. The powerful force had caused the surrounding curse power to disperse. Open! A horrific gravitational force was produced from Li Fuqin's body, and cracks appeared on the walls. Chu Qingyan looked at Li Fuqin, who was on the walls, with a shocked expression. Rumble! The perimeter wall exploded and shattered rocks were flying everywhere. Li Fuqin's left hand was hugging Yan Qinggu, while his chi presence was unparalleled. It felt as though even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be able to affect him. It felt as though even if the universe was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to kill him. At this moment, Chu Qingyan felt as though she was looking at a sage. How can he be so strong? Chu Qingyan had never seen an emperor as powerful as Li Fuqin, as he had already surpassed the limits of emperors. In the Saint Spirit continent, only the top 10 great emperor rankings would be comparable with Li Fuqin. Thanks to Li Fuqin, as long as the great emperors didn't lose their consciousness, they would all fall off the walls. I'm still alive. The vacant mountain emperor was extremely excited. He didn't know that when Li Fuqin detoxified the soul poison for him, it had purified his spirit soul to a certain degree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Didn't I say that I, the lightning beast, wouldn't have such a short lifespan? The thunder beast was like a puppy, jumping up and down happily. There weren't many survivors. The Emperor's sky continent only had Li Fuqin, Yan Qinggu, the Thunder Beast, the Vacant Mountain Emperor, Chu Qinyan, the Celestial Eye Emperor, and the Dark Night Emperor. The Heaven Pillar continent suffered great losses. Apart from the Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor, everyone else had perished, including the two demonic beast great rulers. It was very normal for the Celestial Eye Emperor to survive. After all, he was someone who was evenly matched with the Soul Emperor and wouldn't be that simple. It was more or less out of Li Fuqin's expectation that the Dark Night Emperor was still alive. It seemed like the Dark Night Emperor was someone who wasn't inferior to the Blood-Sift Great Emperor. Many thanks. Yan Qingwu's expression when looking at Li Fuqin had a subtle change. She could feel the changes in her body as well. Li Fuqin smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing their expressions, Chu Qinyan was rather envious of Yan Qingwu. Li Fuqin was definitely the most outstanding individual she had ever seen. It was almost certain that he would become a saint in the future. To have such a Tao companion was the dream of all female cultivators. When Li Fuqin and the others were exploring the Cursed Temple, the Soul Emperor returned. This time, the two demonic beast half-overlords didn't follow him, but the Sky-Horn Great Ruler did. They should have already entered the Cursed Temple. The Soul Emperor said to the Sky-Horn Great Ruler. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler grunted, "Soul Emperor, you are truly sinister. But with just the few of us, we won't be able to break the floating sky mountains array." The Sky-Horn Great Ruler might be unhappy with the Soul Emperor, but before entering the Cursed Temple, it was also a great thing to eradicate the floating sky mountain. Therefore, when the Soul Emperor invited him, he immediately agreed. The Soul Emperor said, "There is also this one." In the void, the griffin's head appeared. After using the forbidden technique to bring the Void Swallow Octopus ashore, the Void Swallow Octopus was a little out of control. Therefore, the Soul Emperor only brought the griffin this time. All right, with the griffin, we will definitely be able to break the floating sky mountains array. The Sky-Horn Great Ruler grinned sinisterly. He had always treated it as a great humiliation for Li Fuqin to snatch away his maidservant. Right now, the opportunity for revenge was here. In just a short moment, the group arrived outside the floating sky mountain. Rumble! The floating sky mountains array was trembling violently. The Cloud Emperor looked outside and was shocked. He yelled out sternly, "Soul Emperor, Sky-Horn Great Ruler, do you still have any shame? You actually sneak attacked the floating sky mountain while the mountain chieftain and elderly aren't around." The Sky-Horn Great Ruler laughed sinisterly. "History is written by the victors. As long as we eradicate the floating sky mountain, who will know that we did it?" Shameless. The Cloud Emperor's heart was burning with anxiety. He knew that Li Fuqin had left behind some trump cards like that intense statue, but no one knew if it could stop the Soul Emperor. After all, Li Fuqin wasn't able to do anything to the Soul Emperor when he was around. Would a mere intense statue be able to scare the Soul Emperor away? No one would believe it. "Break it for me." The Soul Emperor had a cold expression as he ordered the griffin to attack. Screech! The griffin let out a cry and grew in size. The horrific Chi presence could penetrate metal and crack rocks. "Soul Emperor, you have disappointed me. I thought you wouldn't come. I didn't expect for you to still come." Right at this moment, the intense statue in the center of the floating sky mountain came to life and flew out of the array. "Sword Emperor." The Soul Emperor's expression changed. How could he not see that Li Fuqin had left behind a spirit soul clone in the metal statue? But this time, the Soul Emperor guessed wrongly. Li Fuqin didn't have a spirit soul clone. He merely left a trace of spirit soul power in the metal statue. However, Li Fuqin's spirit soul was too advanced, and even a trace of spirit soul power was comparable with a spirit soul clone. Do you think you can scare us away with a spirit soul clone? Who do you think you are? The Sky-Horn Great Ruler let out a disdainful smile and smashed his fist over. Sky-Horn Great Ruler, I didn't manage to kill you previously. Since you have delivered yourself to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The intent statue extended a metal sword and slashed at the Sky-Horn Great Ruler. There was a flash of sword light, and the Sky-Horn Great Ruler was frozen in place. In a single breath, the Sky-Horn Great Ruler's body was turned into ashes. In the face of the Void Heaven Sword World, no matter how tough the Sky-Horn Great Ruler's defense was, he wouldn't be able to block thousands of swords in an instant. It could be said that without the Void Heaven Sword World, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was completely different. Run! The Soul Emperor's expression changed. How could he not see that the intent statue's sword wasn't something a human could block? Even the Griffin wouldn't be able to block this sword. Do you think you can escape? The metal sword fused into the body, and the intent statue stared at the Soul Emperor with a smile that didn't look like a smile. There was a horrific gravitational force that burst out. Not good. The Soul Emperor circulated his shifting technique and was about to escape, but he realized that his shifting technique wasn't able to be executed in the face of this horrific gravitational force. Even the void had been distorted by the pull. Bang, 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 bang. The horrific gravitational force had pulled the Griffin, the Soul Emperor, the Red Moon Emperor, and the Blue Sun Emperor to the front of the intent statue. Immediately after, a powerful force rebounded and turned the trio and the beast into a blood mist. The Soul Emperor is dead. The Cloud Emperor couldn't believe his eyes. A mere intent statue was able to kill a formidable foe like the Soul Emperor. How powerful was Li Fuchen's original body? The Cloud Emperor couldn't imagine. Everyone from the Floating Sky Mountain couldn't imagine either. After keeping the storage bag, the intent statue returned to the Floating Sky Mountain and turned back into a statue. There wasn't a trace of spirit soul wave anymore. But at this moment, no one was foolish enough to treat the intent statue as a dead object. The Sword Emperor might have left, but the trump card he left behind was still able to intimidate the Emperor's sky continent. The Soul Emperor was a living example. Cursed Temple, Li Fuchen sneered. The Soul Emperor actually returned to the Emperor's sky continent. It seemed like Li Fuchen overestimated the Soul Emperor. Even if a person like the Soul Emperor didn't die, he wouldn't be a concern. The cursed Qi presence here seems to be dissipating. Yan Qinggu suddenly said. Chu Qingyan thought of something and said anxiously, "Follow the direction where the cursed Qi presence is dissipating. That should be the Curse Void Hole." The Curse Void Hole was a spatial tunnel that was corroded by the Curse Law. In just a short moment, everyone arrived in front of a giant black hole. Chapter 728. This is the Curse Void Hole. Through the Curse Void Hole, I should be able to head to the Saint Spirit Continent. However, I don't know if I will appear in the same place. Chu Qingyan revealed a delighted expression. After leaving the Saint Spirit Continent for dozens of years, she could finally return. I'll make a move first. The Dark Knight Emperor turned into a black shadow and entered the Curse Void. He was truly afraid that Li Fuchen would suddenly make a killing move. Li Fuchen remained calm. He didn't have a strong desire to kill the Dark Knight Emperor. Otherwise, the Dark Knight Emperor would already be dead. Sword Emperor, many thanks for this. The Heaven Pillar Great Emperor, Iron Blood Great Emperor, and Purple Bamboo Great Emperor cupped their fists towards Li Fuchen. Had it not been for Li Fuchen, they wouldn't have been able to make it here. Li Fuchen nodded and cupped his fist in return. The three of them were able to survive mainly because of their willpower. The Heaven Pillar Great Emperor was the #1 Great Emperor of the Heaven Pillar continent, and it was normal for him to survive until now. The Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor were Sword Dao Great Emperors, and their willpower was extremely firm. Therefore, they were able to survive as well. The demonic emperor and heaven fire doyen were obviously inferior as they perished on the wall. Sword emperor, I, the celestial emperor, owe you a favor. After the sky pillar great emperor's trio left, the celestial great emperor also entered the curse void hole. In the end, only Li Fuchen's group and Chu Qingyan were left. Chu Qingyan cleared her throat and said, Sword Emperor, if you encounter any trouble on the Saint Spirit continent, you can look for me at the Sacred Heart Park. She did not say where the Sacred Heart Park was. In a flash, she disappeared into the curse void hole. Sacred Heart Park. Li Fuchen rubbed his chin. Yan Qinggu said, The Sacred Heart Court is a famous saint-class faction in the Saint Spirit continent. Even if you offend a saint, the Sacred Heart Court can mediate and resolve the matter. He has quite a powerful background. What about you? Li Fuchen looked at Yan Qinggu. Yan Qinggu said, I have already changed my appearance. Whether I can successfully return to the sect is another matter. Li Fuchen nodded. Yan Qinggu was this lifetime's Yan Qinggu. The previous lifetime's memories were only left behind. It wasn't an easy task to return to the sect smoothly. Elderly, let's enter the cursed void hole together. We might even be teleported to the same place, Vacant Mountain Emperor suggested. All right. Li Fuchen waved his hand and used the Void Heaven Sword intent to protect Yan Qinggu, the Vacant Mountain Emperor and the Thunder Beast. Just like that, 3 humans and 1 beast entered the cursed void hole. It was as if they were wrapped in a colorful paste, making it difficult for them to even move. Fortunately, the pressure in the cursed void hole was not as great as they had imagined. It was probably due to the corrosion of the cursed rules. Li Fuchen tried to release his spiritual awareness, but soon enough his spiritual awareness was scattered by the void turbulence. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that the void turbulence was getting stronger. Could it be a void storm? Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. Another storm was a very rare phenomenon, but no matter how rare it was, there was still a chance of it happening. If one encountered another storm during the process of teleportation, they would either be smashed to pieces or be teleported to an unknown place. No matter what the result was, it wasn't what Li Fuchen wanted to see. Soon, even Yan Qinggu and the Vacant Mountain Emperor felt the movement of the curse void hole. However, the 2 of them could not speak, nor could they transmit voice transmissions. They could only secretly feel anxious. Fortunately, after a short while, the 3 of them saw the exit. There was a faint light, and at the same time, there was a very perfected law aura surging over. It was obviously the aura of the Saint Spirit continent. We are finally here. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If he was alone, he had some confidence that he could survive. After all, he had already cultivated the Hand of Star and possessed the star immortal body. He had also condensed the void Tao heart. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for the nether storm to kill him. But he didn't have the strength to protect Yan Qinggu, the Vacant Mountain Emperor and the Thunder Beast. The light was getting brighter, and the trio and the beast could even see a trace of the scene through the light. But right at this moment, a giant shadow suddenly scuttled in front of them. Immediately after, the light vanished. It is over. The Vacant Mountain Emperor's face was filled with despair. He who cultivated the void law, how could he not know that the cursed void hole had been severed? Could it be that I, the mighty Thunder Beast, is going to die in the void? The Thunder Beast roared in his heart. Let me send you off. A voice suddenly appeared in the ears of the 2 humans and the beast. Following this, a pair of enormous palms tore the rift apart and pushed the 2 humans and the beast out. Crash! The trio fell out of the crack. This was a world with extremely complete heaven and earth law. The Vacant Mountain Emperor felt that every time he took a breath of air, a large amount of heaven and earth chi would surge into his body. Li Fuchen, the usually calm Yan Qinggu, was now filled with panic. I will come and look for you. Li Fuchen's voice echoed from the crack. Immediately after, the crack closed up. The vacant mountain emperor consoled Yan Qingguo. Elder Li is the most outstanding individual that I have ever seen. I believe he won't die so easily. A person that could forcefully rip open the void storm would die easily? The vacant mountain emperor wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. After taking a deep breath, Yan Qingguo nodded slowly. She also believed that Li Fuchen wouldn't die, and she was just too panicked earlier. Li Fuchen, you must come back and look for me, Yan Qingguo said in her heart. A few million miles away, Chu Qingyan stood in place for 1 hour and didn't see anyone falling out of the void. As expected, there are too many uncertain factors when it comes to time and space. A slight error can lead to a huge error. Chu Qingyan shook her head and left. Without the void storm, Li Fuchen could rip open the spatial zone and enter the Saint Spirit continent. But when facing the void storm, he was only able to rip open a hole and send Yan Qingguo and the others out. He was enveloped by the void storm and deviated from his original path. This is the void storm? With the void heaven sword in tent protecting his body, the void storm wouldn't be able to touch Li Fuchen's body for a short period of time. Li Fuchen might not be able to release his spiritual awareness, but he still had the void Tao heart. When Li Fuchen sensed it carefully, he realized that the void storm contained extremely violent void law. Li Fuchen had never come into contact with such void law. PFFF. The void heaven's sword intent was destroyed. As compared to the void storm, Li Fuchen's void law was still inferior. If it was someone else, they would definitely be turned into nothingness by the void storm. But Li Fuchen's body still had the law field. The law field was the combination of the hand of star intent and the vitality field. In terms of pure defense, it was much stronger than the sword intent. But when facing the void storm, the effect was almost the same. It was mainly because the void heaven sword intent contained the void law, and to a certain extent, it was able to offset most of the damage. In just a short moment, the law field was also destroyed. Li Fuchen's body appeared with wounds. Curling up his body, Li Fuchen released his sword intent and did his best to protect the storage bag. The void storm wouldn't continue to wreak havoc. It was like the wind and would gradually calm down. When Li Fuchen's body was covered with wounds, the void storm finally subsided. Rip. Li Fuchen used both hands to forcefully tear open the spatial zone before burrowing out. So dangerous. Even with the star immortal body, Li Fuchen would still be turned into scraps by the void storm in another hour. Landing on the ground, Li Fuchen looked around. This was a giant ore mine. Within the ore mine, there were countless miners mining a bright silver metal ore. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen revealed an astonished expression. The heaven and earth chi here was dozens of times more concentrated than the Emperor's Sky continent. Furthermore, the heaven and earth law contained here was very complete and didn't have a trace of flaw. Li Fuchen had a feeling that this place was considered a true continent. The other places lacked the presence of the great Tao of heaven and earth, as though they were man-made. The wounds on Li Fuchen's body closed up, and he took out a set of clothes from the storage bag to wear. "What are you doing? Hurry up and mine the ores, otherwise I will skin you." Not far away, a ferocious middle-aged man walked over while holding a whip. "What is this place?" Li Fuchen asked. "Courting death." When the ferocious middle-aged man saw that Li Fuchen was feigning ignorance, he lashed out with his whip. The whip was fiery red, and if it lashed on Li Fuchen, it would definitely leave a mark. However, before the whip could even get close to Li Fuchen, it turned into ashes. Law Phase Realm Emperor? The ferocious middle-aged man was shocked. He was just a 9th-level monarch. Strange. Why would a Law Phase Realm Emperor come to the Miao clans or mine? Could he be a member of the Miao clan's upper echelon? No, if he was a member of the Miao clan's upper echelon, it was impossible that he didn't know where this place was. The ferocious middle-aged man crushed the communication token and said to Li Fuchen, "This is the Miao clan's or mine." Where is the Miao clan's or mine located in the Saint Spirit continent? Although he had deviated from the trajectory, he had a feeling that this place should still be within the range of the Saint continent. It was impossible for him to be teleported to another continent. The fierce middle-aged man was startled and said, "This isn't the Saint Spirit continent, but the Flying Silver Island." Of course, the Flying Silver Island is also a part of the Saint Spirit continent and is located in the Western Sea region of the Saint Spirit continent. Flying Silver Island, West Sea. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. "Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave now." Li Fuchen soared into the sky. "Leave?" The ferocious man sneered. The Miao clan's or mountain was set up with a top-notch Class 8 array. Even a great emperor wouldn't be able to escape. Earlier on, he had already informed the Miao clan's experts and was preparing to capture Li Fuchen. What? The fierce, middle-aged man widened his eyes. When Li Fuchen flew into the air, he used both hands to tear a huge hole in the Miao clan's array. It was just like tearing a piece of paper. Peak, great emperor. He must be a peak, great emperor. The fierce, middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. Even the Miao clan wouldn't be willing to provoke a peak, great emperor, even though the Miao clan also had a peak, great emperor. When he crushed the communication token earlier, Li Fuchen must have seen it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't make a fuss, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. Third gong, what is it? 2 Law Phase Realm Emperors flew over. Third Master Gong told them everything that had happened just now in full detail. "You are truly lucky. That person should be one of the top rankers on the Great Emperor rankings. Our Miao clan might have saints in our ancestors, but we don't have any now. It is not good to offend such a person. Just treat it as if nothing happened." Chapter 729. I can't even use any escape techniques. After leaving the Miao clans or mountain, Li Fuchen started to test the difference between the Saint Spirit continent and the Emperor Sky continent. He realized that all escape techniques were ineffective in the Saint Spirit continent. There seemed to be a layer of formless energy obstructing him. In addition, the Saint Spirit continent's heaven and earth law was unimaginably firm. This meant that everyone's strength had declined. Furthermore, it wasn't just a few times or 10 times. According to Li Fuchen's estimations, it was at least 1,000 or a few thousand times. In the outside world, Li Fuchen would be able to destroy a low-class continent in a single move. In mid-class continents, he would also be able to cause a huge disaster. But in the Saint Spirit continent, he would only be able to create some small waves. He might not even be able to destroy a mountain. Li Fuchen reckoned that even saints wouldn't be able to cause much destruction on the Saint Spirit continent. The reason why Li Fuchen was able to tear the spatial zone of the Saint Spirit continent was probably related to the Void Storm. The Void Storm contained violent void law and caused the spatial zone of the Saint Spirit continent to be extremely unstable. Therefore, Li Fuchen was able to tear it easily. Right now, even if Li Fuchen used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to shake the spatial zone. Whoosh! A silver light skimmed over the top of Li Fuchen's head. Li Fuchen looked up and saw a silver flying ship. The silver flying ship was unbelievably fast and was actually faster than Li Fuchen, although Li Fuchen didn't travel at full speed. The material of this silver spaceship is very similar to the bright silver metal ore in the Miao family's mine. Li Fuchen thought to himself, the journey was not peaceful. The flying silver island was much more chaotic than Li Fuchen imagined. There were killings everywhere, but they were basically at the primary sea realm. Li Fuchen only revealed a trace of qi presence, and it had already frightened these people. Li Fuchen's law phase realm cultivation might be able to intimidate primary sea realm monarchs, but not law phase realm emperors. Along the way, there were actually 2 law phase realm emperors that wanted to rob and kill Li Fuchen. The outcome was obvious. Crazy! Does this flying silver island have no rules at all? Li Fuchin frowned. Such a matter was unimaginable in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Unless there was a feud, otherwise the law phase realm emperors of the Emperor's Sky Continent wouldn't normally kill each other. Unless the flying silver island had too many law phase realm emperors. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, law phase realm emperors normally wouldn't kill each other, but it was very common for primary sea realm monarchs to kill each other. After rushing for a few hours, Li Fuchin came to a town. This town was very flourishing and was more flourishing than any city in the Emperor's Sky Continent. It was only a few dozen miles in size, but there were thousands of primary sea realm monarchs and dozens of law phase realm emperors. A single town actually has dozens of law phase realm emperors, and this is just the flying silver island. Li Fuchin was speechless. He couldn't imagine how many law phase realm emperors were in the entire flying silver island or the entire Saint Spirit Continent. After paying the entrance fee of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchin entered the town. Inside the inn, Li Fuchin intentionally listened and finally found out some of the specialties of the Saint Spirit Continent. Be it the Saint Spirit Continent or the flying silver island, only those who cultivated to the law phase realm would dare to travel in the wilderness. When primary sea realm monarchs traveled in the wilderness, they might be lucky and wouldn't encounter any danger. But if they always walked by the river, their shoes would always get wet. There would be a day when they would be robbed and killed. As for the silver airship, it was called the Flying Silver Airship, and it was forged with the flying silver iron. The so-called flying silver iron was a metal that naturally contained the void law and wind Dao law. After forging the flying silver airship, the flying speed would be extremely fast, and it was an excellent tool for traveling. The Miao Clan's or mountain was a flying silver iron or mountain. I can make a flying silver airship to play with. Li Fuchin was confident that his speed wouldn't be slower than the flying silver airship. If he traveled at full speed, only some high-grade flying silver airships would be able to catch up to him. However, traveling was too boring. Very few people would waste time on traveling. The flying silver island had a radius of 100 million miles. Even if a law phase realm emperor traveled, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to travel across the flying silver island. If there was a flying silver airship, one could sit on the flying silver island and drink tea while admiring the scenery. Wouldn't it be wonderful? In the town, there was a shop that specialized in selling flying silver airships. This shop was huge and spanned over 100 hectares. There were plenty of flying silver airships of various sizes. Dear customer, our shop's flying silver airship is very famous in the entire flying silver island. Any other town will have a branch of our shop. As for the main shop, it is located in the flying silver city. The shop attendant spoke to Li Fuchin with pride. Is there a high-grade flying silver airship? Li Fuchin asked. In response, the shop attendant replied awkwardly, high-grade flying silver airships are only available in the flying silver city. However, high-grade flying silver airships are extremely expensive. The cheapest one would cost at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Why don't you take a look at the mid-grade flying silver airship first? 1 million high-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. Most of the law phase realm emperors would only have a few tens of thousands to a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. They wouldn't be able to take out 1 million high-grade spirit stones, let alone purchasing a high-grade flying silver airship. Furthermore, the high-grade flying silver airship might be fast, but it would attract covetous eyes. If the cultivator wasn't strong enough, they would be devoured completely. After the introduction from the shop attendant, Li Fuchin found out that the low-grade flying silver airship would cost a few thousand to a few tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The mid-grade flying silver airship would cost 100,000 to a few 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The high-grade flying silver airship would cost at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. In the end, Li Fuchin spent 200,000 high-grade spirit stones to purchase a mid-grade flying silver airship. The speed of this mid-grade flying silver airship was around 10% of Li Fuchin's full speed, and it was already very shocking. When dusk arrived, Li Fuchin noticed that plenty of people were rushing into the town. On the tall town walls, there were a large number of primary sea realm monarchs that started to patrol. Li Fuchin wasn't surprised anymore. The Saint Spirit continent, or rather a high-class continent, was different from the other continents. During the day, it was the human world, while during the night, it was the demonic beasts and demons world. When night arrived, most of the demonic beasts and demons would be active. At this time, if one was still traveling in the wilderness, one would definitely become food for the demonic beasts and demons. Even a Law Phase realm member wouldn't dare to travel alone in the pitch-black night. When night descended, there were roars of demonic beasts that could be heard from outside the town. Li Fuchin sensed carefully and noticed that there was a huge difference between day and night. During the day, his body and mind would be comfortable, but during the night he would feel pressured. It is the brightness law and darkness law. Li Fuchin understood. The Saint Spirit continent was indeed a high-class continent, as the heaven and earth law was flawless. In low-class continents and mid-class continents, the brightness law and darkness law weren't obvious. Apart from the change in vision, there wasn't much of an effect. But on the Saint Spirit continent, the brightness law and darkness law were very concentrated. During the day, the brightness law was very powerful, but during the night, the darkness law would be the dominant position. The demon race and the demon race were innately ferocious and undoubtedly belonged to the dark side. In the dark night, they would be strengthened in all aspects. Although the human race always schemed against each other, they belonged to the light side and would be suppressed at night. The night was getting darker, and there were horrifying roars. Occasionally, Li Fuchin would be able to hear miserable screams coming from the outside. When Li Fuchin scanned with his spiritual awareness, he realized that demonic beasts and demons were everywhere. Due to the darkness law, Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness range was much smaller than during the day. But Li Fuchin still possessed the saint spirit, and his spiritual awareness range wasn't inferior to saints. He could sense everything within a few hundred miles. We are about to reach the town, hold on. A group of people were rushing towards the town frantically. The one speaking was a blue-clothed woman who was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. However, there were too many demonic beast kings attacking from all directions, and there was even a demon king mixed in. This woman has soft and tender skin. She must be delicious. The demon king with grayish-black skin reached out to grab the blue-clothed woman. Forget it, let's help them. Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness was like a sword that shot into the minds of the demon king and the demonic beast king. In an instant, the demon king and demonic beast king collapsed, and their chi presence scattered. To others, it was rather difficult to use spiritual awareness to kill the demon king and demonic beast king while being enveloped by the darkness law. But to Li Fuchin, it wasn't a difficult task. With Li Fuchin's help, the group finally entered the town without any mishaps. On the first night, Li Fuchin rested in the town and worked hard to familiarize himself with the Saint Spirit continent's heaven and earth law. On the second day, Li Fuchin boarded the silver airship and departed for the flying Silver City. When night arrived, the darkness law enveloped the land. Countless demonic beasts and demons were summoned by the darkness law to wreak havoc in the world. Li Fuchin's silver airship was very eye-catching, like a candle in the night. Roar! A large number of demonic beast kings, demon kings, and even 2 demonic beast rulers lunged at Li Fuchin's silver airship. Inside the silver airship, Li Fuchin sneered and burst out with sword intent. PFFF, 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 PFFF. It was as though there was a rain of blood. None of the demonic beasts were able to get within 1,000 feet of the silver airship. Finally, Li Fuchen's strength had attracted a demon ruler. A demon ruler was a Class 8 demon, and the weakest demon ruler would have the strength of a peak-class emperor. A powerful demon ruler would have the strength of a great emperor or a half-saint. A mere demon ruler dares to flaunt his prowess. At the bow of the airship, Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed the demon ruler to death. This human is very powerful. Hurry up and retreat. Li Fuchen's methods had frightened the demonic beasts and demons. As compared to Li Fuchen, they felt that they were more like humans, and Li Fuchen was the most ferocious existence. Chapter 730. The Flying Silver City was one of the 9 major cities on the Flying Silver Island. It was located in the center of the Flying Silver Island. This place was filled with factions, and plenty of famous factions on the Saint Spirit continent had branches here. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that there were a few thousand emperors on the Flying Silver Island. It was a massive number, and not even 10 emperor sky continents could compare. There are actually no teleportation arrays. Li Fuchen wandered around the Flying Silver City for half a day and didn't see a single teleportation array. This meant that if he wanted to head to the Saint Spirit continent, he would have to drive the silver airship and fly over slowly. You wait. I will definitely become a rank 1 guard this time. By then, we will be able to head to the Saint Spirit continent. When passing by a couple, Li Fuchen heard the man's voice. Guard was an extremely popular occupation on the Saint Spirit continent. The Saint Spirit continent was too chaotic, and it wasn't easy to travel between cities. It wasn't enough to rely on one's own manpower. Some of the smaller merchant companies and even larger merchant companies would hire guards to escort them. However, it wasn't easy to become a guard. On the Saint Spirit continent, guards were separated into 9 ranks. Rank 1 guards were normally low-level emperors, but they had to be rather powerful, low-level emperors. In order to become a rank 2 guard, one's strength had to reach the required standard, and they had to complete 5 rank 1 guard missions before they could be promoted to a rank 2 guard. It was the same for rank 3 guards. Apart from having the required strength, one had to complete 5 rank 2 guard missions. A regular rank 5 guard was already a high-level emperor, while a rank 7 guard would have the strength of a peak-level emperor. A rank 9 guard would definitely be a great emperor. However, in normal situations, it was very hard to hire a rank 9 guard. Most of the great emperors wouldn't even bother to work as guards. They had too many ways to earn spirit stones. I will go buy a high-grade silver airship first. Li Fuchen headed for the largest silver airship shop in the Flying Silver City. After entering the shop, an attendant came over to welcome him. Li Fuchen immediately said, "I want a high-grade silver airship. Bring me over to take a look." High-grade silver airship? Dear customer, please wait a moment. The attendant was shocked and knew that a big customer had arrived. Normally, such big customers would be served by the shopkeeper. Soon enough, an elder with a long beard walked over. Li Fuchen could easily identify that the elder was a second-level emperor. "Guest, my Flying Sky Pavilion silver airship is extremely famous in the entire Saint Spirit continent. You have come to the right place. However, this high-grade silver airship isn't cheap. The cheapest one would cost 1 million high-grade spirit stones." The long-bearded elder was afraid that Li Fuchen didn't have enough high-grade spirit stones, and specially reminded Li Fuchen, "Bring me there." Li Fuchen said, "All right." The long-bearded old man did not suspect anything. Who would dare to cause trouble in the Flying Sky Pavilion? Even a great emperor would have to think twice before doing so. After all, the Flying Sky Pavilion had a saint behind it. The Flying Silver City's Flying Sky Pavilion's main branch was just a branch of the Flying Sky Pavilion. The real main branch was on the Saint Spirit continent. The Flying Sky Pavilion was huge. The Flying Sky Pavilion in the town was more than 100 mu in size. The Flying Sky Pavilion in the Flying Silver City was more than 1,000 mu in size. Following behind the long-bearded elder, Li Fuchin arrived at a grand hall in the depths of the Flying Sky Pavilion. Inside the grand hall, there were 3 giant silver airships. Guessed, these are the last 3 high-grade silver airships. The next batch of high-grade silver airships will only be delivered 2 years later. Please take a look and see which one you like. The long-bearded elder smiled. I shall take this one. Li Fuchin picked the most expensive and also the fastest one. This one is worth 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The long-bearded elder was certain that Li Fuchin had at least 5 million high-grade spirit stones, or even more than 10 million high-grade spirit stones. If the long-bearded elder only had a few million high-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't be willing to use 30% of his wealth to purchase a high-grade silver airship. Here, Li Fuchin handed over a storage bag that contained 5 million high-grade spirit stones. The long-bearded elder took a look and counted. There were indeed 5 million high-grade spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Guest, from now on, this silver airship belongs to you." "It naturally belongs to me." Li Fuchin didn't keep the silver airship immediately. This silver airship was too big and his storage bag wasn't able to store it. But after refining it, he would be able to control the size of the silver airship. Soon enough, Li Fuchin refined the silver airship. Under Li Fuchin's control, the silver airship turned into the size of a palm and looked like a toy airship. After keeping the silver airship, Li Fuchin left the Flying Sky Pavilion. Elder Tong, did a big fish arrive earlier? A moment after Li Fuchin left, a stalwart man walked in. This stalwart man was at the 8th level of Law Phase Realm. The long-bearded elder, Elder Tong, frowned. "Zhang Hu, your Black Hatchet Gang has been too active recently." Zhang Hu chuckled. "Elder Tong, I shall give you 20%. How about it?" "Zhang Hu, I will not divulge my client's information." Elder Tong shook his head. 30% is my bottom line. You should know that our Black Hatchet Gang has a lot of members, and everyone won't get much. Zhang, who gritted his teeth. Elder Tong's eyes flashed with radiance. He just bought a high-grade silver airship that is worth 5 million high-grade spirit stones. I only want this high-grade silver airship. If he brought the silver airship back, the 5 million high-grade spirit stones that Li Fuchin gave him would belong to him. "All right, give me the tracking token." Zhang, who reached out his hand. Elder Tong sneered. "I don't trust you, therefore I will pay 5 million high-grade spirit stones in advance. When the time comes, I will hand over the spirit stones and the silver airship." This shopkeeper is truly audacious. On the street, Li Fuchin narrowed his eyes. When he refined the silver airship, he knew that the silver airship was marked with a tracking imprint. The imprint was extremely obscure, and regular Law Phase Realm Emperors wouldn't be able to detect it. Even great Emperors wouldn't be able to detect it if they didn't observe carefully. Let's see what tricks they're playing. Li Fuchin wasn't worried about being schemed against. In the Saint Spirit Continent, apart from saints, Li Fuchin didn't need to fear anyone. In fact, if it wasn't for the saint backing the Flying Sky Pavilion, Li Fuchin would have demolished the Flying Sky Pavilion at any time. After exiting the city, Li Fuchin piloted the high-grade silver airship and flew towards the east. It is fortunate that our high-grade silver airship is faster, otherwise we wouldn't be able to catch up. At the back, a high-grade silver airship burst out with speed and chased after Li Fuchin. Inside the high-grade silver airship, there were over a dozen Law Phase Realm Emperors. Zhang, who interacted with Elder Tong, was also among them. "Once we catch this big fish, we will be free and unfettered for the next few dozen years." Zhang, who grinned sinisterly. A big fish like Li Fuchin was something that was hard to find in a decade. Most importantly, Li Fuchin's cultivation level was too low. The Flying Sky Pavilion had a surveillance array, and through the surveillance array, it was easy to identify that Li Fuchin was only at the 5th level of Law Phase realm. If a 5th level Law Phase realm cultivator could casually purchase a high-grade silver airship, he must have found a treasure, and it was possible that his wealth was over 10 million. Big Brother Tiger, this person bought a high-grade silver airship in broad daylight. Is he not afraid of anything? The one speaking was a rather shrewd middle-aged man who was at the 6th level of Law Phase realm. You are truly cowardly. Haven't you heard of this saying? Those who are cowardly will starve to death. Those who are courageous will be stuffed to death. How powerful can a 5th level Law Phase realm cultivator be? Big Brother, who has strength that is close to a peak-class emperor. That's right. Even if it is a peak-class emperor, as long as we execute the Black Hatchet battle formation, we will be able to severely injure or even kill them. A battle formation at the Law Phase realm was different from a battle formation at the Primary Sea realm. It was too difficult to fuse the power of Law Phase realm emperors together. It required an extremely mystical battle formation. Chapter 731. No wonder it is a high-grade silver airship. Its speed is around 30% of my full speed, but the one behind me is traveling at about 35% of my full speed. While piloting the silver airship, Li Fuchin gradually slowed down. Big Brother, who he is slowing down? One of the Black Hatchet gang members turned around and said, he probably thinks he can't escape. Zhang, who didn't mind. The Black Hatchet gang's high-grade silver airship was purchased through special channels. Its speed was faster than the market's high-grade silver airships. If they couldn't even catch up to their prey, how are they going to survive? Who are you? The silver airship turned around, and Li Fuchin stood at the bow of the ship. The dead don't need to know who we are. With Zhang Hu as the leader, over a dozen Black Hatchet gang members flew out. Dead, huh? Indeed. Li Fuchin reached out and grabbed. Apart from Zhang Hu, the rest of them exploded. You can speak now. Li Fuchin looked at Zhang Hu leisurely. Zhang Hu felt as though he was struck by lightning and was stunned. Pa! After slapping himself harshly, Zhang Hu woke up and his body was drenched in cold sweat. He had kicked an iron plate this time. A casual grab was able to kill over a dozen Black Hatchet gang members. Such strength was probably only possible for a great emperor. My lord, I made a mistake. Please forgive me. Zhang, who spoke with a trembling voice. You have yet to tell me who you are. Li Fuchin looked at Zhang Hu indifferently. If it was before, Zhang Hu would only feel that Li Fuchin's chi presence was extraordinary and wouldn't have any other feelings. Right now, he felt that the entire world had vanished under Li Fuchin's gaze. Li Fuchin's figure was as massive as a star, terrifying and deathly still. We are members of the Black Hatchet gang. Our leader is the famous Black Hatchet, Great Emperor of the Flying Silver Island. Our two vice leaders are also great emperors. Zhang, who hoped that Li Fuchin would let him off on account of his leader. Black Hatchet, Great Emperor, huh? Li Fuchin had heard of this name before. On the Flying Silver Island, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor was considered one of the top-ranked great emperors. It doesn't matter if it is the Black Hatchet Gang or the White Hatchet Gang. Those that provoke me will only have one outcome: death. Li Fuchin's eyes flashed with radiance, and Zhang Hu's body exploded. At Li Fuchin's realm, he didn't even need to make a move to kill Zhang Hu. Just his vision was enough. The Black Hatchet Gang's headquarters was located in a town not far from Flying Silver City. When Zhang Hu and the others' life tokens shattered, someone informed the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor, who was 5 meters tall and emitted boundless murderous aura, had a ferocious expression on his face. Whoever dares to kill a member of my Black Hatchet Gang must die, no matter who it is. Actually, his heart ached the most because of that high-grade silver airship. The Black Axe Gang only had 2 such silver airships. and it was one of the Black Axe Gang's important assets. This silver airship is worth at least 2 million superior spiritual stones. After refining the Black Hatchet Gang's silver airship, Li Fuchin kept his silver airship and boarded the Black Hatchet Gang's silver airship. This silver airship might only be 15% faster than Li Fuchin's silver airship, but it was already very exaggerated. In terms of traveling, Li Fuchin's silver airship would be able to fly 10,000 miles, while the enemy would be able to fly 11,500 miles. Li Fuchin's silver airship would be able to fly 1 million miles, while the enemy would be able to fly 1,150,000 miles. It would save a lot of time. It was a great weapon for escaping. After all, if the enemy couldn't even catch up to you, how could they rob and kill you? In normal situations, if the distance was a few miles, even a great emperor would have a hard time killing the enemy. However, Li Fuchin was an exception. Even if they were a few dozen miles apart, Li Fuchin was confident he could kill the enemy. A few days later, Li Fuchin arrived at the east coast of the Flying Silver Island. On the other side of the east coast was the Saint Spirit continent. However, the distance between the two wasn't short and was at least 1 billion miles. If Li Fuchin used the high-grade silver airship to travel, it would take a few months, and there couldn't be any delays in between. There is so much fog. Li Fuchin frowned while looking at the dense fog above the sea. This fog had the effect of restricting spiritual awareness. On the Flying Silver Island, Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness could extend out to close to 2,000 miles. But in the fog, it could only extend out to a few dozen miles. It was even more restrictive than the darkness law. Brother, stop looking. It is courting death to travel through the mist of death. Even saints aren't willing to travel through the mist of death. They might not be in danger, but they will lose their way. As for us, once we enter, we can forget about coming out in this lifetime. On the coast, there was a refined middle-aged man who was at the 7th level of Law Fei's realm and was sighing. Li Fuchin had never heard of the mist of death, but in order to avoid suspicion, Li Fuchin nodded. That's right, we can only wait for it to disperse. The mist of death should disperse, right? Otherwise, the Flying Silver Island and the Saint Spirit continent didn't have any teleportation arrays. How are they going to travel? The refined middle-aged man smiled bitterly and said, No one knows when the mist of death will disperse. Sometimes it will be 1 year, sometimes it will be 2 years. Of course, it will not exceed 5 years. Every time it disperses, the mist of death will not appear for around half a year. Why don't you build a teleportation array on the Flying Silver Island? Li Fuchin asked a question that he really wanted to ask. The refined middle-aged man explained, It is an extremely difficult task to build a teleportation array on the Saint Spirit continent. The void law here is extremely firm and it is hard to travel through. Furthermore, the depths of the void will often have void storms, making the teleportation process abnormally dangerous. In order to build a teleportation array on the Flying Silver Island that connects to the Saint Spirit continent, the teleportation array must be at least Class 9 mid-tier. But in the entire Saint Spirit continent, there is only one Class 9 mid-tier array saint. Furthermore, to set up a Class 9 mid-tier teleportation array, it will require a huge spatial crystal stone. Such a spatial crystal stone is rare and no one will waste it on the Flying Silver Island. I see. Li Fuchin was enlightened. No wonder he would encounter a void storm. He thought that it was because of bad luck, but it turned out that the void storm would erupt frequently. As for a Class 9 mid-tier array saint, it was even harder than becoming a mid-level saint or high-level saint. The mist of death was turbid and dense. Li Fuchin pondered for a moment and decided to head to the Saint Spirit continent after the mist of death receded. He might be confident that he could protect himself, but he wasn't confident that he wouldn't get lost. Li Fuchin didn't return to the Flying Silver City and stayed in the nearest town on the east coast. Flying Silver City, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor arrived at the Flying Sky Pavilion. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, why are you here? Elder Tong still didn't know that Zhang Hu and the others were already dead. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor said with a gloomy expression, "Elder Tong, Zhang Hu is dead." "Zhang Hu is dead?" Elder Tong was in disbelief. That is impossible. The enemy is only at the 5th level of Law Phase Realm. Even if his strength is at the level of a peak-class emperor, he shouldn't be a match for Zhang Hu and the others. Elder Tong had heard of the Black Hatchet Gang's Black Hatchet Battle Formation. Unless it was a great emperor, no one would be able to defeat it. The Black Hatchet Great Emperor said, but Zhang Hu is dead. This is enough to prove the problem. This is a tracking token. Remember, this is the last tracking token. If you lose it, you will never be able to track him again. Elder Tong tossed a token to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Don't worry, you won't have to use it in the future. After receiving the tracking token, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor turned and left. Zhang Hu actually failed. This is truly strange. Elder Tong shook his head, but he didn't treat this matter seriously in his heart. It didn't matter if the Black Hatchet Great Emperor could find Li Fuchen. He had already earned one. 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Back then, he was worried that there might be a mishap, therefore he didn't agree to the Black Hatchet Great Emperor's share. He might get a higher share, but Elder Tong preferred to lower the risk to the minimum, even if it was a little less. He wasn't worried if Li Fuchen would detect the tracking imprint on the silver airship. Firstly, the tracking imprint would vanish after 1 month. Secondly, even if Li Fuchen detected it, would he be able to kill Elder Tong? This was the Flying Silver City, and even a great emperor wouldn't dare to make a move in the Flying Silver City. Furthermore, Elder Tong was the shopkeeper of the Flying Sky Pavilion. If the Black Hatchet Great Emperor makes a move, it should be in the bag. Elder Tong revealed a sneer. Eastern Sea Town was a large town that occupied a few hundred miles and had a population of over 100 million. After a period of time, Li Fuchen had gradually familiarized himself with the Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law. Isn't that the Black Hatchet Great Emperor? What is he trying to do? On this day, there was a figure flying above the Eastern Sea Town. Everyone looked up, and some of them recognized the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Flying above an inn, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor blasted a fist at one of the rooms. Kacha! The room was smashed into smithereens. If they were in the Flying Silver City, the Black Hatchet Great Emperor would not dare to make a move. The array that enveloped the Flying Silver City was a low-tier, level 9 array. With a single thought from the Flying Silver City Lord, even 100 of him would die. Moreover, even without the formation, the Flying Silver City Lord could easily crush him. Donghai Town, on the other hand, was different. The formation that enveloped East Sea Town was only a top-notch grade 8 formation. Although it could suppress him, it wouldn't bring him a life or death crisis. Secondly, the mayor of the East Sea Town wasn't as strong as the Black Hatchet Great Emperor, so he had to give him some face. Black Hatchet Great Emperor. Li Fuchen didn't remove the tracking imprint on the silver airship as he was waiting for the rest of the Black Hatchet gang to arrive. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the Black Hatchet Great Emperor to find him. Black Hatchet Great Emperor, no matter what grievances you have, please settle them outside the Eastern Sea Town. The Eastern Sea Mayor flew over. He was also a great emperor called the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor. With a wave of his hand, an invisible array power teleported the Black Hatchet Great Emperor and Li Fuchen out of the Eastern Sea Town. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't willing to be teleported, even if the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor used the Quasi-Class 9 array, he wouldn't be able to teleport Li Fuchen out. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes while looking at the Stormy Wave Saber Emperor with cold eyes. The Stormy Wave Saber Emperor's statement earlier didn't seem to be a problem. But after thinking about it, as the mayor of the Eastern Sea Town, he didn't stop anyone who was disrupting the order of the Eastern Sea Town and instead teleported the victim out of the town. He was obviously siding with the Black Hatchet Great Emperor. No one was a fool, and many of them reacted. All of them looked at Li Fuchen with sympathetic eyes.